The designated representative is David Fenn and Jessica Voigt, and the unrepresented employee is the city manager. Item B4 is conference with real property negotiators. The APN numbers are listed in the agenda. The agency negotiator, city manager Elizabeth Gibbs, or a designee, and the negotiating parties are City of Beaumont as potential purchaser and JRT BP1 LLC as potential seller. Under negotiation are price and terms.
All right, thank you. And just an announcement for those who are here early for our open session. We will adjourn to a closed session here in a moment, and then we will be back at 6 o'clock for our open session. So we will adjourn at 5:01. Okay, good evening, everybody. This is the regular session of the City Council meeting for the City of Beaumont for March 19th, and we will call this meeting to order at 6:08. And can we get a report out of closed session, Mr. Pinckney?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. That was City of Beaumont versus Urban Logic, Torcal et al. There was no reportable action taken. Item B2 was public employee performance evaluation. The title is city manager. There was no reportable action taken. Item B3 was conference with labor negotiators. The agency designated representative David Fenn and Jessica Voigt, unrepresented employee city manager, no reportable action. Item B4, conference with real property negotiators. The APNs are listed in the agenda. The agency negotiator, the city manager, Elizabeth Gibbs, or a designee. The negotiating parties, City of Beaumont as potential purchaser and JRT BP1 LLC as potential seller. Under negotiation, price and terms, no reportable action on that item. That
right.
concludes the report out.
Thank you, sir. And we do not have any actions on requests for excused absences, so we'll move on to our invocation, which will be given by Jonathan Matthey, and following that, we'll have our Pledge of Allegiance by Mayor Pro Tem Lara. Oh, I apologize. Hold on a moment. Thank you. Can we have roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Voigt?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Here.
Mayor Finn?
Here, thank you.
Lord, we come before you with great thankfulness for the beauty of our city. Father, we ask that you watch over this meeting and that you grant every attendee not only ears to hear one another, but hearts that would listen. We ask for your wisdom that comes from above and that you would enable all the council members to make just and righteous decisions for the long-term benefit of the people of Beaumont. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Join me in the pledge of our flag. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, thank you. And any conflict of interest disclosures this evening? Okay, seeing none. We move on to item E, announcements and recognitions and proclamations and correspondence, and we have a 10-8, if I'm saying this right, 10-851 award to Officer Zachary Taylor, and that will be introduced by the California Highway Patrol.
Mayor, Lieutenant Macias is going to start
Okay,
us off.
all right, so we'll turn time over to Lieutenant Macias. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Miguel Macias, and I stand before you to express our gratitude to the Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. Your support and collaboration have allowed us to recognize Officer Zachary Taylor for his exceptional work combating Grand Theft Auto. His efforts have not only significantly enhanced the safety and security of our community, but also instilled a sense of pride and reassurance among its members. A seasoned professional, Officer Taylor has served with the Beaumont Police Department for 5 years. Part of that, 11 years with the Riverside Sheriff's Department. His extensive experience is unwavering commitment to his duty are a testament to his exceptional capabilities. I am pleased to invite our guest, Lieutenant Stephen Rusk of the California Highway Patrol. He will elaborate on the 10-851 Grand Theft Auto Award criteria and present it to Officer Taylor.
Good evening. As he mentioned, my name is Lieutenant Steve Rusk of the California Highway Patrol, right here off of Highland Springs Avenue. I want to say thank you for the city for inviting me tonight, and also Chief Talese in the Beaumont Police Department. So a few months ago, I had the privilege of presenting the 10-851 award to an officer of the Beaumont Police Department. And tonight, I get the opportunity to recognize the efforts of another hardworking officer. As many of you are aware, the 10-851 award, it's named after the vehicle code, which makes auto theft illegal in California. One of CHP's strategic goals is to reduce vehicle theft across the state. We also take great pride in recognizing vehicle theft enforcement from our allied agencies, such as Beaumont Police Department. When an officer demonstrates exemplary efforts in combating vehicle theft, we believe it deserves recognition. Tonight, we recognize Officer Zachary Taylor standing to my right. Officer Taylor, he became eligible for his second 10851 award when he exceeded the recovery thresholds during a 12-month period. During this 12-month period, he made 6 arrests for vehicle theft and recovered a total of 8 vehicles with a total value of $242,000. Officer Taylor has shown extraordinary commitment to his department, his community, and also to his family, who's also in attendance tonight. His efforts have led to the successful retrieval of numerous vehicles and have played a critical role and a crucial role in deterring future crimes and bringing those responsible to justice. Due to his commitment, I would like to invite Officer Taylor to receive the 10851 award.
Thank you. Thank you.
Officer Taylor, if you can come on up for a photo, and we want to congratulate you. Why don't you go there, or come here, go here. And Julie, you direct us from there. Watch behind you as you step back. Thanks for being here.
Thanks again.
Okay, so on to item F, for any public comments that are not on tonight's agenda. Do we have any public comments for that?
Yes, sir, I have one.
Okay. Is that in person, or?
Yes, in
Okay.
person. Marty Mangan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilman, Council Lady. I guess you can still say that, right? I am Marty Mangan. I'm with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Rotary, and I'm here with my fellow Rotarians. And we're here to honor a special Rotarian, Elizabeth Gibbs, your city manager. In recognition and giving her a Paul Harris Fellow. It's Rotary Foundation's way of expressing its appreciation for substantial contributions to Rotaries to humanitarian educational programs. Elizabeth has been a long-time Rotarian and is given endless hours to Rotary. We move closer to world peace and goodwill today as Elizabeth is recognized as a Paul Harris Fellow. We are presenting her with this emblem, and it is significant because it has 3 ruby red stars in it, which means that she has given significant amounts of money to Rotary. She, as I said, she's made a difference in our community, our state, and internationally, Rotary's programs. Rotary is famous for fighting polio in the last 4 decades. There's only 2 countries in the world where polio exists, and that's Afghanistan and Pakistan, correct. Can never remember that one. But Elizabeth, if you could come forward, I'd love to present this to you. I will not pin you, I'll just keep it in there.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's get a,
wants a
make sure
better
you get a picture there. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the comments and congratulations, Elizabeth. Okay, so we'll move on to item G, the consent calendar. Do we have any items, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, do we have any items to be pulled for discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the items on consent G1 through G4.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. Thank you. And then on to item H, Youth Council Report. Mr. Martinez?
Youth Council did not have quorum, so we did not have an official meeting. We did have a presentation by Ms., who was it? Carol. Carol came in. Thank you, Carol. And we are going to focus on recruitment on our next meeting.
Very, very good. Thank you. And then we will now move on to item I, our public hearing, and that is, I have some information to share on that. So item I would be the public hearing and consideration of the Beaumont Point specific plan and a purchase with 55-year lease back. So here's some instructions for everybody, and I hope that tonight can go smoothly. So in order to ensure that the city council can conduct its business in an orderly and efficient process, there will be some ground rules necessary to adhere to for everybody today due to the size of the crowd. The city has set up an overflow room located down the hall in room 4 and in the gymnasium, and we do have our restrooms open now from our recent construction. The meeting will be streamed in both locations. If for some reason there's an interruption in the video or the audio stream in either of those two rooms, please notify a staff member at the back of the room so the proceedings here can be paused and we can get that issue resolved first. City staff is presenting the one item tonight as required by the municipal code. Tonight's presentations will be in the following order. First, we will hear from staff with their report to council. Then will be followed by the presentation by the applicant. At the conclusion of the presentation, we will open the public hearing for members of the public. Each public hearing speaker will have 3 minutes to make their comments to the council. Please note that all comments received in writing prior to this meeting have been provided to the city council. It is important that a respectful decorum be observed throughout the proceedings. Any outbursts or interruptions will not be tolerated. Any persons, including staff, the applicant, members of the public, and council members deserve to have their statements heard. So if there's any interruptions or outbursts, we may have to call a recess into the meeting to retain decorum. We hope everybody will be respectful. If an individual interrupts or causes outbursts, they may be asked to leave the chamber and observe the meeting from the overflow room. With everyone's efforts to maintain the respectful decorum, we can ensure an efficient meeting that allows for everybody to participate who would like to. I'll remind the council and the community that it is our responsibility as council members to approach each hearing impartially and provide both the applicant and the community the opportunity to present their project support, opposition, and other comments in a public forum. We will consider all materials provided in advance as research for the project, as well as the applicant's presentation and public comments prior to making the decision on the matter. And with that said, we will begin with the staff report. So we will turn that over to Christina Taylor, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Before you this evening is a request for consideration of the Beaumont specific plan, and as was stated, many other components of the project. So over the period of 4 years, staff has been working on annexation, general plan amendment, pre-zone, a plan of service, the specific plan, a vesting tentative parcel map, a sign program, and of course, an environmental impact report, and more recently, a development agreement and a letter of intent. The property includes 15 parcels located on the south side of the 60 freeway, west of Jackrabbit Trail. The city is required to process applications per the Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 1702020, which states the Community Development Director shall review and make recommendations to the Planning Commission and City Council on all applications and any attendant approvals and environmental documents. City staff is presenting the item tonight as required by the municipal code. A public notice was advertised as required for this meeting. The general plan designation for this subject property is rural residential 1 acre minimum. The applicant is requesting to change the general plan land use designation to a combination of industrial, general commercial, and open space. The general plan amendment proposes 3 land use designations, which would include 226.3 acres of industrial, 28.8 acres of general commercial, and 269.4 acres of open space. The sphere of influence is a planning tool used by LAFCO, the Local Area Formation Commission, to designate future boundaries and service areas for a city or a special district. The project is proposed to annex into the city of Beaumont and the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District. A plan of service is required for annexations to analyze existing and proposed services for project areas. This includes things such as public safety, fiscal impacts, water and sewer service, animal control, etc. And that document has been analyzed and prepared, and it is included as an attachment to the staff report. And I would say the plan of service and the fiscal impact report are both attached. The specific plan has 10 planning areas consisting of general commercial, which allows for a maximum building square footage of 246,000 square feet, and separately including up to 125 room or 90,000 square foot hotel, 236.6 acres of industrial with a maximum building square footage total of just over 4.9 million square feet. And then planning areas 3 through 8 have 124.7 acres of open space. And then separately, there's 152.4 acres of open space conservation and planning area 10. Another part of this project includes a vesting tentative parcel map, which shows a total of the 662 acres that include 13 numbered lots and 10 lettered lots, and 1 remainder parcel. The proposed lots do correspond with the planning areas in the specific plan. The project includes a development agreement, which is a binding agreement between property owners and the city. And the agreement lays out certain parameters and assurances for both the city and the developer. The staff report goes into some detail and provides key points on the development agreement. This includes terms of the agreement, community facility district formation, and other relevant items such as the vesting tentative map. A sign program is also proposed for this project. The project proposes 4 50-foot freeway pylon signs, 10 secondary project and monument signs, and then 1 primary monument sign. Primary access to the property or to the project will be provided by the extension of 4th Street. There's also connecting at Jackrabbit Trail and Entertainment Way, which separates the industrial uses from the commercial areas. There is an interim fire access loop as secondary access to each phase of the development and will be incorporated into the parking design for each subsequent phase. Of note for this project, the southern half of the project is located within a very high fire hazard severity zone, and the north half is located in the high fire hazard severity zone. CAL FIRE has released updated versions of the fire severity zone mapping that, if adopted, would revise the fire designations. A draft EIR has been prepared to analyze the project's potential environmental impacts associated with categories including aesthetics, agricultural resources, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, hazard and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use, noise, public service, traffic, and utilities. The draft EIR was released for the 45-day public review period on December 22nd, 2022, and concluded on February 8th of 2023. The draft EIR proposes to mitigate impacts to a level of less than significant in all categories, except for air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and transportation. This will require the city adopt a statement of overriding consideration for these items, and the statement of overriding consideration is included as an attachment to the staff report. The Beaumont Municipal Code, Section 1702030B and C, authorizes the Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing and make recommendations to the City Council. And this is on items such as specific plans, general plan amendments, and tentative parcel maps, all of which are part of this project. On November 29th, 2023, and again on January 10th, 2024, public hearings were held at the Planning Commission. And on January 10th, at a 3-to-1 vote, a recommendation in favor of the project is forwarded to the City Council. At this time, staff recommends that a public hearing be opened and the City Council hear all the testimony and hear the presentation from the applicant. Staff's recommendation is included in the staff report. I won't read it again now, Mayor, unless you would like me to read it all.
That's quite all right. It's quite lengthy, but
Okay.
it is there. So,
And if I may, for the record, just note a couple of items. We have received some comment letters outside of the CEQA review period, which was the December to February time period I referenced a minute ago. Although we are not required under CEQA law to respond to those because they were received outside of the comment period timeline, they were responded to. And so the people who commented, the two agencies that commented, not public agencies, they were environmental firms, did receive a letter formally addressing each of the comments.
very nice, thank you. Does that conclude your report?
It does.
Okay, so I appreciate that. And we will move on now to our applicant presentation. So we have someone representing the applicant? Okay. And sir, if you can introduce yourself as you get started there, we'd appreciate it.
I'll need a moment to get organized technologically, if you don't
All right,
mind.
not a problem.
Brilliant. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Joel Morse. I'm senior principal at T&B Planning, and I'm representing the applicant in today's item. I have a presentation for you about the project. Staff's presentation covered sort of the technical aspects of the project. I want to talk a little bit more about the project itself and some of the details. I also want to thank staff for the hard work over the last 4 years to get the project to this point in time. I also want to ask for your indulgence because this is a big project. It's got a number of components. It's a terrific opportunity for the city, in our opinion, and we ask your indulgence to allow us to go a little bit over what the normal time frame would be. Can't get it all in 7 minutes. So, if I may, let me just, okay. Okay. Let's start with the individual project components. As staff indicated, consists of 3 distinct uses. Open space, 231 acres will be dedicated for MSHC habitat, 124 acres for fuel management and buffers. That's 51% of the site. In addition, there's another 79 acres outside the specific plan boundaries that the applicant has ownership of and will also be dedicated to the MSHP as part of this project. The experience at Beaumont Point is an entertainment hub. It's a 30-acre retail, hospitality, and commercial recreation gateway into the city, and we'll talk a lot about that in a moment or two. Beaumont Point Industrial Park provides for up to 4.9 million square feet of light industrial, technology, and warehousing uses. This is the specific plan land use plan. There are 4 designations. The orange one is the general commercial, then there's industrial, and then 2 open space designations. PA9 is a buffer. protecting the MSHCP area from the development and also providing for the fuel management areas in Planning Area 9. Okay, I don't have to go into the details. We know what the project is. Now let's talk about where the project is, because this is important to the consideration. We believe the project is in the appropriate location. Beaumont Point represents the logical extension of the industrial development already planned or constructed or operating along the south side of Highway 60, identified in the city's general plan as the interstate employment sub-area. This location places Beaumont Point on the south side of Highway 60, adjacent to the existing industrial buildings in Hidden Canyon Specific Plan and Beaumont Crossroads Logistics Park. This extension of this area is consistent with the general plan policies, goals, and statements, which encourage diverse business and investment to increase the number of jobs filled by Beaumont residents of different ages, education levels, and skill sets to generate a more consistent and sustainable economy. As staff mentioned, the project does include 4 entry monument signs on the north side of the project. These are entry monument signs to identify and welcome residents and guests and visitors to the city of Beaumont and to the Beaumont Point specific plan area. This is a conceptual design. We've discussed at Planning Commission that the final design will be in consultation and collaboration with city staff. The experience at Beaumont Point, let's take a moment to talk about this component and all the components. Designed as a regional destination that will attract Beaumont residents as well as residents from other parts of Riverside County, the experience at Beaumont Point is unlike anything else in the city of Beaumont and would be an exciting new addition to the city of Beaumont. The experience is comprised of a combination of up to 246,000 square feet of wellness, hospitality, entertainment, and entertainment-based retail and public spaces. The experience at Beaumont Point is also consistent with general plan policies, which encourage the city to expand entertainment, shopping, and recreational opportunities to provide Beaumont residents with a range of civic attractions and new entertainment, lifestyle retail, and recreation opportunities in the city and the sphere of influence. That's from page 33 and 34 of the general plan. The experience at Beaumont Point is focused on retail, wellness, recreation, restaurants, and hospitality to create a high-quality, unique, and vibrant destination designed to enhance the lifestyle of Beaumont residents by providing a location to enjoy community events like farmers markets, outdoor concerts, art festivals, and other activities. Let me show you how. The experience at Beaumont Point is at the entrance to the overall site on 4th Street and is separated from the industrial portions by its parking area and entertainment way. The design features a contemporary, visually appealing combination of architecture and drought-tolerant landscaping to establish a clear identity for the experience, which is focused on a tree-lined promenade extending from 4th Street to Entertainment Way. It's important to note that the specific plan contains extensive architectural and landscape architecture design guidelines and development standards, and that each project as it comes forward, each implementing project as it comes forward, will be required to be consistent with those standards and development guidelines. The promenade creates a pedestrian-oriented, linear outdoor public space, providing access to the businesses, restaurants, recreation, wellness-focused activities. The promenade contains fountains, sitting areas, and other public spaces for visitors to relax, meet one another, and enjoy their surroundings. The experience is designed to encourage social interaction with the community green for concerts, farmers markets, and other community events. At the northern end of the promenade, across Entertainment Way, will be a 125-key hotel to serve visitors to the city and surrounding area. The hotel, by the way, is estimated to generate about $545,000 annually in transient occupancy tax to the city. Beaumont Point Industrial Park. The park will provide up to 4 million square feet designed for light industrial, warehousing, technology, assembly, and light manufacturing uses to increase employment opportunities in the city. The development of this industrial park is also consistent with the general plan, which indicates that a strong demand for industrial space is expected to continue. The specific plan also contains an extensive list of prohibited and permitted uses for the industrial park, as well as design guidelines and development standards, which every development, every implementing project will be required to adhere to as they come forward for the project. Each one will be reviewed individually by site plan before it can be constructed. These building elevations reflect the earth tone color palette for the individual buildings, as well as other development standards and design guidelines to enhance the aesthetics of the buildings. The earth tone paint is anticipated to make the landscape screening, which we'll talk about in a moment, more effective. It's important to note that all building architecture design colors, again, will be reviewed prior to implementation with each implementing project. We designed the Beaumont Point Industrial Park to be substantially less visible to local residents than the Amazon warehouse in a number of ways. We're aware that's an issue. The Beaumont Point project is 31 feet lower than the Amazon warehouse, making it less visible on the skyline. The Beaumont Point buildings are 1,500 feet away from the closest homes. That's 5 football fields. And in fact, they're 2 football fields further away than the Amazon industrial building. The specific plan also requires extensive landscape buffering along the project's northern slope, facing the residential neighbors. The earth tone color palette required for the industrial buildings does not include white and will improve the ability of the landscaping to screen the buildings from view. Let's look at the landscaping for a minute. The landscaping along the northern boundary of the site provides a strong visual buffer for travelers on Highway 60, and more importantly, substantially screens the industrial buildings from the residential neighborhoods to the north and northeast. The landscaping along the northern slope of the site is consistent with the intent of the city's plus policy. That means that the project requires that 50% of the trees be planted as 36-inch box trees, as opposed to the standard 24-inch box trees. Additionally, the trees are planted 25 feet on center and in offset rows and planted at different elevations on the slopes to create a visually dense, natural-looking vegetation for more effective screening. It's important to keep in mind that the density of the screening was limited along these slopes by the need to incorporate best practices for fire safety and landscape, and the landscape plan that we have provided to the city and as part of the project is a result of collaboration between from the landscape architect, the fire protection consultant, and the fire department to ensure consistency with fire safety requirements. This is a view looking northwest from the trail at the end of Tuscany Place in the Olivewood neighborhood after about 5 years of the landscaping being installed. The white building on the left is Amazon. You can just make out the Beaumont Point industrial buildings in the distance, significantly less visible. Technical overview. Let's briefly talk about some of the technical issues and topics that have been analyzed for the project. This is a list of the issues that were thoroughly analyzed in the EIR. A few of them were further discussed by the Planning Commission. Some of the items reviewed include the public services and utilities, which includes the expansion of a sewer lift station at no cost to the taxpayers, and fire safety, which includes the project's comprehensive fire protection plan, which was reviewed by the experts at the CAL FIRE Strategic Planning Committee. While all these issues have been analyzed in detail in the EIR, I want to review just a few of those that we know are important to you as a city council. The EIR has determined that the project has no significant localized health risk impacts to sensitive receptors. Beaumont Point is voluntarily compliant with the city's PLUS program, although the nearest sensitive receptor is more than 1,000 feet away, meaning we didn't really have to do that. The County Climate Action Plan only requires a minimum of 100 points to be compliant with the Climate Action Plan, but this project has achieved 1,800 points, 18 times that requirement, as a result of voluntary additional items such as EV chargers and restricting truck idling to less than the city's standard of 5 minutes. Additionally, to encourage the use of electric vehicles on-site and in the activities on-site and reduce emissions, the developer will provide up to $5 million in tenant credits for the use of zero and near zero emission vans and trucks. We understand that traffic is a top concern for the city and its residents. The traffic study prepared for the project determined that even without the Potrero interchange, all of the studied intersections would meet the city's general plan level of service. However, we understand that having city intersections at LOSC or higher is a priority for the city council, as discussed recently in the March 5th city council meeting. According to the traffic study, once Potrero is opened, only one intersection would be impacted by the project will operate below level C, level of service C, and that's California and 4th Street, only one. Potrero is estimated to be opened in 2028, which is prior to the full build-out, in fact, numbers of years prior to the full build-out of the project. Beaumont Point will contribute $19.2 million towards transportation infrastructure improvements. We all know the project can't fund everything and still be feasible, but we are committed to work with the city to identify and prioritize solutions towards that goal. We understand that the cost to have California and 4th Street operate at LOSC is estimated to cost approximately $6 million. And this project is providing about $6 million in additional monies above the $19.2 million in improvement fees that can be used at the city's discretion to improve California and 4th Street. First, with the plus policy, we are providing a public benefit fee of $5 million. This is a voluntary payment that the city can use in any way it sees fit. Additionally, the project generates an annual surplus, and we'll talk about the fiscal impacts in a minute, but it generates an annual surplus of an average of $1.6 million a year to the city's general fund, based on the fiscal impact analysis. We understand that the issue of transportation isn't just funding, but also timing. Later in the presentation, we'll highlight other potential ways to address the timing of such funding. Project benefits to the city. We've looked at the details of the project, and I suspect that you would agree that this looks like a well-planned, comprehensive development project. But the question remains, why should the City of Beaumont City Council want Beaumont Point in the city? Let me tell you why we think you should want this project in the city and why it's good for the city. In 2020, when we first started working on the project, the applicant hired J. Wallen Opinion Research Company to conduct a public opinion survey about Beaumont Point. The survey was conducted in English and Spanish to 300 residents. They found that the top priority for residents was bringing new businesses and the jobs they create to the city. There was strong support for projects that generate income for the city and pay their own way with public services. As you'll see in a moment, Beaumont Point is that kind of project. According to the fiscal impact analysis, Beaumont Point is estimated to generate approximately 6,500 local jobs. The experience at Beaumont Point will generate approximately 280 permanent jobs in retail, restaurant, hospitality, and services. The Beaumont Point Industrial Park will generate an additional 5,100 permanent jobs. Now, these are full-time jobs, including entry-level jobs, management jobs for people with all types of skills and education levels. This includes jobs of which a high school student could be it's their first job, or it could be a senior citizen's last job to generate some additional income or keep busy. Additionally, construction of Beaumont Point will generate approximately 1,000 jobs throughout the building trades during the 5 to 6 years it will take to fully develop the project. Additionally, the 5,400 permanent jobs represent a 22% increase in the city's job base. Nothing to sneeze at there. And these 5,400 permanent jobs will improve the city's jobs to housing balance significantly. We are consistent with the general plan. General Plan Policy 58.1 states that the city should, and I quote, support development that is financially sustainable and provides the city with a diverse tax base to sustain municipal services. Beaumont Point is consistent with this general plan policy because the project will generate, according to the fiscal impact report, $1.6 million in recurring annual net surplus, which adds up to about $24.9 million in general fund surplus over 20 years. These numbers do not include the potential sales tax revenue, which, based on the city's experience with Amazon, this is in the industrial park, and the sales experience with Amazon could be substantial. I mentioned the $19.2 million in off-site traffic improvements, $20.2 million in one-time non-traffic related fees, development fees for the city, $250,000 in annual CFD proceeds, and, as I mentioned earlier, a $5 million voluntary community benefit fee that the city can use in any way they see fit. We hope this presentation has answered the question of why the City of Beaumont should approve the Beaumont Point specific plan. This is a summary of only some of the ways this project benefits the City of Beaumont. Therefore, we respectfully request that the City Council approve the Beaumont Point specific plan, certify the EIR as recommend, and other actions as recommended in the staff report. The applicant has reviewed and agrees to the conditions of approval. Our development team stands ready to answer any questions that you might have. This concludes my formal presentation. However, the applicant would like to take a few minutes to outline a concept with a public-private partnership for the experience at Beaumont Point. Thank you for your time and attention.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Morris.
Good evening, City Council and staff. I'm Phil Seibert. I'm one of the principals at Beaumont Point Partners. We're very excited about to present the project referred to as Beaumont Point. It's a mixed-use commercial industrial business park. In an effort to be a good partner to the city and offer a responsible development, it is our commitment to the city of offering the various financial community benefits. Those benefits include the project funding of the Good Neighbor policy the city adopted, providing $5 million to the general fund. This is tied to the industrial 5 million square feet at $1 a square foot. Beaumont Point provides a fiscal impact that totals over $33 million to the city through recurring and non-recurring fees, taxes, and investments. The project will have a community facilities district overlay that we worked on with staff that will provide a fiscal payment to the city equal to 5 cents per square foot on the industrial development that will provide roughly a build out $250,000 a year. Now to the commercial. As part of the public-private partnership, Beaumont Point will donate to the city the 18 acres of the net acres of the commercial land for $100. The property will be leased back to Beaumont Point Partners from the city for a term of 55 years. As part of the lease consideration, Beaumont Point will be responsible for all the carry costs. So we're answering the carry costs. That will be this neutral to the city. So that will be property tax, insurance, maintenance during the lease term. In an effort to address the city's concern in regards to priority and timing of the commercial development, to have the commercial development expedited, Beaumont Point will invest in phase one, that's the beginning of our project, for $10 million to develop the infrastructure to provide a pad-ready commercial parcel that will include grading, construction, surrounding roads, and utility infrastructure to the site. The commercial property has been valued by a third-party market expert at $16.5 million once graded and shovel-ready for vertical development. Lastly, per the lease, for the commercial parcel, the city will have direct voting rights as to what the final retail tenancy and development commercial product mix to be developed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Cyber. So we will, we'll be opening the public hearing at this time. So if you have any comments you'd like to make, please fill out a public comment form provided in the hallway and give it to the city clerk. We will call 3 speakers at a time to approach the podium. This will allow time for the speakers who may be in the overflow rooms time to come to the chamber. In between, we will turn to the phone line for public comments and also we'll have email there as well. There will be a strict 3-minute time limit. When you're at the podium, when the light turns yellow, that indicates that you have 1 minute left to speak. For those on the phone line, you will hear a beep when you have 1 minute left. The city clerk will start your time after you provide your name and the city in which you reside. Please be respectful of other people's times. And so we will open the public hearing at 6:52 p.m. And then we will now turn the time over to Deputy City Clerk for our first 3 speakers.
Thank you. First 3 speakers is going to be Amy Smith, Lynette Smilak, and Uriel Armenta.
Sorry, I was already standing, so you guys are.
Oh, yeah, can we take a moment, and grab that laptop?
Sorry, I didn't want to break it.
No, that's fine. And that way you can move that microphone. There you are.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Amy Smith. I'm here representing Californians Allied for a Responsible Economy, otherwise known as CARE California. We're here tonight to ask for the City Council's yes votes on the Beaumont Point project. We want to express our pleasure with both, and the support with both the Beaumont Point project and this developer. The commitments that have been made to the city will create 5,400 plus permanent local jobs. This is assuring that the Beaumont community as a whole will be benefiting for many years to come. We're talking about major commitments and a developer that actually cares and listens to the community. The attention and respect that this developer has for the residents of the city needs to be commended. Assuring that a build-out of this project scale will benefit the community at every avenue and every turn is a fact that should never be undervalued or overlooked. This project and this developer should be used as a model for sound development plans, and other developers should be taking a look at their practices as a guide for proper development, and you guys should be holding those new developers to these standards. I see on a daily basis in my job developers who will literally disregard the community and its residents for the sake of a profit and the sake of their pocketbooks. They push through projects that are irresponsible and degrading to the community. And this is not that kind of project. The respect that is being shown to you, to your community and to your people and your growth is phenomenal. We support this project. We will continue to support this project at every single turn. And in 55 years, God willing, I will be here and continue supporting this project and everything that it's bringing to you. We ask for your support too and your yes votes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I think I got it now. I'm Lynette Smilak, and I live at the Four Seasons in Beaumont. Concerns: traffic, air quality, well-paying jobs. I know the people that build these places, they've got a strong union. But, you know, I've been reading some things, AB 701, that is a law that makes these warehouses to make sure they give their workers bathroom breaks and a lunch break. Those are not well-paying jobs. I'm sorry. I could live with the retail part of it, the entertainment part of it. That's not going to cause the problems with traffic, air, etc. Why are there cities now exploring or have already done a moratorium on building of warehouses? Because of the problems. Unfortunately, the distance that they have, the new law that was trying to be passed, where it increases the distance that warehouses have to be, is dead for now. Again, wouldn't have a problem with the entertainment or the retail part of it. No. Warehouses, no. I'm sorry. I would have a problem with them. I don't begrudge the people that build these places. They have a strong union. Maybe these other places should too. I read something about Amazon in Ontario. What was it? 40 million square feet? Now, I know I'm not necessarily, or I'm trying not to necessarily compare that to what's being proposed. But my God, when you all the other things at that site, scares me. And another concern I have is, will the businesses, we'll give you money for that, we'll give you money for that. In a lot of cases, they're loans. We can't afford that. There's got to be another way to build up the tax base and have good jobs besides warehouses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have Mr. Armenta?
Good evening, City Council of Beaumont. My name is Yura Amena. I'm with the Ironworkers Local 416. We are here tonight to support this project and to ask for the council's support as well. The Beaumont project will bring so much to the city of Beaumont. The developer has made a commitment to the local hires, which would be a very big benefit to every Brotherhood member in our local. That would help them keep them closer to home. That won't let them having to drive out to LA, give them times here to spend with their families in the city that they're building. And that'd be a great guarantee for the families and take care of their medical benefits and their prosperous lives ahead of them. Please support our community, our families, and the city of Beaumont with a yes vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, can we please keep the applause down? Next.
I'd like to go to the phone line. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have one caller on the line.
Go ahead and send it through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Yes, Council, this is Ron Roy, and I live in Beaumont. In my opinion, there are many erroneous and misleading claims in the developer's 25 appendices exceeding 2,000 pages with only 72 hours since the packet was released without public review of correspondence and documents submitted between January 10th and tonight. As the developer and the city council try to persuade the public about why this project is a good idea. The best way to address this volume of data fairly and to allow for reasonable public scrutiny and input is to schedule additional council meetings in a reasonable time period so that the council and the public get answers from the developer and are able to respond to the items via comment and discussions. For example, included in the 25 attachments is the EIR report with 7 sections, including Section 4, which has 20 environmental topic areas required under CEQA that need to be discussed. They all deserve the council's explanation, such as why the traffic analysis states that the project will cause F-grade levels of service at 10 intersections, or why the developer gives incorrect distances between the project and nearby sensitive receptors. I only have a few points. I only have time for a few points, okay? But a particularly misleading claim is that without approving the warehouses, the city will find itself in a financial bind where only approval of the warehouses will save the city's finances. It's unfounded, it's misleading, and fear-mongering. Beaumont's 2023 budget shows the city receiving $30 million annually in sales tax revenue from its existing warehouses, and the city is running a surplus. Orchard Logistics and Petro Logistics are coming soon. Regardless of the amount of warehouse revenue, if the city does not manage its finances responsibly or live within its means, that's on the city council, okay? It's not on the public. The city cannot build its way out of poor fiscal management. San Bernardino's bankruptcy provides a cautionary tale. Beaumont needs to plan a fiscally responsible, balanced budget from diverse revenue sources, not one dominated by fluctuating warehouse revenues. Also, what's the benefit of the lease agreement for only 18 acres? There's no guarantee that the retail or hotel component will be built or that people will be interested in coming there. Developers continuously throw in token retail centers to get council approvals for the main prize, that profitable warehouse land use. Then the developers refuse to build the retail first because they don't believe there's a strong enough market for them. Oh, but enough acreage to later support a large warehouse. What if instead the developer sold the 677 acres to the city? Estimating developers $5,000 per acre and $3.4 million, the city could buy the acreage for around $4 million, which the city could lease out or develop as it sees fit.
All right, Mr. Roy, you're at your 3 minutes.
Yes, sir, my last word. Beaumont residents should have the last word, not on this project, not the developer. Work for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next 3 speakers is John Sisley, Michael Stamper, and Doris Foreman. And while they line up, I'm going to read a written comment sent in. If you give me just a minute. Dear City Council, as a resident of Beaumont, I am writing in support of the Beaumont Point project that is going to City Council hearing tomorrow. My family is excited for this new recreational commercial center. There are very few options for restaurants and commercial for entertainment purposes in the city of Beaumont. The addition of the new restaurants and entertainment options outweigh any of the potential negative traffic or other environmental issues additional development can cause in the city. The industrial will add additional employment options to the city of Beaumont, which will be a benefit to the people living in the community who commute back to Los Angeles for employment. I work at a large warehouse building in the Inland Empire, and this provides potential job opportunities for me much closer to home. Based on the above and locations of the proposed development, I am in support of the project. If you do not approve this project, this will be a major mistake of the city of Beaumont. Please vote yes for this project. Sincerely, Kenneth Logan, 1632 Dodson Lane in Beaumont. Kenneth Logan.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is John Sisley. I'm a delegate to the Building Trades Commission, State of California. I'm a delegate to the Central Labor Council in the Empire. I'm a full-time business agent. I represent the plumbers, pipe fitters, and refrigeration for San Bernardino and Riverside counties. I bought a house in Olivewood community. My backyard overlooks the project. I'm one of the closest houses actually to that project. I fully understood when I purchased a home that that side of the freeway would get developed eventually. Not the side we're on, but that side. We're not really happy as residents about the Amazon building, big blue wall staring down at the community. That one wasn't so good. This one, I've been involved with the developer from the beginning. This is something we're looking forward to. These buildings are camouflaged, they're pushed down. They're gonna maintain the ridgeline of the mountains there. And they're gonna put a bunch of trees and stuff around it. I think the only thing visible, super visible from where we're at would be the hotel. That doesn't necessarily bother us. I keep coming here to talk to you guys, and I keep hearing the same citizens group out here speaking to you guys. Those folks don't live in Olivewood. They speak out against development in general. We just had a caller on the phone just full of false numbers and false claims and all of that stuff. The facts of the matter are the folks that live there don't mind it. We're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to the on and off ramps and the improvements that it comes with. When you look at the benefits this project brings, it's amazing. So we strongly urge you to approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Michael Stamper. I'm a resident here in Beaumont. I'm also a believer in Jesus Christ. So I urge you guys to pray about everything that you bring upon our city and seek God's wisdom in everything that you do. I know a lot of people don't like to mix Christianity with politics, but I believe that our country was founded on the faith and belief of Jesus Christ, so anyhow, besides that, I'd like to bring to you, I'm a retired ironworker. I moved to Beaumont back in 1995. I watched everything develop and grow, and I think this project is a good idea. I think it'll bring prosperous money to help the city grow, and with your wisdom, it'll change a lot of things here. I'm also a union ironworker. And I've done a lot of projects around here. I also was involved in the Amazon project. So I worked for the crane company that put up all the walls and some of the steel. So with that being said, comparing some of these other industry buildings that have been put up around here, I think these developers have put their heart and soul into this. And I do think that they've considered a lot of stuff that has to do with the city, with the way they're developing, hiding stuff, camouflaging everything. So with that being said, I hope you guys vote yes, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Doris Foreman. I live at 1781 Desert Poppy Lane in Solera. The project states that it will have a substantial impact in the air quality during construction and when completed. And My concern is that the mitigation recommendations made by CEQA and in the letter from the Sierra Club, in the recommendations from CEQA, a lot were rejected by the city. And so I don't think that you should reject all of them. And please consider the recommendations by the Sierra Club. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll call, actually, let me go to the phone line first. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have one caller on the line.
Go ahead and send it through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go right ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on with council. Go right ahead.
Hello, council members. My name is Brian Sanchez. I'm a resident of Beaumont, California as well. I'm here speaking in opposition to the Point Project, to the Beaumont Point Project. I believe that currently there is a wide and large expansion of warehouses here in the Inland Empire, and this has negatively impacted our entire region. We actually have the largest concentration of ozone in the entire country. And speaking on concerns of, development, on jobs, those are fine and well. However, the fact of the matter is that if this project is built, it is the residents of Beaumont that will have to live with the constant pollution from the diesel trucks coming in and out of this warehouse. I strongly urge that the City Council postpone any vote on this until a much larger town hall is held where residents of the city are invited, where there is a larger, what's the word I'm looking for, outreach effort to the citizens and to the residents of Beaumont to come speak their opinions on this project before it is approved. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next three is Bernardo Arroyo, Salvador Amesquita, and Jesse Mendoza, I believe. I'm going to read a written comment. This comment is from Abigail A. Smith. Dear City of Beaumont City Council, on behalf of the Sierra Club, please find the attached a copy of Sierra Club's February 20th, 2024 comment letter regarding the Beaumont Specific Point Plan Project, which is item I-1 on Council's March 19th, 2024 agenda. The project proposes a massive hillside development that will irreversibly change the landscape and local regional environment. For the reasons outlined in the letter, Sierra Club urges council to require additional analysis and mitigation before the project is approved. The letter is quite lengthy. Do you want me to forward to council or read as much of it as I can?
Just clarification question, is that the letter that was included in the packet? In the agenda?
Was
Was
it?
it, this is the Sierra letter that was received, correct?
That one should be in the packet. It would be the same one. And since then, that's one of the ones that we have received and also provided comment back to Sierra Club.
Which is the comment you made earlier that they
Yes,
responded
were one of-
outside that
Yes, they were one of
period.
the ones that responded outside of the CEQA review period, but we responded anyway.
And there were some emails and letters that were in the agenda packet. This is one of those that's in there,
I
correct?
believe that's one of those. It's been a minute, but I can double check.
It's dated February 20th, if that helps.
It should be in there.
Okay,
Yes, okay, it is.
all right, so it's in there, okay, so then we can move on to the next one.
Okay. All right, and we'll go with the.
Hello. My name is Bernardo Arroyo. Thank you for your time. I'm a union member and a resident of Beaumont. I live on Potrero Street. I wanted to I wanted to mention that after listening to the developers speak again about and give updates on the project, it's evident that the developers care and they want to benefit the city. I also want to remark that being a union member with the carpenters, it's a blessing because when you work non-union, in my experience, a lot of work gets cut corners. Little things are negligent. Things are not, they're nowhere close as good as when you're with a union. So I feel like that's why being in a union, it's amazing. And I feel like my brothers could back me up in saying that we agree with how good they take care of us, and having a project being unionized is a really good benefit for us and a resident from Beaumont like me. I'll be very grateful to come see them all, have something new in this city that will bring a lot of benefits. This is a really good project idea. I feel like we should be open-minded to it, and I want to say again, thank you for your time, and I would like to urge you guys to vote yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Mendoza. I live right here in Scenic Springs. I'm here on the behalf of 433 to support the project. We seek the council to say yes, votes on the support of the project tonight. The project will provide a lot to the city and do so while having support of the local skilled and trained workforce. It will bring fair pay benefits to support the blue-collar, middle-class industries that give so much to the local economy. Please vote yes on the project and support us, and thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. My name is Salvador Mezquita. I'm a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I represent 5,100 members that live in Riverside County, about 400 of which live in Beaumont. So union jobs like these, they basically provide for our families, and it's far and in between that we get projects like this close to the, close to home. So most of the time, the members like Bernardo and a couple of the gentlemen standing behind me, they're having to commute out of the county into Orange County, San Diego, LA, sometimes commuting 2 hours there and 3 hours back home. Sorry. Basically, what we're fighting for here is when we get a responsible developer come around and offer a project like this where it's going to provide jobs for our members, we want to come show them some support. And we've been to multiple planning commission meetings and this one as well, so we've got to hear a lot of the project details. So we understand that this project is well thought out. It's going to benefit the city as well as our members, and we hope you vote yes tonight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Last two in-person speakers I have is Bruce McDonald and Omar Kobian. And I'll read a written comment in the meantime. This is from Sarah Collins. Dear City Council, I am in support of the Beaumont Point project due to the commercial center included in the project. We need more commercial dining and retail options in the city. The city is really lacking in this regard. I normally would not support the industrial part of the project. However, I understand that the industrial will provide jobs for the city and economic growth, which is a great benefit to the city who has had financial issues in the past. I do not support any industrial next to residential or schools. However, the industrial is located in the right location in the city. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Thank you. Then we can go to the next speaker.
Good evening, staff, City Council. I'm Bruce McDonald with McDonald Property Group. We have quite a history here in developing, proudly with the city of Beaumont, a lot of industrial south of the 60. We've installed 2 miles of 4th Street. We've helped facilitate the construction of the bridge and planning and approval of that. And we've also installed 4 signal lights. So I know the south side of the 60 well. I support industrial development south of the 60. And so do my investors. We've invested over $1 billion now in the ground in this great city. I have one technical matter to raise, one opinion to raise that I think is important, and then one condition I'd like to recommend. The technical matter has to do with 4th Street. We built 4th Street to the end of a cul-de-sac that's 78 foot wide, 56 foot wide in curb to curb. It's a single lane industrial street, never intended to be extended beyond the existing cul-de-sac. East of Potrero, it's 100 feet. It's 2 lanes. It was designed to carry all that capacity. So I'm concerned about the capacity of 5 million square feet loading onto an industrial localized street. We can't widen that street any further. So what would alleviate that for me is the sensibility of a secondary access that I understand is not feasible to the 60 freeway. But that doesn't mean that I'm still concerned about the capacity of the load of traffic coming only one direction out of this park through our park. And I think it'll create quite the congestion when you have 20,000 ADTs at full peak from this park, and we've got about 10,000. I read the traffic study. It's a good study, but it's failing at Potrero and 4th. It's failing at Beaumont and the 10, and at the 10 freeway in Oak Valley. And I hear that when the off-ramps get installed, it'll alleviate that. The applicant said that. I agree with that. But I didn't see where that's a condition of occupancy of this project. I think it'd be sensible to do that. So I'm concerned about no secondary access, a 2-mile-long cul-de-sac that indeed does have a loop through their project. I support industrial, but I think it's intense to have one way in and one way out. Now, an opinion on something. I love retail. I yearn for it. It should be on Potrero. I'd be grateful if it was successful in this location. I think it's a poor utility for retail unless we have direct access. I just can't see hotel and retail use here, although I would hope it would succeed. That's my opinion. Lastly, the sewer lift station. It's the most valuable thing we built. It's on 4th Street.
Mr. McDonald, make it quick. You're 3 minutes.
It's been designed to accept the applicant's project. I just want a condition that they use the same record engineer. It'd be very smart of them, and coordinate with us on the construction, the transition of the sewage to the expansion of 4,500 effluents that go into that from our customers. So it's a critical transition once they expand that lift station. And it's a very tricky thing to do. So I just want to work closely with them on that. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate everyone here tonight.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Omar Kobian. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Inland Empire Carpenters, which is over 11,000 carpenters, both Local 951 and 909, that use the 10 freeway cut a bit. We're talking about, number one, we visit several city council meetings, and we see good development. This is a great example of a good development with some good community benefits. The real truth of the matter for us as the building trades and the carpenters union is that we are now working with high schools in the CTE programs. Carpenters have a program called Career Connections that has over 100 agreements with school districts, and we're currently working with Beaumont now with one of the high schools to enhance their CTE program. And by doing so, we have a carpenter program in there. So a project like this can definitely pave the way, will definitely pave the way for our youth to have an option besides college. I know we've drilled college into the youth for the last 25 years. It's time we provide them a different option, like the building trades, that we desperately do want new. We want youth in our building trades. I plan to retire one day, and I need somebody to help pay that pension. So with that being said, this isn't just a project that's going to help current workers. It's going to help the future workers of Beaumont, Banning, Moreno Valley, other students that are looking for a pathway into the construction industry. And this contractor and the contractors that are going to work on this project are going to be looking to implement and hire the youth from the schools and give them an opportunity. And that's something you guys can discuss. I'll be more than willing to discuss after and how the carpenters are working with the school districts and how we can enhance that and really work with the school districts to make sure that once they graduate, they have a pathway to the building industries. With that being said, I urge you to approve yes on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do have one more in person. Shelby Loomis. And in the meantime, I'm going to read another written comment. Dear City Council, I'm a real estate investor and have family in the city of Beaumont. I am writing in support of the Beaumont Point project. The project being located to existing industrial is in the right spot, and with the future Potrero interchange would offset any potential traffic issues in the city. These type of projects raise property values and bring additional investment into the city, which it desperately needs. Please vote yes for this project. Thank you, Dave Adrichetto.
Thank you for that.
Shelby Loomis?
Was that last name Numis?
Loomis.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Go
Hi,
ahead.
I'm a resident, local to the project, and I just want to commend the developers on how good they've been about everything. I spoke at Planning Commission, and one of the things that I stated was I have children and I have grandchildren, and I would like to be able to stay in Beaumont and spend my money and be able to take my kids out and not have to make a trip out of town to do that. And also, I know that Beaumont wants to rise to the occasion, as it said in the new way that they're trying to create a paveway on making themselves, kind of a new, I forgot the tagline that they put off the top of my head right now, but I literally stated when I looked up Beaumont and what is there to do in Beaumont, the first thing it tells you to do is go to Cabazon. And I'm like, I don't know why it says that. And the Planning Commission literally looked at me and they all got on their phones and they're like, are you serious? And they all realized it was true. I don't think that we should be taking people out of the city. I think we should keep people in the city. Not only giving them jobs by if you build it, they will come, but so will the residents, so will the families that can afford to live in the Inland Empire, and so will the growth. So I'm for the project and I commend the developer on what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
I have one last written comment to read. Good evening, my name is Adam Salcido, and I'm with the Golden State Environmental Justice Alliance. We submitted a comment letter to the draft environmental impact report. Our letter identified several deficiencies with the EIR. During these turbulent times, we as citizens expect and deserve our local government's elected and appointed officials to protect us from the environmental and social injustice, to aid in the preservation and rehabilitation of the environment in which we all share, and to ensure accountability and responsibility in regard to the environmental decisions they make. We stand by our comment letter and believe the EIR is flawed and must be redrafted and recirculated for public review. In closing, we call on this commission to be a leader on the aforementioned issues and be the first line of defense in our citizenry and environment. Only by working together can we continue to be excellent stewards of our environment, outstanding stewards of our citizens and each other. Thank you. Adam Salcido.
All right, thank you. Do we have any callers on the phone?
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, and I have no other written comments or in person.
Okay, thank you. So we will close the public hearing at 7:27, and then we'll allow the applicant 10 minutes to come to add any additional information or address any things that may have been brought up in public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment too. I'm not used to having other developers comment on our project, or adjacent projects from that standpoint. But just to know, Hidden Canyon or Bruce McDonald has additional property, in the area. So any traffic that basically is, if he's saying that there's impacts there, we have the same issue that he has. So basically the capacity in 4th Street. So I think all of our traffic studies were done with the same traffic consultant as his, Urban Crossroads. We basically have been able to prove up that this project, basically out of the same road, 4th Street, actually works, even without Potrero, from that standpoint. The other thing too is from our standpoint is even if I had the entitlements that I knew that were gonna be possibly eyesores or some things going on with buildings, I would probably change the development palette from that standpoint. Also, I'm not building a 4-story Amazon building here also. We should try to be responsible. We try to do what's right for this. Also is, we actually come into the program to basically give $1 a foot on the industrial from that standpoint. We're giving basically is our way. Also, we've stepped up for the maintenance district, for the maintenance district, which I don't think they're involved with on that. So I just want to make sure it's balanced efforts here. I think our traffic studies, again, same consultant as was next door to ours. We try to use a cohesive project. Basically, early on, I reached out to them in regards to USA. I know well. I know Bruce for 20 years in regards to trying to be a cohesive neighbor. So what we did is we took this project on and tried to balance out what we have in regards to this too. We actually gave them an easement to get their emergency access out of Jackrabbit Trail on and off ramp from that standpoint. So that's part of the project. We were collaborative with them in regards to allowing an easement for the project, adjacent project, allowing them to have that easement because they needed that for a second access point. Right? That's our second access point. We do have a second access point from an emergency standpoint. So I just want to make sure a couple of those items are just cleared up from that standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I have 7:29, and what I don't want to do is interrupt our council discussion, because that may take a little bit. So I have 7:30 on the dot. Let's take a 5-minute, or no, let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back here precisely at 7:40. Thank you. Okay, good. All right, attention everyone. We've got our council back together, so we will reconvene the meeting at 7:42, and we will turn the time over to council for discussion. And council members, if you can turn your lights on if you'd like to speak. Mr. White, okay. Okay, I was trying to see your thing, okay. All right, I can see everybody's, but no lights. Anybody want to go first?
I will.
Okay, Mr. White, go right ahead. Thank you.
I always do.
That's okay.
Because the rest of you guys, I don't know.
We want to hear your opinion.
You want to pick apart my opinion, I think. Okay, so pardon me, but when I try and speak off the top of my head, I will leave out important issues. So I've written down a lot of my thoughts, and I want to go through some of those. I know I'm not alone up here in believing that we already have an abundance of homes, with potentially thousands more in the pipeline. These residents were approved long before any of us were elected. Back in the early 90s, Beaumont faced significant financial challenges back then. The leaders of that time opted to tackle the issue by promoting extensive home construction, facilitated by community facility districts, CFDs, Melrose. However, as most of us know, this was a strategy that was ill-conceived. Almost every city in Riverside County has a comprehensive annexation agreement with the county. Constructing homes on land annexed from the county triggers a property tax revenue sharing arrangement, and for every dollar property tax collected by Beaumont, we receive about 25 cents. While the county claims the remaining 75 cents, even after other entities take their share, the city ends up with a modest annual revenue of about $250 to $300 per every new home. This falls far short of even covering just our public safety expenses. During Beaumont's rapid growth phase, little attention was paid to investing in transportation infrastructure, resulting in notorious traffic congestions, a primary concerns for residents and a significant drain on resources. This is something that you can see throughout the county. You look at Moreno Valley, you look at Temecula, you look at Murrieta, you look at Corona. All of these areas had way too many homes and not enough traffic infrastructure. The traffic infrastructure is probably the number one complaint that I have received in the 10 years I've been on council, even more so than some of the issues that came up with the scandals we had 8-9 years ago. Addressing this congestion, along with our public safety and our unfunded pension liability, is among our top priorities as elected officials. However, the transportation projects outlined in our capital improvement plan come with hefty price tags. While we appreciate the $30 million received from Riverside County Transportation Commission, and I must be transparent, I am the chair of that commission at this point, we appreciate that and assist in the Potrero Interchange project, a $70 million endeavor. It was also, I was happy to see Mr. McDonald here today because he was able to help us when Mike and I were on council 6 years ago, maybe even longer, when we couldn't find a way to fund the Potrero Interchange. And Mr. McDonald brought all of the property owners together, something we thought he would never accomplish, and he did it, and we put together the Potrero Interchange. Currently, the Inland Empire is witnessing a surge in demand for logistics development, especially given the strategic location of the intersection of I-10 and the State Highway. My involvement before I was on council in opposing the big Gateway Warehouse project on Cherry Valley has underscored the importance of maintaining control over a development in our area. We learned a lot through that project. We learned that even if the community or the city did not want to support that project, they didn't need our support because it was in the county sphere of influence. This project is also in the county, is in the county's land zone. So my concern is whatever we do tonight, and I have more to say, but I like to set the ground for the rest of you, and then I'll reply on some of your guys' comments. Whatever we do, we need to maintain the oversight. We need to maintain our access to the property tax, and we need to be concerned that if this project is not something that we are a partner to or part of or support of, that the county is very eager to jump in, step in, grab all of the property tax income and then we lose the kind of control that we have. All you have to do is look at the Gateway Warehouse, and on one side of the street, which is not in Beaumont, that's in the county, it's been well developed, and I'm sure some of you have gotten people ask you, why did they stop at that half? Why didn't they do the other half? And that was because they weren't required to do the other half, and the county didn't need our support on that project. So with that, I will let someone else who wants to speak.
All right, Mr. White, appreciate that and appreciate the history and kind of leading up to that. It's a good kickoff for our discussion. So we'll turn the time over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I have a few different topics to touch on, but since Councilmember White brought up traffic, I'll go ahead and speak to that. Beaumont Unified School District recently did a survey. They had 445 responses. Now, with the Beaumont Unified School District survey, number one response or the number one concern with 85% of the respondents was traffic. That then was followed by education, then was followed by streets, and then safety in that order. Now, I understand that the traffic impact analysis does not require the improvement of the Potrero interchange. That said, I do believe that the commercial aspect of that project will not be successful without the Potrero interchange. So I do believe that that is a big part of this project, whether the traffic analysis indicates that or not. And as Councilmember White had touched on, it was back around 2016, that the property owners who were going to receive a benefit from the Potrero interchange ponied up about $8 million, as Councilmember White indicated. This is a project that was not in the city boundaries at the time, and I think it would only be right for this project to also put towards Potrero in order to make that interchange successful. There is a concern coming out of 4th Street as you come down towards Potrero interchange, about a tenth of a mile west of that signal light. For some reason, there's a narrowing of the street. So you go from 78 foot to about 50 foot. I could be wrong, I didn't get out to measure it. But that is a concern of mine. I would really like to see 78 foot from the top coming over that hill down to the signal light so that it's consistent. So another concern that I have in regards to traffic is going to be the truck traffic. I went ahead and drove it the other day to get an idea of the mileage and the freeway access, because a lot of the truck traffic, they'll take the shortest route regardless of whether or not it's a identified truck route or not. So when you drive it, you've got about looks like about 3.5 miles to get to the I-10, or to get to the Beaumont Avenue, which will put you to the I-10 or to the 60. That's going down 4th Street, over to Veely, and then up Louis Estrada, which is our actual truck route. The concern that I have is they'll take the 2.7 mile route that goes over the Potrero interchange or over the Potrero Pass, over to Oak Valley, and then up to the 10. Shortest distance between the 2 points, right, to get to the freeway. That is a concern. Which is another reason why I really support having that Potrero interchange at least supported by this project, so that those trucks would stop at that point and access the freeway. It's interesting when you look at the summary improvement analysis and the number of interchanges that will be impacted by this project, which is about 12. Obviously, the developer in their proposal is going to pay their fair share of those to improve those interchanges, but that would require additional development to finish those interchanges, because as you have, let's just say you have one developer that pays his fair share, but there's 10 parcels, you still have 10 other developers that need to pay their fair share in order for that infrastructure or that signal light to be completed. So those take time when you're doing it that way. Again, I just want to go, when you drive around the area and let's just say we have that commercial retail portion of this project, the only way to get there at this point without Potrero is through 4th Street. It's kind of out of the way. It does take time. It's not easily accessible, at least in my opinion, and at least to be successful as you want to, increase the retail and increase the sales. I know also that we had a VMT report done. I understand that the VMT met the requirements, and I also understand that that was reviewed. It wasn't reviewed by staff, but it was reviewed by an outside third-party vendor. Is that correct, Robert? So as it sits, I understand that it meets the criteria. My concern is that we want over and above, because again, traffic is an issue. That's the number one complaint that I get as a council member. Next is safety, the other is roads. So that's all I have to share at this point on the traffic. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll add to that as well. And I live off the Oak Valley Parkway interchange or near that, and I see a lot of traffic coming that way and see Amazon trucks at night and so forth. And one of our issues that we have is we have residents on the south side that, take their kids to school to the north side of the high school, and it just, that intersection gets blown up at times. So my question is for council, or for staff, is we are moving forward with those ramps at Potrero, and we have RCTC taking the lead on that. Do we expect those ramps, when do we expect those ramps to potentially be finished, and would that be done before or about the time that this project would have its first warehouse online? Mr. Vessel, can you answer that for us?
Yeah, I sure can. Due to the constraints of the funding we have, we are obligated to enter into construction next year for those ramps. And we have tentatively scheduled a 2-year construction window to spend those funds.
So we have 2 years to get started and break ground and get that work done, or is it 2 years that we need to finish it?
A year before we advertise for construction, and then generally 2 years in construction.
So 3 years out from?
3 years.
3 years out potentially from today?
Yes.
Okay. And then question for the applicant, I think there was a comment, if I remember hearing it correctly, it would take 4 to 5 years to be ready for the first warehouse to be online. Is that correct? And just make sure your green button, the green light's on that base of the microphone right in front of you. Okay.
Push, there, it's on now.
We can hear you, thanks.
So, we've scheduled it out based on our critical path schedule for our project. We would be online in the fourth quarter for first building, fourth quarter of 2026. And then we have a lease-up period. There's a marketing and lease-up period that we have, usually 6 to 9 months from that. So really, we have a scheduled occupancy that trails into the second quarter of 2027 is really kind of what our plan is on that. We have to do, all the infrastructure for phase one, which carries it all the way through the first 2 buildings. And then
Okay,
great
so that sounds
extent-
like it'd be almost near the same time then. Am I understanding that correctly?
Near the same time, yeah. And again, part of this, Mike, I totally hear you in regards to the concerns, the grade separation, all the concerns. We've driven it a ton, and we've done a lot of work with the traffic consultants. And it's not a perfect science. I mean, it's reality. I totally get the reality, and we totally appreciate it and want to embrace it. And that's what we've done. The maintenance district, and we're funding this $5 million on that to go to it. And I get it. We've embraced it, but our project, when it's fully developed, still can make the traffic work from that standpoint. So really is the development through this over the next 5 to 7 years. Potrero will definitely be built. The on and off ramps will be built by then on that. I think the commercial piece will probably be lag slightly into year 4 or 5 into that. So it would be, 28 at the earliest. And that's really the generator of a lot of the traffic, if I understand it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mayor,
sir.
May I ask him a
No,
quick
go right
follow-up?
ahead, yeah.
Confirmation on, or I want to understand the timeline.
Yep.
Is that timeline based on a timeline for annexation? I didn't hear that in your discussion. In other words,
We did. We took annexation. It's from annexation.
Okay.
We took a 3-month position on that. So really, it may be 6 months. On this whole process.
you took a 3-month annexation process?
That's in that schedule.
Christine, is that realistic?
I would say that's very aggressive.
Okay.
So with that
in my
being-
experience.
Yeah. So with that being said, If it's it's double that, then we're going to push out till that second, then be the third quarter of '27.
Okay.
Yeah. Keep in mind on this whole thing, the balance is we're financing this, right? We're the developer. We're going to be here through all of this development. But to bring capital in, on this whole thing too is we're trying to go fast, right? The best we can to do that. And I think you guys want that, both on the commercial, both on the industrial, to get these revenues in too. But I think part of it is the good news is we're almost syncing up in regards to where we are with Potrero Bridge. But I got to start spending a lot of money in infrastructure early on to get there on that too. So.
Okay, thank you. And I've got some other comments later for the commercial section of that. Something I do want to point out. So when in the development agreement where it talks about the CFD taxes and with reference of 5 cents per square foot, so it'd be approximately $250,000 for 50 years. That's a long CFD, and so that'll bring a lot of revenue for a long time to the city. But something that's in there in the development agreement, it wasn't addressed by the applicant, but I'll point it out, is there's a 2% escalator. If my math is correct, I have so much in front of me here. By year 50, as they finish it, instead of that being $5,000 a year extra in that percentage, it's increased to nearly $13,000 a year. And so instead of $250,000 a year coming in on the CFDs, by the time it's near paid off, that will grow to the amount of nearly $647,000 a year. And so as those bonds end up closing out and maturing, they'll eventually be paid off. But at a 50-year lifespan for that warehouse project, that's a good amount of revenue that I think was not brought out. And so there is a lot of public benefit and so forth, but that was something that, well, as a real estate agent, it's in my back pocket. And so I certainly had to do my homework on that one, but I wanted to point that out to council. So I'll pass it on down the row if you guys are ready for some comments. Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just kind of give a couple of comments. I'll have a few questions, but I think I might wait on that. So I just want to start by letting the public know that, I believe I've done a lot of due diligence. I've looked through and read through thousands of pages. I've got binders here, papers here, everything. So we've gone through all the documents. I have met with community groups and fielded questions and listened to comments. I've been sitting in on some webinars that are logistics center based. I ordered State of the Work publication from the UC Riverside Inland Empire Labor and Community Center with a lot of information on logistics and community and how it impacts the city's finances and so forth. So there is a lot of research that's been gone in behind a project, because when I scrutinize a project, I look at a couple of different things. I want to look at the location of the project. Does it meet the general plan? Does it meet the zoning? I look at the fiscal impact to the city. Are the revenues significant, and are they sustainable? I look at the impact to the infrastructure to the city. And I look at the impact, of course, at the overall quality of life to our residents. So right now, my tally card is 2 pluses and 2 minuses. I've got a positive for location. It is general plan in the right area, in my opinion, and the zoning is correct, consistent with what would be in that area and corridor. And I have a plus for fiscal impact. I think there's some significant financial benefits to the city. My negatives come with the traffic, the roads, and of course, noise and pollution. So I need to look a little bit more into that. We'll listen to what our colleagues say, and I have some questions about EIR and so forth as we get a little bit more into our discussion. But I just want to go back and talk about the impacts real quickly of the revenues. So, the project brings significant sales tax revenue. We have property tax, of course. We have the sharing agreement with the county, so we have partial collection there. We have CFD revenue, rent share, and so forth. So what I want to mention to the public is remind them that we have a significant amount of challenges facing the city. We've got PERS unfunded liability we have to meet. We have fire services that are going up, and according to forecasts, will be increasing soon. So we have to look for finances to bring into the city. And somebody commented about poor city fiscal management, I think a caller did. The reality is our increases, the costs are going up. I mean, that's just the way it is. So you either find revenue sources to deal with that, or you cut, or you put sales tax increases and you start finding revenue sources that way. And once you start talking about that, I think the public starts to realize, oh, wait a minute now, let's not try going there yet. But the reality is that the revenues are needed because these requirements are coming up. So we try to get ahead. One of my colleagues said something about getting ahead of the game and trying to plan. And I think that's what we're trying to do here is we're trying to plan and think out of the box and see what we can bring in that can help us in these areas. Now, the issue, like someone mentioned as one of the speakers, is that it's attached to, so we got the commercial that's bringing all that revenue in. You've got the logistics part that has the CFDs and so forth coming with that and the property tax. But, you know, I believe most of the city would love to see just commercial and just entertainment and fun place to go and so forth. But the reality is, where's that going to go? Who's going to put that there? Where are we going to put that? You know, we're looking for places to put a police station right now. So there's some revenues we're going to need for that. So there's some significant costs coming forward. So we have to, as a council, be willing to think out of the box to see where we can get that from, because we're the ones that are going to be making the cuts and pushing for a sales tax and so forth if that's what it comes down to. So being creative, I think, is one of our jobs. The problem is now, is this that project? And is the pros outweighing the cons? And again, right now, I'm kind of at the middle with that, so I'm weighing that. But as I listen to my colleagues and so forth, try to address some of those comments from the public, staff and the developer, some things about why the city rejected a lot of the CEQA suggestions, and why do we have the traffic on the 4th Street and so forth issue. So I have some specifics about that that'll come up later. I want to talk about truck routes. I want to talk about funding gap in Potrero. I want to talk about staggering concept for the logistics centers versus commercial. So there's quite a few things I have here on the list. But I did want to kind of start off with giving that my general view, kind of where I'm at, and kind of let me hear from various sources so I can help my mind weigh those pros and cons out. So I just want to kind of give an intro to that. So
Thank you, Ms. Voigt.
Well, I guess it's my turn. I'm the newest member to this council, and I think that, sitting up here is a big learning curve. It's a big learning opportunity. But more importantly, what I think this provides me the opportunity to do is to give a perspective, not just from what these gentlemen are providing as well, but being out in the community on a regular basis, looking for that entertainment, listening to the traffic complaints. We echo a lot of the same things, I think. But, one thing that I'm continually thinking of also is just how do we continue to push forward? How do we continue to go down this path, kind of like Councilmember Martinez was talking about. I'm really kind of weighing what does that look like? And this one I struggle with a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely been something that I'm constantly thinking of, in how do I look at, are more homes a better option? Is this a place that we want to have more vehicles on the road? Is this a place that we need more population? Or is this something that we need more sustainability, something that's looking at more long-term economic, kind of groundhold? So I think those are some of the things that I'm kind of looking at. Traffic, obviously, as mentioned before, has been number one. And then I think sustainability is really number 2 for me. So to kind of put it into perspective, those are where I'm looking at it from. I appreciate your 50-50 plus and minuses there, because I think you spoke to a lot of, where I'm nervous about, I think, for a lack of better terms. But in the back of my mind, I think the biggest thing that's weighing on me is if not us, then who? And I think the who in that is the county. And then we could potentially have all of the problems with no benefit. And I think that that's potentially what weighs heavily on me as well.
All right, thank you. I'm going to jump in and address a couple of comments that were made by Mr. White and yourself. And that is in reference to the homes that were built out here and under that annexation agreement. When I first heard about trying to annex more land to bring in a project, my knee-jerk reaction was absolutely not, because we only get 25% of the revenue and the county gets 75%. Until it was brought to my attention that Beaumont was originally 9 square miles and now it's 30 square miles, and the rest of that is all under that 25% annexation agreement. So all the housing, Oak Valley, Sundance, Three Rings, Tournament Hills, Fairway Canyon, all of those neighborhoods are under that 25% allocation agreement, and it is a stress and a demand on the city to provide services for those. So how do we make up for that? Well, a warehouse or industrial project or commercial retail can help offset that because of the extra revenue that's generated, the value of their buildings, the tax assessment on that, even at the 25%, is a net positive to the city. And so that was a big eye-opener for myself to realize that. Is that a way to dig out of the big hole? It's to be seen. But I took the really long view at looking at this and some notes that we got from the applicant and the information that's in the development agreement and the staff report and so forth. Very, very, very conservatively, this could bring in $100 million to the city over the next 50 years. The public benefit fee at $5 million. The CFDs at probably $13 million over the 50 years. The property tax estimate at $1.6 million a year at an assessed value brings in $80 million. And that does not count any sales tax revenue whatsoever in my assessment. There's 5 warehouses. We had a home run with that Amazon warehouse at being a fulfillment center. And for the public, my definition is you have a distribution center and a fulfillment center. Distribution center moves boxes. We get property tax revenue from that. A fulfillment center, we get a property tax and sales tax revenue for items that are sold out of that. And that Amazon warehouse brings a lot of money into the city. Out of 5 buildings, will we get one? Maybe not. The odds say we might. But so I kept my estimates away from that and kept it very conservative, and even assuming that there was no commercial entity at all over there that would bring any other additional revenue in. And so that could be $2 million a year into the city's budget every year for the next 50 years, and that would certainly help. Depending on, sure, go ahead.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt you. Can you repeat your numbers?
Yes, so we have the $5 million public benefit fee. That's the dollar per square foot volunteered one. The community benefit. The CFDs at 5 cents a square foot at $250,000 a year with a 2% escalator. And so my comments before that escalator grows quite a lot. And then at $1.6 million a year on an assessed value of the completed project, as that's the, can you help me with the term that they call that? The fiscal analysis or fiscal impact? Okay, survey or, okay, thank you. And so that 1.6 times 50 years is 80 million. And you add those together, it's nearly $100 million just from that. And again, no sales tax revenue in that estimate. So I see that. And so you ask me one day and I'm stuck in traffic, it's absolutely not. The next day I'm like, oh, that's a nice revenue source, that'll work. I too, on an informal basis would talk to the public and ask questions and so forth. And the most common answer I got is, as long as it's in the right spot, I'm okay with it. Being a resident here, paying attention to what's going on, and it's like when you buy a red car and all of a sudden you realize everybody has a red car. So you talk about a warehouse and that's all you think about. And in paying attention to the truck traffic, I see it, obviously it's a less percentage of the truck traffic during the day than you see of the cars. At night, you see all the semis. An example that I had just Friday night, there was an accident on the 10, and it backed up the freeway to a dead stop, and most of the vehicles that were stuck in the traffic were semis, lined up. They were already on the freeway. So we're impacted by neighbors' growth and so forth. Calamesa's finally grown, Banny's finally grown. We've been growing for years. And so I understand the residential traffic adds to that as well. You just put the truck traffic, and that can be the icing on the cake and adds to a stressful environment, and people move to Beaumont because they want to get away from it all. So I understand that too. So I tend to be like Mr. Martinez, is where am I at with this whole thing? But I do see the benefit with it. And so with that, I'm going to pass it down the aisle, and I see Mr. White's light on, and I'll hand it to you.
So a couple of notes. First of all, I was stuck in that traffic on Friday, and I almost turned my car off just to save gas, and eventually started moving again. But you forgot the $500,000 a year in TOT for hotel.
Oh yes, I didn't even mention that at all.
Okay. So I want to address a couple of issues that came up in both the comments, and then also I'm going to speak a little bit more about the traffic, and then I would like to talk about the commercial retail. So in the past, we've had a shot clock when a council member talks too long. We set a shot clock at 5 minutes. So feel free to cut me off at 5 minutes, and I'll go ahead and finish when it's my turn again. Let's first talk about the Amazon Fulfillment Center. A little over 2 years ago, the sales tax revenue in Beaumont significantly increased from around $7 million to over $22 million. A comment by one of our first speakers, or it was the gentleman on the phone, made a comment that we are not fiscally responsible. 8 years ago, we were facing bankruptcy, and we were facing a $60 million settlement. Today, we have produced revenues. The Amazon Fulfillment Center has done amazing for the things that we can do for our city. If you've lived here long enough, you know that more than 5-6 years ago, the roads had not been improved. As long as I've been here, I've been here about 18 years, and it took up until about 5 years ago, we were in a financial position to be able to do that. You can even look at cities that people think are very successful, and that one, I've always thought is very well-run city is the city of Yucaipa. They have a lot more in entertainment and retail than we do, but if you follow a couple of their latest council meetings where their CFO has come up and explained to them that they are facing deficit spending in their general fund. We are not. We are on a sound path. So the reason the Amazon Fulfillment Center has generated the sales tax it has is because it's a point-of-sale facility, which means that they charge sales tax for products that are delivered from that location. Well, now, it can't be claimed that all the sales tax growth in Beaumont came from that fulfillment center, but the correlation of when the state changed the categorization of who gets to keep that sales tax, that's when our sales tax jumped. And I don't think it sees any point in going down. It's going to continue to grow. A lot of the growth is from the new development we have over on 2nd Street. 2 years ago, and when I was mayor in 2022, I recognized the things I talked about, the Gateway Warehouse, the things I've talked about, the traffic infrastructure concerns. And before I go into this next piece, I want to run over some numbers for you. Right now, we have 6 or 7 projects that would increase our traffic efficiency and bring up the level of service citywide. If we could do all these projects right now, I think our citizens would be extremely happy. But if you know, these projects take a long time to build and they take a lot of money. So I'm going to go through a list real quick. The pin grade separation, the total estimated cost for that is $73.7 million. We have current funding for 8.6 of that 73 million. The pin interchange, which is the follow-up to the grade separation, is very important because it'll reduce a lot of congestion on Beaumont Avenue, and it will also impact Highland Springs significantly. That's going to cost us about $85 million in today's dollars. We don't have any funding set aside for that. The Highland Springs interchange, our share, Beaumont's share of that interchange will be approximately $30 million. And at this point, I think we're at design has been funded, but we have no funding set aside for that. The Potrero interchange, however, is $72 million estimate, and we currently have $54 million. About $33 million of that is dependent on us spending it before the time limit runs out from our CTC. The Oak Valley interchange, which would significantly improve this project as well as the entire west side of Beaumont, is $85 million. We have about $6 million set aside for that. The Beaumont Avenue I-10 highway interchange, I've heard estimates of about $125 million. We recently put $500,000 in aside to start design on that. And we're working with our CTC to help us make that a high priority project. Our police station is $70 million is estimate, and we have about $4.5 million set aside for that. And then we will need, definitely within the next 55 years, but probably a lot sooner, we need another fire station. Even though we're opening one up next month, we still are going to need another fire station. A fire station is $8.9 million. We have no funding for that. Our total, and this is not our whole CIP. These are just the traffic infrastructure and public safety related issues. And I don't have the total here, but I ran it at home and I left that on the printer at home. But it was about $550 million to build all these projects, and we are short about $475 million. So I don't want to come back here. You know, first of all, I'm not going to live 55 years. So the comment earlier that, hey, 55 years would be a great deal, I'm not going to be here then. But I don't want to come back or continue to live here in 10 or 15 years, and the traffic is not going to get better if we don't do anything about it. It's going to get worse because there's still thousands of homes that are entitled to be built, and we don't have the money for the infrastructure. So we have to look at ways to do this. I think one thing that was brought up is, was this the right project? It's not going to solve all of our $475 million, but it's going to set a bar. It's going to set a precedent for everyone else moving forward in new construction. We're going to say, you want to do business here in logistics, look what this project has done, and look what we expect from you. So I think we're talking about doing something that no city I know of has done, and that's building a partnership with a developer that's a long-term partnership that will return revenue to us they're not required to do. We're asking them to do that. So I'm going to finish with one last explanation. The PLUS policy has come up, and it's come up a couple times tonight. When I served as mayor in 22, I established a special committee because I recognized that logistics could be a way to help us meet our transportation infrastructure funding. But I wanted to establish a special committee to develop Beaumont's version of the county's Good Neighbor policy, and that's a policy that sets guidelines and standards for development of logistic facilities and warehouses. We named it, we had an earlier name, I forget what it was, but no one liked it, so we called it the PLUS policy. I think LU in there stands for land use, but I forget what the rest of it stands for. I appointed Julio Martinez and Mayor Finn as committee members, as they were the next two council members in line to be mayor, and I wanted to make sure that ad hoc committee was got its job done. The policy underwent a feedback process. I think David and the mayor brought us, Julio and the mayor brought us a really good policy to start with. Council amended it. We gave feedback. The total process took about 18 months. One of our first speakers mentioned that there's a bill that's died in Sacramento that is going to set a moratorium on warehouses, and it was also supposed to set guidelines as to how far. Well, those guidelines are statewide, and we up here have complained for years how the state puts these one-size-fit-all. I wanted a policy that would match what Beaumont wants and what Beaumont needs, and I think we came up with that. For instance, the county policy mandates a 500-foot buffer, and our policy is a 1,000-foot buffer from sensitive. The 1,000 feet, by the way, is what our good friends up in Sacramento are trying to impose upon the state. We already have that 1,000 feet. We also put in a $5 million community benefit fee. This one's for $5 million, but we set a goal of at least $1 per square feet for logistics and warehouse. And the policy was completed probably a year and a half ago, maybe less than that. And at that point, we have a lot of projects already in the pipeline. This is one of them. we cannot grandfather these projects that are in the pipeline into this process. But we hope that developers will come in and meet our plus compliancy. And I think this project does that. It meets it in the landscaping talks, the issues that we had, all of the issues specific to truck bays, the location, the distance. I think it meets the Land Plus policy, and I do want to thank the developer for putting that together. And I'll finish with this last thing. CFDs and 2% escalators are something we don't like to talk about in Beaumont. It's what brought our city to its knees 9 years ago. We, as a council, have spent the last 8 years reforming our CFDs to a point where we have refinanced the ones and only used the money for establishing the service or the facilities, streets, lights, sidewalks for those communities specifically. And we have, in every case, except for some that we haven't been able to touch yet, removed the 2% escalator. That was killing people. I mean, that was a problem that local homeowners would start out at $2,500 when we bought the house. And by 15, 20 years, it's going to be getting close to double. So it's something that City of Beaumont, our residents don't want to hear. I can't imagine there'd be anyone who's paying a CFD fee, and I would say that's at least 80 to 90% of the people who live in Beaumont are under a CFD fee of some sort, that would be upset with us asking a developer to pay a CFD fee. And if the CFD money is earmarked for public safety and transportation, I think it's a CFD that's needed, and I didn't know about the 2% escalator until you brought it up. I missed that when I was reviewing it. So I'll stop there and give someone else a chance to speak.
All right, thank you, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So looking at this, I know this came up in a comment earlier, was a concern with safety. And so looking at this project, I too had a question in regards to that safety. Thank you. My background, I was a former building official for the County of Riverside, and typically when projects came through, it was always a requirement to have 2 points of public access. Now, I understand that this has 2 points of access, and the reason I look at this and the reason this is a concern is because initially the Hidden Canyon project, which is adjacent to this particular project, it's just east, that has this 78-foot access road of 4th Street. Beaumont Point is now proposed on what was referred to as a rural residential 1, which is and correct me if I'm wrong, but is a lower intensity than the proposed general commercial. So we're increasing the intensity in this area, and I understand that, and I get that. This is also in a both very high fire and high fire area, which is also a concern. So we really don't have 2 points of public access. We have one main point of public access, and that's going to be 4th Street. There is a small access that I understand is for emergency vehicles only, or is that for emergency vehicles and public egress?
If you're referring to Jackrabbit Trail, that serves emergency
Okay,
access.
so that's a concern because it means there's only one way in and one way out for pedestrians.
It would be utilized if there was an emergency situation for evacuations, then Jackrabbit Trail would be open.
Okay, so that being the case, then how wide, I couldn't tell how wide that was based on the plans that I had, and I scaled it off about 30, but I'm blind in one eye, I can't see out the other.
So, there's a couple different cross sections for Jackrabbit Trail, but closest to the freeway, it's 24-foot drivable.
Okay, so we have a 24-foot secondary access, which is primarily for fire and police apparatus. I'm going to assume it's a safety egress. Do we have room for both apparatus coming into the project and people exiting? Because you're looking at, my worst case scenario that I'm in my head I have is 4th Street gets closed because there's a brush fire, right? And then Amazon catches fire, and so There's no access from 4th Street. So now we have to shovel or get folks, we have cabs, big rigs that have to go out through that 24-foot wide exit. We've got 125-room hotel. We've got retail, commercial. So all these folks are gonna, if 4th Street is closed, we've got one exit, which is 24-foot wide, where both emergency vehicles will come in and trucks and vehicles will leave. And there's been fires where there's one way in and one way out, and those never end well. So that's a concern of mine, a big concern. And I just want to know, how do we anticipate, what is the plan to get folks out of there should 4th Street become closed for some reason?
So I believe the applicant's fire safety expert is available, as is our deputy fire marshal,
Okay,
either of whom I'll defer to answer that question.
thank you.
Hi, I'm Fong with CR Associates, Senior Traffic Engineers, and I also ran the evacuation analysis for the project. Regarding your question about the 24-foot, whether that's enough, typically that's the standard requirement and that is sufficient because your inbound for emergency vehicle typically take about 14 feet. That's what they would like to have. Your outbound vehicle, for the most part, would be the remaining 10. Usually it's 12 is also enough. Now, regarding 4th Street, for some unforeseen reason that it may be closed, we did run an analysis, and that's presented, included in the EIR, if we only have one access. Now, keep in mind that when we look at the fire severity zone map, most of 4th are not within that area. So the likelihood of the entire area being closed is very unlikely as compared to, and we only have one single access out of Jackrabbit.
Okay, so 24-foot wide, I still have concerns in regards to that width. I know that your traffic analysis shows that, but typically 24-foot wide, at least in my prior experience, was the minimum requirement for a fire truck. Singular, is that, no?
Good evening. So 24-foot wide is the minimum requirement for two-way traffic.
Two-way traffic,
In and out.
okay.
So the one lane would be for us to come in, the other lane would be to egress. It will take longer to egress all the employees and staff that are on site and patrons. The analysis that they did take into account historic fire locations starts in the area, and randomized three different locations? I believe four different locations. And took into account egressing one way, two ways, just out 4th Street, just out Jackrabbit Trail. It does take longer, but was found to be acceptable with CAL FIRE, for CAL FIRE.
The longer length of time to get out of a fire area is okay with CAL FIRE?
For this project, it was within the CAL FIRE requirements because there's other places within the site that they can, safe areas of refuge, the buildings themselves built to 7A construction. I know you're familiar with that. More questions?
No, not at this time. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
All right, so let me go to a couple of the questions I have. So, first of all, it says that the prominent ridge line remains in place and that this is 33% lower than Amazon and so forth. So that's a part of the DA, or is that a part of the project, the specific project plan, the specific plan, right? As far as, I don't know, I'm asking staff again.
Yeah, it is not in the DA, but that would be part of this specific plan.
Okay, so that's, and the only reason I question is because I know a project somewhere close by that said they were gonna do something and it turned out to be not. So I just wanna make sure that we don't get, oh, it's gonna look like this and be in the ridgeline, all of a sudden we have the castle up there. So, okay, that was my first question. Electric truck chargers, it's a big thing now. A lot of the residents were asking about mitigation to, for environment and so forth. And some asked about asking voluntarily if the developer would put in electric truck chargers on site. So can you tell me if there's a plan for that, if you would consider that, and what we can do perhaps of looking into that?
This, Joel Morse, TNB Planning. The standard practice today for industrial development is to prepare the buildings for electric chargers. That is, create a place for those chargers to be connected, provide the conduit, provide the what's it called? The vault for the electrical panels and so forth. And then, depending on the situation as the building gets built, the individual developer will build those things as necessary and as required by current standards when the building gets built. But the buildings themselves are designed to allow for it ahead of time, just like the buildings are often,
And that's commercial truck chargers, not,
Yes.
not car, okay.
Yes.
And is there, I'm not sure what standard is requiring it, is there a specific number per square foot of building, or what's the requirement say? Is more or less?
Anybody want to answer? My understanding is it's a percentage, if not all, of the bays. I'm not actually positive,
okay.
but I think it's either a percentage or all of the bays have to have it.
Okay, so you build that groundwork there, and then
Yes.
they come in and put the stuff, okay.
That's all in the EIR, yeah.
All right, thank you for that. So let me go to a question about staggered building concept. So some of the public is concerned, that I've heard, is concerned about, now we have pad ready, and that's good. So we have everything getting ready for a part of the commercial project. But some of them were concerned about, well, what happens if it takes, 40 years for commercial to come in? You have 5 logistics centers there, operating full steam, and we have no commercial. Now, I understand there's a part of the city there, and it's a partnership, and we have to go out and solicit, and I understand all that. But what they wanted to know, and I'm bringing this from the public point of view, is are you open to a concept of staggering building? In other words, once you get 2 commercial tenants, then we can go to building 3 on the logistics. Instead of putting all 5 there and waiting for everything to come, would you be into a staggering concept? So I'm asking the developer.
Yeah, we've talked about this with staff, and part of this, and I appreciate it, we waiting for the commercial. The commercial is the most important, and it's something we're focused on, and part of our public-private partnership to push this along and make it work. One of the things is commercial is driven by market conditions, right? So again, you can't build something, even if free land and you're building something and not being feasible. So it has a feasibility from a market standpoint, but we're going to be doing a big effort between the city and us as the developer, working ICSC and working collectively with it. Also is nice thing with you guys having ownership of it too is you're out in the community with the EDC and talking about this. But part of this is that the infrastructure that needs to go into these kind of business parks are significant. So by staging this and staggering it and holding up the commercial piece of it creates disruption in regards to financing the infrastructure. So the nice thing about it is basically a rectangle, and it goes from the east to the west as far as the development. So the pad ready commercial piece is good. We're grading the next 2 pads for the buildings 1 and 2. On that. By the way, the second building is 50 feet lower than the white-blue Amazon building on that. The commercial piece on that is tying it to any building on that, and it comes up in a lot of different developments on that to hold our feet to the fire. We don't want to carry the land. We're carrying $10 million of infrastructure in the commercial piece with no benefit. So the longer it goes, the more it burns. The more carry costs that we have in regards to this too, from that standpoint. And also, it's sitting a vacant parcel that you're driving by. I mean, it's the main focal point of the project when you come into it. So it's going to be very much an incentive for us to get something done and work with that. But tying it is where it really ties our hands. It really ties the financeability. This is well over $1 billion project. fully built out. So the infrastructure is a big part of that, and being able to front load where we're having to do an upgrade to a sewer station that's offsite in Hidden Canyon, doing our lift station and doing all these things that basically get loaded over and amortized over future buildings it makes it tough if it's going to get entangled with that commercial piece. That's really when it comes down to it.
Plus, you have the incentive anyway to get that 10 million reimbursed to help.
Exactly. Well, there's value in the commercial. I mean, with everything that's going on there, with all the jobs and all the residential that's grown up there, it really is a nice spot in regards to that, especially with the Badlands, with the freeway getting improved over the 60 freeway. I think it's a great entry point. We're excited about the monument signs. We're talking about the rebranding of the city and being able to have that as a focal point for the project too. So I think it's going to be well received. We're already talking with somebody. In fact, on the way here, I was talking to a hotel developer for the hotel.
Very well, thank you. So continuing just for a few more. Let's go back to Potrero. So the Potrero, we do have a funding gap, and I know staff was planning to present some ideas about closing that funding gap at some point. So, of course, this isn't the time for that, but I do need to know from staff that, are you comfortable? Because we have, construction going out, and I know that, but we still have a gap. So is staff comfortable that can be closed? Because the last thing we want to do is approve something and then not have something ready, because then we'll surely hear it. The public's already leery, and a lot of them are counting on, okay, I might go for it if you know that you're going to have the infrastructure there when things are going online. And of course, you're going to be off a little bit because construction's construction. We understand that. But for the most part, what we don't want is, hey, all of a sudden we can't find that $6 million that we need to close that, and now we have to wait and so forth. So are we comfortable from staff knowing that we'll fund that close?
It's 20 million today.
Right.
And no, I'm not comfortable tonight.
Okay.
I can't say that we have
Okay.
20 million coming in before we go to construction bid.
Okay, so that discussion then, I think, is pertinent to decide on a project of this size as we further discuss, are we sure, or do we know where that's gonna have? So we need a plan in place so that if we go forward with a project like this, that we know, okay, we're comfortable enough knowing that we're gonna meet it there. Because, developers paying fair share, there is, $1 million coming in from that first building, that's your first one online. And the $5 million's not all up front, so public should know that it's done as the logistics centers are being built. So eventually we'll get the full 5, but we're not getting it up front. So little things like that, we have to make sure that we have a plan for it, because, if we go forward, then we have to know and be comfortable knowing that things are gonna be in place. Relevant of whether construction, has issues that pop up like they always do. That I need to be comfortable with before, we hit that part. Okay, so that's funding gap. We mentioned point of sale on logistics centers. So point of sales are very important, as we can see for a city, and there are still many point of sales out there. I would be interested to see if council would like to discuss at some point, and I don't want to see an incentive for the developer, but somewhere within maybe the LOI or DA where if one of those tenants is a point of sale center, that maybe something can be done. In other words, if there isn't an incentive for the developer to go out and look for somebody to go in there that's a point of sale, then it may not be, and as long as they're getting rent for it, then what's their incentive to look for a point of sale? But from our point of view, we would want a point of sale more because we get that sales tax revenue. So if there's a way that we can say, hey, if you get this as one of your tenants, then maybe this can be done. I don't know what that is. I'm just bringing it out there in order to show the public that we're trying everything we can to maximize the size of this project and give the fiscal benefit and revenue that the full potential we can possibly get out there. So I'm just throwing that idea out there. And the last thing I want to finish up with is going back to traffic again. So truck traffic going on the 10 eastbound, how are they getting to the center? So they're going eastbound on the 10, and they want to come over here to the center. How are they getting here? So we know that you're coming off the 60, you'll have the off-ramp. You want to get on the 60 and go up or down, you can do that. But how are you going to get from 10 coming east, hooking it over here to this warehouse, to this logistics center? Robert? Well, and that brings up my point once we get there. And the reason I ask that as you pull that up and get it ready is because the public is very adamant about trucks staying off residential roads. And we're talking about a truck route thing coming up, you know, and that'll outline some of that. But again, I want maximum planning so that the public knows that we've taken the traffic in consideration, we've taken all this in consideration, and we've done maximum planning for it. And that's our due diligence. I think that's what we owe the public, is to make sure that we've foreseen some of these traffic jam points.
Your mic? Thought it was on, sorry. Had a whole conversation, it was brilliant.
It's like, is he talking? The ventriloquist? Who's the ventriloquist? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to make sure I'm using their latest, the latest map. So they would either get off on 6th Street and then go to Veely and then come to 4th Street or 6th Street, or continue all the way to Beaumont Avenue and then go to 1st Street and navigate back from 1st Street to 4th Street.
So coming back Louis Estrada, coming back that way, or going back through Rangel Park, or?
Sure, ideally it would be Louis Estrada. Our current truck route does not indicate Louis Estrada in that area as a preferred truck path. Obviously, the city is moving in that direction, but right now it would be Veely to 4th Street or Beaumont to 1st Street, navigating to 4th Street from 1st Street.
So it's obvious that trucks are gonna be taking Oak Valley, coming off Oak Valley and going over Potrero to go over to the center. So I don't believe that's a truck route, but we know how that happens. So just comment, is that the shortest point from A to B? Because, you know, no offense to truck drivers, we'll find the shortest route from A to B, so someone comment.
Yeah, unfortunately, our current truck route does indicate Oak Valley from the 10 to Potrero as a truck route.
Okay, so it is a truck route.
It is a truck route.
Okay.
Although they have modeled the system to not use Oak Valley to Potrero.
Well, I'd like to hear about that a little bit more. All right, please.
Hi, good evening. Jose Alegre with Urban Crossroads, and our firm did the traffic study for this. What we modeled and how we looked at this without the Potrero interchange in place was for your question was an eastbound on the 10, how are they going to get to the project site? And in the study, there is a diagram in there that shows, you know, that scenario. And what they do is they come on the 10 and there's an off-ramp there to connect to the 60 and then head on over to Potrero and exit right there, head south and then into the site that way, down to 4th and on in. And that's the reason why a lot of these improvements, 4th Street, all that has to be in place, you know, prior to opening.
And the reason I asked that is because I saw that, and anybody that knows that ramp knows that that is a difficult turn for a truck, very difficult. But going back to Oak Valley, so Oak Valley can be utilized because there's no ramp needed for that. If you're coming off of the 10 East and you're coming back and then you're taking Potrero Bridge over, you're going to go right over the 60 and you're going to dump off at the end and you'll be able to hook back around that way. So you could utilize that without having the ramps there.
True. You can. Of course.
You can.
Yeah.
And you said, Robert, that was a part of our city's okay, or we haven't designated that yes or no on it as a truck route?
Yeah, it's currently, Oak Valley is currently shown as a truck priority road.
Including Potrero Bridge?
Including Potrero.
Okay. All right, and again, I bring these up because, you know, it looks nice on paper and it makes sense, you just cook around and go there, but reality is, it's a difficult turn. Coming off of the 10, going up Estrada is a very difficult turn. We're already having complaints coming up by Rangel Park. So, again, I'm just bringing it forth, these are the things that I'm hearing that, you know, residents are concerned with.
Sure, and I'd just like the opportunity, just to add that as if you approve this project, there is a condition of approval to develop a truck travel demand management plan. And that plan would start after you entitled it, let's say you did, that we would work with city staff. So we would start looking at scenarios with and without the Potrero interchange. Obviously, we're talking right now without the interchange in place. And what we would do was develop this plan to have our trucks follow the route that we'd want them to, look at enforcement mechanisms, work with city staff on how we would develop those to keep our trucks on these routes to minimize impacts to sensitive receptors, you know, homes, whatnot, schools in the area. We don't want to get near those. We don't want to cause those problems. But I wanted to make sure you knew that condition is in there. We're prepared to do that, and Urban Crossroads has done several of those. And, you know, I don't know if you'd have any additional questions on that, but that's what we're trying to do to make sure we manage truck traffic and report back to you what we're finding and how we can correct these things.
And the only issue I have with that is there's no funding mechanism to correct anything along those pathways that might need to be done to improve that pathway. So, I mean, the plan's great, but you're still going to run into points that need to be widened, things that need to have something that's going to cost. And, you know, we have to consider that as a part, from a city point of view.
Yeah, and I was just reminded that in the CCNRs as well, there's going to be enforcement mechanisms to adhere to this plan as well. So they'll be developed for each building going through to make sure, again, we're trying to manage that. And then if there's infrastructure cost, then again, that's why we're going to work closely with city staff on how to address these things.
Very well, appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. That's enough for now.
Yeah, Councilman, I'll do a little bit more passionately. I appreciate the engineer. But basically, the management plan, we take it seriously, and part of the CCNRs and the lease agreement, if you have it in there, we can't put ordinances or fine, but what we can do is manage it within our tenancies and have those truck traffic plans on that. You know, will the truck drivers stray? Possibly so, but we'll do the best we can to work with that. And then if it becomes a problem, again, as part of our CCNRs association and the lease enforcement on that, we'll be able to work with the city and be able to do whether there's a truck there's actually a patrol that's actually patrolling that, whether we have license plate readers. We've talked about all that. We've taken this serious in regards to, you know, across Potrero Bridge, and hopefully the interchange takes care of all that. But that travel back into the residents, that's something that we don't want to have.
And I appreciate that. And I did read the enforcement part of that. My concern was more of how are we going to pay for the widening and how are we going to pay for when, you know, that's a great pathway, but realistically that turn isn't going to work because we ran into that over there at Beeley and so forth. And Lewis. So, okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
I think we'll go back to Mr. White.
So the Planning Commission recommended this to council for 3-1. And the one holdout, his big concern was the Potrero funding gap. And he wanted the developers to pay that gap, which is $20 million up front. And then we learned at that time that, or at least I learned from that, watching that Planning Commission, that would create a financing problem for the project as a whole. So I understand that's important, but let me ask you a question, Elizabeth. Are you more comfortable with that funding gap if this project doesn't get built?
No.
Okay. And we talked about, it was brought up about Lewis Estrada and 4th Street. And the gentleman who was just up there, if you don't mind coming back up, I have a question for you. Yes. So this project, I think you mentioned, and it's been mentioned more than once, that this project will pay for infrastructure improvements along the projected traffic, truck traffic lanes, correct, along 4th Street. Does it do any impact on Louis Estrada in that area? Is it required to do any of that?
Well, yes, the project is going to expand 4th Street, as you know.
Okay.
Bring it out and make the connection.
Okay.
It will do improvements at Potrero and 4th.
Okay.
That is one of them. And then up in the residential area as well, there's a new signal going in as well.
Okay. So thank you. So right now, we have, we don't have a do we have a truck management plan for the current warehouses right now? I didn't think so, because I see trucks get off at Beaumont Avenue, make a U-turn onto Louis Estrada. I've seen them hit the light post there and then come back down. So without this project, none of that gets addressed. None of that gets fixed. If we go with the truck traffic management plan, I would hope that we'd be able to also incorporate that into the existing warehouses out in that area, because it's already a problem out there. We already have a problem with trucks, and I just don't see that not doing this project is going to improve any of that. I think it's going to make it worse, because I think those warehouses are building up and getting a lot more business. And so I think we need to keep that in mind when we start talking about where we are now and what this project does or doesn't do to help us with where we are now. So I'd like to jump into the retail commercial discussion. I know there's a lot of concern, and I think the developer, with the help of staff, we've come up with some ideas, and that's in that letter of intent, and the CFD and the development agreement, I think, was part of that discussion. And then the possible a lease agreement with control. I mean, that's important. Something that kept coming up in Planning Commission was that we don't have any control in what goes in there. So, when we heard Planning Commission, my approach to staff was, these are the issues that Planning Commission raised. These are issues that we need to raise with the developer, and we need to find out if there's a way that we can work on that. I don't believe at this point that council feels that the current lease that we're looking at, we actually don't have a lease yet. And I don't think we're going to approve a project without being able to look at a lease. But before we start going down that road with a lease, I think we need to make sure that we're sort of considering this project as something that we're going to move forward with. The commercial is going to get built. There are, I don't know how many, I think the RCTC's numbers on 60 is, I want to say 30,000 vehicles going by 60. We're hoping to build a destination point, a point where people from outside of Beaumont as well as Beaumont will come and enjoy. I just was on the phone this afternoon with a gentleman that I've known for decades. Actually, I met him in college. And he owns a go-karting business, and so he builds go-karting facilities. And I talked to him about what we're looking at, what we're considering, and he's going to come out in May and take a look at what we're doing. And his projects he told me he needs about 88,000 square foot building to put a go-kart track inside. But he says you can't live on go-kart tracks alone in his industry, so they also bring in laser tags, they bring in axe throwing, they bring in billiard tables, things like that, to make it more of a destination. It has a place to eat when you're inside. It's like any of the other places you go, you take your family to. And when he heard that this would be next door to a hotel, he said that 30 to 40% of his business comes from corporate team building, people coming and staying at a local hotel and then going out and doing the go-karting. So I think that, just a short conversation with him, and I'm not saying he's going to come out here and say it's a great place, I want to do it, but the ability that the city will have as a partner in this project, whatever that final partnership looks like, puts us in a position to go to the kinds of businesses that we want here. you bring in the right anchor, and restaurants are going to build around that, and there's going to be reason for coming to Beaumont. And I think that's what we told Mr. Seibert and his team. I think all of us, except for maybe you, Jessica, were approached years ago that said, here's what we're offering is we're going to bring in commercial and retail, and we're going to make it a destination point. And that's what we've been trying to do anywhere in this town. We tried to do it at Danny Thomas Ranch. We thought that would be a great approach. That's not our property, and we didn't get a whole lot of support from the property owners there. So I think that we should be concerned about the retail and commercial getting built, because we don't want to be here 5, 6, 7, 10 years from now and have that all be empty. But I don't think that we really have to worry about it. But the problem is, as it's been pointed out, commercial and retail are market driven, just like logistics. Logistics are market driven, and right now the hottest market for logistics is the Inland Empire. Like it or not, it's the Inland Empire. And right now, because of the fact that a lot of the logistics has already been developed west of us, it's moving out east. Desert Hot Springs is looking at it. Banning's already put up a couple right away, and none of them are doing what we're trying to do here, which is to build a sustainable, long-term income stream to benefit what we're trying to do. This is not the solution right now for Potrero Interchange, but it is something that if we manage it properly, we can start to address some of the bigger issues going forward. And so I wanted to open that area up for discussion, and that's all I had right now.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura.
Yeah, so I want to go back and touch on a few things. One is the truck traffic, and typically the trucks that don't really follow the designated truck route. As Councilmember Martinez was pointing out, and I agree, we have to have a long-term plan. I believe that enforcement, unfortunately, may fall on our police force in order to keep the trucks going where they need to go and not jam up traffic throughout the city. So that's one thing, and maybe what we look at is, if the developer's willing, is to maybe provide a substation for police officers out in that commercial zone. Something to think about. I know Councilmember Martinez also brought up, excuse me, the grading and the ridge line. I haven't seen any. I've seen pictures of what it'll look like miles away. I haven't seen anything of what it'll look like driving the 60. Is there any pictures of that available? Because when you come into Beaumont and you're passing that area, it's a beautiful scenic area. And the size of this project is going to be 2.5 times the size of what we have up there now. We have the Amazon, the 2 buildings on Amazon on either side of 4th Street. It's going to be a massive project. The scales, which we've never seen yet. So I'd like to know what and I know that the grading right now on the site is what they consider balanced. So there isn't a big desire to lower any of these buildings. I understand that. Maybe there's a consideration to lessen the intensity of the project. I don't know. But I would like to see what is this project going to look like as folks drive down the 60 and they see this development off to the south of the 60. If you don't have that now, maybe that's something that we can look at in the future, but I'd like to see that. So I have a better idea of what it looks like driving by coming into our city of Beaumont. Because this is going to be a focal point. So I'd like to see that get looked at. Some of the last few questions I have or comments would be, you look at, I'm sorry.
Mike Canfield for the applicant. On the issue of photosims, we worked with the city staff in determining where those photosims would be provided for, locations where the photosims would be taken and looked at. None of those were from State Route 60. They were, I think the closest location would have been from Oak Valley Parkway and Tuckwit.
Yeah.
So we have that location. I think that's in your packet. We could pull it up here if you'd like to see it, but we don't actually have any from the 60.
Yeah, no, I saw those from the prior prior planning commission meetings.
Okay.
So, thank you. The other thing is when you look at warehouses, I can't think, as I drove it yesterday, I can't think of where I've seen any what's the word I'm looking for, I'm sorry. Pylon signs for advertising warehouses. This project is primarily a warehouse project. As Councilmember Martinez touched on, one of the negatives that I have is 4 pylon signs for one development. To me, it's an overkill. I'd rather see one nice pylon sign that advertises the potential retail establishments that'll be there. And maybe there's a monument sign at the front corner of this project. But to me, I just can't, 4 pylon signs is definitely a negative, for me anyways. So that's all I have at this time. Thank you very much.
Can you, for those of us who don't know, describe what a pylon sign is?
The pylon signs are the 50-foot high signs that would be right off the 60 freeway. For this stretch of project, they're proposing 4 of them, similar to what was shown in the PowerPoint presentation. And I understand those are just an example of what the potential could be. But again, the number of signs seems a little bit overkill in my opinion. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. White.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just a couple comments and a question or two. I want to cycle back to Councilmember Martinez. He talked about location, he talked about fiscal impact, infrastructure, and quality of life. I kind of want to focus on the quality of life component for a second, which ties into what Councilmember White was saying. Currently, with the data that we have received this past year, our average household is 3.2. Our median income for the city of Beaumont is around 95,000, 90 to 95,000, and our average age is 32 to 35. I think that this project nails that with this commercial aspect. It gives us, it lets you know we are a young city, right? A young city that has a little bit of disposable income, that's looking for some entertainment. And so I think that for me is that quality of life component that kind of ties into that when looking at it from a family perspective. Currently, if I want to take my kid to an indoor playground, I have a 7-year-old, I have to take her to Kaipa or I have to go to Redlands. Now, I love our outdoor parks, don't get me wrong, but sometimes with the rain we've had lately, an indoor playground would be really nice. It also has that kind of food component, much like the golf carts that we were talking about. So I just kind of wanted to highlight that. I think location is still a positive for me. I think fiscal impact is still a positive. And I do want to cycle back around about infrastructure for just a second. We heard from one of the public comments today that there was a group that put together money towards Potrero. Do we know what was put towards the Potrero interchange from that group of people? And what was their, I guess I'm asking is what was their fair share percentage, or what did they add above and beyond? And if they did add above and beyond, was there a number that they put in? I guess what I'm looking for is some type of comparison to say, hey, can we look at some wiggle room there?
We'd have to go back and look at the diff payments and the TUMF and all of that. I don't have that tonight.
Okay.
Do you mind if I respond to some of that, since we went through that?
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Are you stuck at that point?
Yeah, we can stop at
Okay.
that point. Go for
All
it.
right, go ahead.
Just real quick. When we were back in the time when we were struggling, we hadn't built the bridge over the 60. And a lot of the property owners came into a council meeting and demanded that the city spend the money to build the rest of it. And we were short about $8 million. And Mike and I took the approach, and we got one other council member to go along with us to say, listen, city's not putting out any more money. We've spent way too much money on the first bridge to nowhere. We weren't going to do this. And we gave the property owners a deadline that said, if you can raise the $8 million that we need, and I think a lot of it was paid back through fees and stuff like that. But we needed the money up front to build the bridge over the top. And that's where Mr. McDonald got the group of property owners. I believe there were a couple property owners that didn't contribute or didn't care to contribute.
There were 4. You're talking about the settlement agreement from 2017, I think, or the.
Yeah, I think it was. I don't know if it was 2017, but
Sorry, funding agreement, not settlement.
yes, Yes, and so not everyone did pay their fair share, but the ones that did help us complete that and make it possible to really even have this discussion today about more projects going there. Yes, the property owners out there did pay their fair share at that
So
point.
as I'm understanding it, then they received their funds back.
Yes.
Okay.
They basically, I think they paid their fees up front so that we needed cash. We were in the same position we are now with Potrero. If we didn't finish the funding, we would lose. I think we had 11 million that was federal or state money that we had to spend by a certain period of time. And we were willing to risk losing that because the city just didn't have the money to spend the additional 8 million that we needed. So very similar to where we are now, but we're in a
that's what
much
I'm
better
trying to
place than
highlight.
we are now. So.
Perfect. Thank you for that added information. I did not know that. I think that's what I'm trying to strategize in my mind is how do we get creative? How do we think outside the box for some of these things? And so I didn't understand what had happened before. So thank you for that. The other question or comment just that I have is in the concerns to coming over the 60 and, looking, I think when you're coming eastbound on the 60, you're definitely looking at the mountain, which I think is the most beautiful part of our city. I do agree, though, going westbound on the 60, you're either looking at houses or you're looking at industrial. So I do think that was a great point to bring up with regards to that. But I can appreciate the ridgeline, and I believe with what has been set forth here and what we are looking at, I think that would be held up. So I think that's it for me right now.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in for a couple comments and leverage off of what Mr. White said about the commercial site. So I live near Oak Valley, we have a hotel there, and we have empty pads that have been there for 20 years. And so my initial, I'll call it my knee-jerk reaction again, is that, well, who's gonna go over on the warehouse side and do anything commercial when we haven't even developed the residential side of it where it's closer to housing? But I understand if it's an entertainment hub, then it's a different mindset versus just being retail stores and restaurants. So my question is in reference to the design for the commercial site, what is the biggest building that's there? Would it accommodate some of the things that we are talking about? And if it doesn't, is it possible to change that, or is it just kind of set in stone with that approval? Meaning if the developer puts it pad ready, what if they underestimated the size of the largest building that's needed and we don't get that anchor?
So from a CEQA standpoint, which is usually the most challenging part for us to deal with if we're going to amend a project, this was written so that there's a maximum amount of square footage that can be developed, but it doesn't define any specific building sizes that necessarily have to be adhered to. So we have some room to work with accommodating a site design that if we had a certain user that we knew needed something, we would be able to work within the analyzed square footage for that retail and commercial component. The hotel was addressed separately, so that also has its own square footage component that would have to be worked with, but separate and aside from what was analyzed for the retail commercial. Part of this project, what you're approving or what is being considered tonight would be the specific plan and sort of the high level overview of planning. There are no plot plans included with this approval, which means anything that's going to be developed down the road, whether it's an industrial building or whether it's a retail or commercial component or the hotel, will have to come back for site-specific review. And at that point in time, staff looks at it again and makes sure it's consistent with what was analyzed with CEQA. If it happens that, we have a development agreement or some other components that are included in the LOI or whatever happens down the road, staff will look at all of those pieces to make sure that it matches what it's supposed to match from both the development regulation side as well as any administrative pieces that would have to be looked at. Depending on the nature of the project, it would typically go back through planning commission review. Not everything is going to trigger coming back to this body unless somehow that is brought in as part of whether it's the development agreement or LOI or future, considerations down the road if there's something that council specifically wants to see. But as it stands right now, the plot plan process, because CEQA was already done, would typically go back through planning commission for approval there.
Okay, thank you. And so that makes me feel better about that whole commercial section because then we've got some flexibility in addressing a tenant's need. I guess the question that I'm starting to develop in my mind is what's more important? Funding Potrero ramps or chasing after the commercial for something, for more things to do? And I know the builder or the developer would have to, put out $10 million to develop that commercial area, at least that probably, to have it pad ready. The Planning Commission talked about having that ready to go when the first building is ready for occupancy. Just throw it out on the table. I don't know if the applicant has the ability to, as was brought up with this other situation with the bridge, is that do we get a voluntary, I don't want to call it a donation or a loan, but we'll figure that part out. But if there's any way to get upfront funds to secure and finish those Potrero ramps, solve the traffic problem that this is going to add to, and then maybe we, address the commercial part of it down the road. I'm a little leery in terms of the letter of intent, in that the sharing of the revenue from the lease would be after you'd have to collect enough rent from that lease to pay off the cost of the construction first, and so that we may not see any benefit for quite some time. But again, I'm frozen at the issue with the ramp. So, Mr. Cyber, any comments?
Yeah, let me bring some clarity to the revenue stream, if you will. So right now, the commercial, if we built it out, roughly on the coverage of the 18 acres, about 200,000 square feet. We think the commercial will take about 320 with land value to build. And then we put a 9% lease constant on it, and we come up with rent of roughly about $29 a foot in rent is where we're at on that. Part of this is when you get it leased, it's not like you're collecting rent and you're paying back the equity. You're going to refinance the project, and you're going to rebalance the equity to debt, and you'll be able to repatriate capital on that. Keep in mind, us as a developer, not only got to put the infrastructure in, but we're also you got the building to build too. So basically, to build it, it's roughly $65 million we'd be into the building of it if we took the 320 times basically the amount that we're talking about. We're roughly about $65 million in the total build in regards to the retail center. The difference is where you make money in this is there's a cap rate that's less than what the interest rate going in, the return on cost is going in. So if it's a 6.5 cap is where these trade for, because we have a whole valuation, right? That spread goes to about 90 million, and that's where the benefit would be. You'd be paying back the infrastructure, and then there'll be some participation from the city standpoint in the profit sharing. So that's where the value is embedded. That's how we do our business, right? Mm-hmm. We build a building for X amount, we lease it up, we capitalize it at a cap rate that creates value. At a lower cap rate is creating more value on this. Basically, and that creates the marginal value between what we build it for and what we sell it for, and that's where the profit is. And that's what we're talking about here. So if we lease it up within that 5-year period, we're basically getting a tenant, we're recapitalizing, either selling or basically refinancing the project, depending where the capital markets are on that.
And then those funds then help, if I'm understanding you correctly, then build the next building and then so forth?
Well, no, we're talking about the commercial piece. I'm talking about
just the
commercial piece,
okay.
yeah. There's a whole different funding mechanism for the industrial piece. This is focused where it is taking project specific, in regards to the commercial piece and trying to answer your question.
So then what's the likelihood then of a potential tenant showing up, seeing that the land is pad ready, and then they build their building on there, or is it more likely that you, the developer, does the tenant improvements for them, and then you own the building? Because we're looking at just a ground lease partnership.
So this is a great point. This is the reason why we want to do a public-private partnership, because what happens is that we're doing the carry costs, right? So it's not frictional cost for the city. But also we're looking for a tenant. We don't know what it is. I mean, Topgolf could come up and we could like Topgolf. It could be the go-kart with another ancillary use, and we kind of build around that. It could be at the substation, and part of it is it could be all this kind of stuff. It's an envelope as the city owning this and having control over the development of it, right? And there's a partnership in that whole thing, and then we're turning to the market and try to make it work. It's more of a collaborative process because we just don't know and have the flexibility for this whole thing, right? There's some tenants that want to come out and they want to own. They might want to buy the land from us. And at that time, we'll look at the valuation from that, and we'll be able to, as a partnership, right, we'll look at exactly where the value is in the land. Right now, we think it's $60.5 million of what we think the land is worth, fully improved. So basically is if we look at, as the development goes forward, it becomes pad ready on that, the market appreciates, we're looking at something that could be more revenue positive in regards to what comes back to the city in the partnership.
Okay.
So it's not, you're not going to have to cash flow it out of rent to pay back the infrastructure or pay back the equity in it. It's going to be recapitalized, or we're going to sell it. And that's if that wasn't clear, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Make
no,
that
I
clear.
appreciate that,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
And then so to go back to questions that was asked of staff on, and Elizabeth, on your comfort level with Potrero, if the city were to continue its current income and expenses and, and so forth, and budget surplus that we've recently had, would that be enough then if council decided to take those extra funds, finish Potrero in the timeline that it's needed in order to meet this deadline, or are we still short in that aspect?
As Robert mentioned earlier, we're a year out from construction. Coming up with $20 million with a budget surplus is not.
So we need that 20 million in that short.
Staff is proposing 5 million as part of the budget process, and that hasn't been finalized yet. I'm still doing my analysis with the department budgets and the capital improvement.
But if it's 5 million from the budget, then it's 5 million for four times for each year, each budget year to make up that 20? Am I understanding that right? And then are we past the deadline?
That was the original intention, but the deadline is too soon. Our deadline is a year from now. So we would have to shave off 20 million this next budget.
Wow, okay. All right, I'm kind of frozen on thoughts at the moment, so I will move on. Mr. White.
Again, though, that's regardless of whether this project is approved or not, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Potrero Interchange is, we have 33.5 million in a grant that we have to spend.
So I think, I'm very interested in the public-private partnership. And we have a letter of intent. We do not have a lease. A lease would be something we'd put together with a letter of intent. And I know that there's some concerns about some of the deal points in the lease that we're talking about and in the letter of intent. And I think at some point, I think we need, when we're done here tonight, assuming, we think we are probably going forward with this, we need our staff to work with the developer to bring back some of the concerns that we have. And I think it's important for us to bring up those concerns with the LOI and the lease tonight. So I'm not arguing that we shouldn't do that. But I would think before we do that, before we say, let's start getting into the details of some of the deal points of the LOI and the lease that we haven't seen yet, I think we need to know whether or not there's a consensus. And I know we can't vote for entitlements until we've seen the lease, but is there a council thought that regardless of how good that lease can become for us, if we get all of our wonderful wishes approved, are we still not going to approve, are we still going to approve or not approve the project? So I don't think we can approve it tonight because we don't want to approve it until we see the lease. But I think we need to get a feel for whether we even want to go down the discussion of how to build the lease or what problems we have with the letter of intent. And I don't know if there's a way that we can do that without, do you understand where I'm trying to get to, John?
I do. I mean, I could walk through, if you'd like me to, if the council wants me to, I could walk through some of the key terms of the letter of intent. The letter of intent, once we have direction from the council, that would be used as the basis for the deal terms in the lease that we could bring back.
Right. Can I?
Do we want to talk about the DA first?
Well, yeah, I think we need to bring up the DA, but John, I had a question about the deal points that you just brought up.
Sorry, Lloyd.
And I am second oldest on the council, so I am getting
I'm sorry.
my my Joe Biden moments.
Well, my offer, if the council was interested, was to walk through the deal points that are set forth in the letter of intent, which would be the deal points that would end up in the lease.
Yeah, but I think that Jessica brought up a good point that maybe we focus on the developer agreement at this point, and again, see if there's an interest in looking at what the private partnership would look like if we move forward on that, because I think that is key. If you start looking at the numbers that go out 50, 55 years, those numbers are zero if we don't do a private partnership. And they're also zero if we don't approve this project. So I just wanted to sort of get feedback. I'm trying to find out if there's a way that we can get council approval to at least to start discussing on the lease. And I mean, if there's 3 votes up here against this project at this point, and we haven't even talked about the lease, then I think we're wasting a lot of time and effort going in that other direction. I'm not asking anyone to put themselves in a position where 2 weeks from now, when they see the lease or they have more time to think about this, that they decide not to vote for it. I'm just trying to look to see if it's worth our time to spend going into areas that we may or may not ever need to discuss.
Do you have thoughts on that, since your light's on?
Sure. I have 3 questions I wanted to ask the developer, if I could do that really quick. And then I do think that there's value in discussing the letter of intent, from my perspective, if that's what you're looking for.
I'm good with it. I'm good with that.
That is what I'm looking for. It's more of not I'm going to vote one way or the other, but yes, I want to see what the deal will finally look like.
What the discussion is, yeah. I think my question goes to the developer. There was a request for the same engineer for the lift station. What is the possibility of that? Or can you give me guarantee that there will be collaboration from the lift station that was built previously to where we are at now?
I think the comment in regards to the same engineer was the traffic engineer. The traffic?
Sewer engineer for the lift station.
Sewer lift station.
Yeah.
So lift station. So a collaboration in regards to what?
To the previous development. What was it called? Hidden?
Oh, yeah. So hang on. Yeah, we've done extensive work with that.
Yeah, hold on. So Pace, on the sewer lift station, Pace has already designed the entire lift station. It has been, some preliminary has been submitted to the city. So our consultant has already done that. Our thought would be is we would stick with Pace, but we're perfectly fine having that.
Reviewed.
Yeah, as a third-party review of the other engineer and to collaborate with them on any concerns that our
Excellent.
consultant comes up with.
So, right? One that is
Yeah, we have
currently
one-
needs to be improved, and then one that you have to build.
Yeah, I think the one that got brought up is the one at, the existing one at Potrero and Fourth.
Correct.
We obviously have one on our site that we're building, so.
Just making sure that they collaborate together on that. The other question that I have is, in the presentation, there was discussion on 5 million in tenant incentives. Can we elaborate on that? I think it came from your presentation. Can we elaborate on what that is and looks like?
I think Joel Morse, TMB Planning, I think Councilmember Voigt is referring to the incentives for electric vehicles and gas vehicles and so forth. So what the developer is willing to put into lease documentation for the industrial lessees is a incentive for them to accelerate the purchase and lease of those electric vehicles, which they otherwise couldn't afford to do at the speed that we would like them to do it. So it's an air quality benefit, and it's a voluntary thing as part of our air quality efforts to maximize the cap.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
I was hoping for, some
Kiss my
creative
butt.
budgeting there, but that's not going to work.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something in regards to the lift station. The engineer, we had basically a third party, there was a review by the city's engineer, right? So we had the one engineer go through it. So it's looking at the existing lift station, because that's part of the city, was critical to this whole thing, off-site lift station on that. We used the third party, our PACE is our consultant and our engineer. Then we had the city's engineer look at it, and we went back and forth and worked through that. So I want to make sure it's not like we're not collaborating or whatever. We're collaborating with the city, and then we've actually had Robert, and the city's engineer go through that. Just as a point of clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Was that all three?
That was it.
Okay. Well, to answer Mr. White's question, I'll jump out there. I can support the project in terms of, because I think it's a good benefit, it's in the right location, and so forth. There's a lot of public benefit that I think the city can benefit from. But I've had a concern personally the whole time with the partnership, because I think it's many years down the road before the city of Beaumont sees any revenue from that. And so if something else is worked out to where if we solve our more immediate needs, I'm more open to do that. If we want to dissect through the development agreement, it was just things that I had seen in there was the CFD and the public benefit fee and so forth in them. And I appreciate so much that they are willing to offer that public benefit fee to match our plus policy, which, you guys started before we put that into place. And so I appreciate that, but it's kind of, they're showing up at a time of need for us. I don't feel it's always fair to put it on the next guy showing up, but they're the next guy showing up. So, I don't know. I'm going to put it back to the rest of you, but at least to say, hey, I jumped out on a limb and said I'm in support of the warehouse. Let's talk a little bit more on the commercial lease. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. I would like I still do have some safety concerns. When you think about going out that secondary access to the 60 freeway, that's got a ton of traffic on it now. So I would like to see if there's anything that can be done to improve maybe that frontage road. I just want to make sure that we're getting people out of there. Maybe a widening of that secondary access to allow more traffic to flow. I don't want people stuck in that area. I'd also like the opportunity to see what that project's going to look like from the 60 when it's graded. Those are a couple things. The public-private partnership, I appreciate the developer's willingness to do that. The concern that I have is just I don't believe, has it been done with any other city before?
Not that we found, no.
Okay. One of it, and this is no offense to staff, but I don't think we have the staffing bandwidth to commit to helping develop or get the tenants in these spaces. Staffing we've worked on shoestring staffing for a long time. They've done a great job, so I don't think adding this additional burden would be beneficial to staff. The other thing is that's really not what we do as a city. Our job is to provide infrastructure, our job is to provide services. So my comfort level with the partnership, again, I appreciate the opportunity, but I just don't see that happening very quickly. If Potrero doesn't go, then I don't see the commercial end of that going. Because you've got to provide access. It's got to be easy to get to. There are, I think, other options in my mind. that we can do, because I do realize that we need the reoccurring revenue. I think that that's a big help for us. I just don't think this is the mechanism for that, in my opinion. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. With that, let's take a 10-minute break. Okay, I think we're back, so we'll reconvene the meeting at 9:43 PM. And we'll kind of pose the question to the council. Are we good with the development agreement? Are we happy with it? Do we have questions? And we'll put that to council and see when we get our thoughts on this for the moment. I see some lights on. Mr. Martinez, you ready to go?
Yeah, so starting with just the DA there. So remember, Mr. White and I were a part of the committee that worked with the developer. Our intention was to try to get to a point that we thought was best that we could get to. And so I'm comfortable with it. I would, of course, like to have seen more revenue put up front, but I understand, and the developer has clarified, and this is what, was kind of an agreed upon amount. So at this point, I don't have any other suggestions for the DA. So I'm okay with that DA. Again, I'm just clarifying that document is whether there's anything else I want to see added or not, and at this point, I'm okay with it as is.
Okay, Mr. White.
I remember at the end of the planning commission, the second one, that they asked some instructions to come to council. Do you remember that? Do you remember what those are? And have we addressed all of those in the development agreement?
So the majority of what Planning Commission had forward to council was related to the specific plan. A lot of it was use-based, aesthetics, some of the same things that were brought up here this evening. There was some discussion, of course, on funding for Potrero. There was also some discussion on timing of the retail and commercial relative to the industrial. I think we've heard from council tonight as well as from the developer, the position on that. So the development agreement is not under, was not under Planning Commission's purview, so it was not really discussed as the agreement, or the letter of intent was also not actually discussed at all.
And do they exist separately?
Do what
Currently,
exactly?
the development agreement is separate from the
Yes.
LOI, so,
Absolutely.
okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, go right ahead.
Yeah, no, I like the developer agreement. I think the only thing, whether this could be done or not, I don't know, but the only thing I would really like to see is a 5 million upfront to Potrero to help pay their fair share of that improvement. We need to make sure that goes through. To me, that's a key aspect of this project, and that's how this project becomes successful as far as the retail and commercial side. But other than that, the other aspects within the developer agreement, I think, are good. That's all I have. Thank you.
The 5 million in addition to the community benefit 5 million, is that what you're looking for?
That's correct.
Okay.
There'd be an additional 5 million. Thank you for that clarification.
You had a question on that, Ms. White?
Yeah, I did actually. I wanted to just kind of ask, so Mr. White asked my question, was that in addition to the public benefit fee, is there a possibility for a discussion about that upfront versus additional? So it would be the community benefit fee, but not as built out. It would be, because as I understand it, the public benefit fee or the community benefit fee comes over time, right? It's not right up front. So what if we looked at that from an upfront perspective to help close that gap?
Well, I was looking for that. The public benefit as far as the occupancies are given to those buildings, right? That public benefit would be given, but I'm looking for an additional 5 on top of that up front for Potrero only.
Okay.
All right.
That's just my thought.
Okay.
I'm just throwing it out there, that's all.
Okay. And Mr. White, you were finished over there? Oh, okay. Because you had your light on a second ago.
Yeah, just want to clarify what Mr. Lara is asking for. So the 5 million up front would be in lieu of a discussion of a partnership project or a partnership, or is it?
We're just talking about the DA right now, right?
You're
right.
There you go.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a give and take back and forth between the city and the developer, and I'm just wondering if you're saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
If you're saying, we won't go with the partnership agreement, we won't consider that if you would give us the 5 million upfront on top of the 5 million community benefit.
I'd be willing to look at that, yeah.
What's that?
Yes,
You'd be willing to look at,
the 5 million in lieu of the partnership.
okay.
I'm going to jump in there and ask a question then of the applicant. A comment was made, and I think it was by you, Mr. Cyber. The estimated value of the improved commercial lots, you know, I can't even think, it's getting late. The pad ready, was it 16.8 million? Is that what was estimated? Am I in the right ballpark?
The valuation improved, right? So
Okay.
you have raw dirt right now, so fully improved pad ready is 16.5 million.
Okay, so I kind of had a similar idea, and I think that's where I was kind of mentally going earlier with my comments and Mayor Pro Tem's comments just now. In looking at the letter of intent and my comments, that I think any benefit to the city would be long-term, that we wouldn't see anything right away. And once that part of that land is developed and pad ready, it's going to be significantly more. And I understand that from my day-to-day career. Although I do 95% residential, but I certainly know, and I've done vacant land before, that if there's no improvements there whatsoever, it's pennies on the dollar. You do
Right.
the entitlement, you get all the work done, and then you put in utilities, and it's worth, I don't know, 10 times as much in many cases. And so, as Mr. White brings up, we have an immediate need versus the long term. Obviously, you play the long game, there's usually it tends to be a better benefit to the city. So I can understand that if we were to forego the letter of intent and do this private partnership in lieu of funds up front, maybe we leave some dollars on the table long term. But I, from my perspective, I see that greater need because we have $33 million at stake. So I'm going to ask the question point blank. With what's been discussed, would you be willing to do the extra $5 million above the I'll call it the correct thing, the public benefit fee that is currently listed in the DA? That comes in over time, as discussed, approximately $1 million per building. Would you guys be in a position that you could offer the city an extra $5 million to make that happen?
And forego the.
No, in conjunction with it. So it's 10 overall, but with a $5 million up front in lieu, and council, correct me if you don't agree with this, in lieu of the public-private partnership.
In lieu of or in addition to?
In lieu of.
Yeah, I don't agree.
Okay, all right. That's two. Do we have any others? You guys any thoughts on that?
I'm good with.
Mr. Martinez, any thoughts?
Well, I think we're coming at a number time. So is it 5 million now, and then keep the partnership? Is it 5 plus an additional 5 in lieu of? Is it, so we have that balance that we're talking about. I do think that the private partnership, I think, is more beneficial overall. But we talk, this is something that I've always worried about is we need the money now. And yeah, it's great to have sustainability down the road. And we would if we keep the CFD. Now, if you're talking about the CFD stays in place.
Yes.
Okay, if the
Yeah, I
CFD
think
is
we're all
staying
in
in
that.
place, and then you have 5 million now, then in lieu of the private partnership, then I might be willing to see what the developer says about that. But my gut's saying I'm leaning more towards keeping the private partnership and trying to get 5 now, but maybe not an additional 5. Because
Mayor-
we understand it's a business.
Mayor, before we put that to the developer, can we have a little more back
Yeah,
and forth up
absolutely.
here?
Yes. Okay, thanks, sir.
Okay.
And then before you jump to that,
probably.
can I ask, I'm going to ask staff a question about the CFD, just so we fully understand it. That estimated $250,000 is going to come in year one of the CFD. That's averaged out across the whole project, is that correct?
That's that build out, I believe.
And that's at build out of all of the buildings, correct? Okay, so then we may not see any of the CFD revenue until all are finished, or will we see some of it at building 1, some of it at building 2?
It's phased and triggered by C of O.
And that's occupancy of the building, correct? Okay,
So what we need to understand about the CFDs, if we look at the CFDs that we have approved recently, the CFDs are approved on the land before they start to sell the properties, okay? Because that number has to be calculated in purchasing a home, so that you have to know that when you buy the home. One thing I don't think people are really looking at here is a revenue stream, is you're thinking of the CFD as a revenue stream. I'm thinking of the CFD as a revenue stream that can pay a debt service. So like we do with the homes, we go out and bond based on what the revenue is coming forward for 30 years or 40 years. So we're not looking at, our benefit is not that income each year. Our benefit is the ability to pay the debt service on a larger lump sum that we bond for. What that number is, I don't know, but it's something that we should be looking at here. One thing, I understand where you want to go in lieu of, but I asked for an analysis of the budget with or without the program, and I think staff shared this with everyone. And if you look, the top one is with no partnership, or is with no partnership or no project. This one here, Elizabeth?
No, I think it's with BP and without BP, I believe.
That is a long-term fiscal forecast that we did based on this year's.
But this has nothing to do with the letter of intent and the.
Correct.
That revenue is different.
This is just based on the fiscal impact analysis. So the second one is with Beaumont Point, the first one is without. It is not on fiscal year 25, though. We haven't completed that.
Understood. Okay, but it shows almost 10 million additional revenue coming forward. So before we start getting in discussion and talking about the public-private partnership, I would like to find out from staff, is there a value in having a long-term revenue stream that is not one time, as the 5 million that could be upfront, compared to what we're looking at here, which is all of the different revenue sharing parts that we have with a partnership.
So recurring revenue is always valuable in balancing a budget. You don't want to balance a budget on one time.
Okay.
You shouldn't balance a budget on one time. You want the recurring revenue, you want the guaranteed revenue to balance your budget.
Okay, and at the beginning of this meeting, I heard what I consider a dirty word from one of my colleagues up here, and that is sales tax. Even if we could impose a sales tax at maximum, whatever that sales tax is, and we could get that approved by the citizens, that does not solve our traffic problems. It doesn't pay for any of our CIP infrastructure. There's just not enough sales tax money to do that. So I think we have to look for other ways to build long stream revenue. Another thing I think people need to look at is the valuation of property. I don't have to tell Mr. Finn this, but in 20 years, what's worth 18 million now is going to be worth a lot more than 18 million. And even in 10 years, it's going to be worth a lot more than 18 million. So I would hate to see us work out an arrangement where we get 5 million, we're still 15 million short on Potrero, and we did that and gave up everything else. We don't have control over what projects go in there. We don't have the revenue sharing, and I think it's just, we have to look at what's in the best interest of the city long after we're here, not just right now. And I think that's why we have to look at doing something like this. And yes, no other city has done this, but we have done things here that no other city has done. So I think that this also, Mr. Bush looked at we went to our financial advisors regarding the CFD, and then we also, Michael Bush looked at the financial impact, long-term financial impact plan, and he who I have a lot of respect for, was good with the numbers. And so again, we get 5 million, We build Potrero, maybe when we come up another 15 million, and 10, 15 years from here, we're looking back and going, we made a mistake. So I don't see any downside. I would like someone here to point out a downside to doing the private partner.
Okay. Can I ask you a question about the comment you made about the CFDs and debt? Is it referring to using the CFD income as collateral or debt payments for a loan to finish?
No, what we
Potrero?
do,
Is that what you mean?
what we do with homes is we approve, we approve, first of all, that they can do it in a CFD area. And then when we have an idea of the value of the homes they're going to build, and we know what our stream would be going forward for 20 or 30 years, we then use that to go out and sell bonds. I'm simplifying this. We go out and sell bonds. So for example, in some of our recent ones, we bonded for 10 million, 14 million, 12 million. And that's not something we had to wait till all of the CFD funding came forward over 20 or 30 years. But the idea that is CFD money is coming gives us the ability to bond. We won't be able to bond in time for Potrero, but we will be able to bond to address some of our other concerns. And we're talking about traffic and infrastructure. We're not talking about, I mean, one of the things we're not talking enough about up here is public safety and where we're going with our PERS. And I think if if every year our unfunded liabilities in PERS is going up, and every year, what's the increase in fire this year? It's going to go up how much?
Hold on, 17%?
So it's going to go up 17% this year. It's not going to, I can't imagine, tell me if I'm wrong, that ever since I've been on council, our fire has never not gone up every year, right?
Sometimes twice a year.
Yes. And so it's going to keep going up for the next 30 or 40 years. If we don't look at that as something that we can address with a long-term revenue partnerships source. Now, again, I have my own problems with some of the deal points in the LOI, and I do want to see a lease before I approve anything. But I think for us to be short-sighted and say, okay, we got to close the gap on Potrero, and that's going to mean $5 million, and we're willing to give up tens of millions of dollars going forward, I don't see the I don't think that that's in the good interest of the rest of the city.
Okay. Thank you. All three lights on. Mayor Pro Tem, were you next or?
Well, I had some questions.
Okay, go ahead,
that had
Mr.
to do with the
Martinez.
comments. So my question to colleagues is, number one, is the 5 plus the 5 the upfront money because of the Potrero gap? Is that what our problem is? And number two, no one's discussed the elephant in the room, and that's the 5 million square foot attachment to all of this. So is it that we're concerned that the economic coming in is not sufficient enough to balance the 5 billion square foot warehouse? Is that a concern of ours? Or is it just simply the economic part of it is not to our liking? I need to know where we're going with that. So if we can comment on that within our comments.
Mayor, may I make a suggestion? Can we all keep our lights on and just have an open discussion?
Yes, certainly.
I think it'll
Yeah,
flow-
it'll help.
flow
Yeah,
better.
that'll help.
I think my concern is that if we don't have Potrero built, we don't have the commercial, we don't have the public safety component of it, we don't have the access for the buildings that is gonna be satisfactory and not aid in the traffic problem that we already have. So to me, it's like we're almost putting the cart before the apple, and so we need to build, and I think it's been an age-old problem that we've talked about, is that we don't build the infrastructure first before we build the project. And I understand that the traffic studies show that it's coming through Fourth or, you know, how it's going, but I mean, that's my concern regarding it. That's what's giving me indigestion.
So the 10 million is not closing the 20 gap. I mean, obviously.
But it's getting
there's
me
still-
closer.
And you're comfortable with that, still having that 10 open, risking the long-term benefit, knowing that 10 is easier to find than 20.
But 10 million is not going towards the gap. Because only 5 million if it's up front. The other 5 million doesn't come in until after Potrero is built.
That's true.
Well, it'll be 6.
All right, let's let Mike jump in because he triggered the question.
So
Started there.
the money that we're talking about as far as the partnership, you make it sound like we're going to get that ASAP. So we're looking at, first of all, we've got to be able to get the retail in there. Without Potrero, the retail doesn't go. right? And then we've got to pay that money back. The 10 million isn't given to the city. That money has to be paid back. So let's just say we don't get anything for 5 years. So we get no money, zero money for 5. Then we've got to pay that money back, the 10 million, on top of the interest, which may be another, in 5 years, could be 4 million, 5 million. So there's $15 million we've got to come up with before we get a cent. So we're 6, 7, 8 years down the road with no money, and I don't know how that balances our budget.
Well, I disagree with your analysis because we don't start paying anything on that debt until there's rental income coming in. So we don't owe that debt until there's rental income coming in, and then we start to pay that back. So we're not creating a debt that we're responsible for right now.
No, right.
But again, let me pose this question: show me a downside to the partnership? All I see is an upside. Show me a downside risk.
Mr. White, I'm going to ask a question of staff to address that. So LAFCO, I know the applicant said maybe 3 to 6 months. I've heard it could take a year. Is that more reasonable?
I'd split the difference on that and probably say 6 to 9 months.
Okay.
That would be as staff, what I would anticipate. A lot of it depends on LAFCO's workload. Maybe it's 6 months. I still think 3 is fairly aggressive.
Okay. And grading cannot start until LAFCO and all that is finished, correct?
As it stands right now, we do not do any at-risk review, and so that would include this, unless there was some provision that was written into the development agreement that would
Okay. And
allow for something to
I
occur.
remember a question from the planning commission of how long someone thought it would take to grade this project. I thought I heard 18 months. Mr. Cyber, is that out of line or how?
Yeah, to grade the project? No, but what you have to do is you have to get a grading permit, which you need plans. So you're doing the plans and getting that approved, and then we'll grade. And again, I don't have the timeline, but the timeline for the grading, it's 18, but the whole thing is they're horizontal. If you're building out the horizontal, but basically you're grading, cutting in the roads, it's probably a year on
Okay.
that. But you're doing it all at once, right? We're cutting it, we're grading, you're cutting your roads, infrastructure, your pad, and then basically you're moving forward on the first building, kind of simultaneously in that period of time.
Okay.
So answer your question is infrastructure and pad is 18 months with infrastructure.
So Mr. Vessel, thank you. So 6 months on a good day for LAFCO, plus 18 months, or is that 8?
18 is
So we're
closer.
2 years out before we have pad ready on the commercial, if the commercial is done at the same time.
So when does
And
the one-time?
so to go to what Mike is bringing up, and I have the same concern, is we're 2 years pad ready. Yes, they can go try to market for a tenant prior to, but if 10 million plus is spent to make it pad ready, and we get one, maybe only 2 tenants in there initially to start that lease and start that timeline, and we're only collecting 50% of the lease payments as a repayment back towards that 10 million plus, in my opinion, and I think, Mike, if I'm correct, yours is too, it's going to take a long time to get beyond that 10 million repayment to then where we see revenue coming to the city from that. And that's where I think it would be, my personal opinion, 5 to 10 years down the road before we would see a penny coming from the lease.
Yeah, but you're getting money from the sales tax, and you're getting money from bringing people in and going to the hotel. So that revenue's going to come in regardless if somebody's there. So the lease to me is just a little icing on the cake. And if it doesn't happen for 40 years, then, we're still getting the other stuff, and we're still having a destination that we're planning.
So let's talk about the downside, because no one else has when you said, let me ask staff something.
I
thought
believe,
you were gonna ask them.
I agree with you, there's an upside, but it's
But wait a second.
long term.
It is, but we can't make decisions for a city that is going to be here long after we're here that are only short-sighted.
Understood.
So let's say the worst case happens. Okay, so again, I want to speak to our 10-year trigger on whether or not the property is rental, because I'm not comfortable with what's in the LOI and the lease, and I want to address that. But let's assume that we go 55 years and we don't get any retail on that in 55 years. Do you think, first of all, do you think that's possible?
No.
Okay, and also a comment before was that the commercial and retail doesn't happen without Potrero. I don't agree with that. I think Potrero needs to get done. I'm not saying it shouldn't, but I don't think the commercial and retail are conditioned on that. But let's say we go 55 years. We start with property that's worth 16 million or a number like that based on pad ready. 55 years, we still have that property that's worth 16 million. What do you think 16 million is worth in land property 55 years from now? Worst case is at the end of the 55-year lease, the partnership has to buy us out at a fair market value for that land. So my thought would be, and this is where I wanted to bring this up, is first of all, the trigger we have in here, which I thought was a good idea at one point, but as I started thinking about it, I think there's a better way to go. The trigger we have here says that at the end of 10 years, if nothing is built, we can own the property. We get the property, but we have to pay back that debt that you're talking about. I don't want the property. I don't want to, because we'll get the property undeveloped, and now we're in a position where we have to bring in the retail. My thought, and I haven't addressed this with anyone, but I would want to talk to the developer about this, is that if we hit that 10-year trigger, instead of triggering that the land becomes ours and the developer loses that and we have to come up with the money we owe the developer, I would say our accrual in property taxes, carrying cost, maintenance, rebate, all that stuff that is going to build up during that 10 years, it stops. And it stops until we have rental producing property. And that gives the incentive to the developer to understand that property tax, which I think we're talking $250,000, $300,000 a year based on today's valuation, that's all on them until we get rental in there. I mean, we have to do our job to get rental in there or to get retail in there. But again, I'll ask staff, is there a downside? Do you see a downside or a risk, a downside to forming a partnership if we tweak some of these issues that we're concerned about?
The main downside that I see is not being able to get tenants.
Not being able to get what?
Tenants.
Tenants. But what's the downside? If we don't get tenants, what happens?
It just sits empty.
Right?
No revenue.
But if we don't do the partnership and we don't get tenants, what happens? Same thing.
Same thing.
And we have no upside. Other than we get 5 million if that's the direction the developer wants to go. Otherwise, we get 5 million to close 25% of our 20 million gap that we have on Potrero. We still got to come up with 15 million to build Potrero.
I don't even think you get the 5 million within the time frame we need it. Even if it was to come at upfront, I don't even think we still get it at that time. Because when would they normally give us the one-time money? Would it come at occupancy
I think that's it.
or at
Yeah,
building
so
point?
the way it's written right now, it's $1 per square foot at certificate of occupancy.
Exactly. So I mean, even if you're looking at that, it still doesn't meet the cap.
Well, and that's why I've asked for a plan, because I understand Councilmember Voigt's opinion is you can't go to the public and say that we approve this, and yeah, we know Potrero is important, but we're working on it. You've got to go with them with the plan and say, we know we have the 20 million funding gap. This is our plan to get that fixed. That's why I'm saying some staff needs to address, what are we going to move some CIPs over? Are we going to cut a project? Going to evaluate and reprioritize? What are we going to do to make that up? So when I'm comfortable knowing that, okay, I can see a plan there, and the 5 might be a part of that, blah, blah, blah. Then I can say, okay, then I'm comfortable knowing that when that project's there, the Potrero should be there, at least very close. That's why I do agree that it does have, they are in conjunction. One doesn't create the other, but you have to, for the public's sake, you have to let them know that this is gonna be done when this is done, or very close. And since we know it can't be because there's a gap, I need to know how we're gonna fund that gap.
Well, I think
And,
we're gonna be in that position regardless.
Well, but,
So-
so that's important then, because now you're making a decision. Are you the one that shot yourself in the foot? You know,
So I'm worried about 10 years from now, when someone comes to me and says, you still got that retail not developed, you got your 5 million for Potrero, you may or may not have built Potrero.
at least you
But what
wouldn't,
else do you got to show for it?
well, you wouldn't have 12,000
Well,
trucks going
what we
down.
have to show for it is if the project still went through, my $100 million estimate was low. We still have that as long-term revenue coming into the city, and that's no hotel, that's no sales tax generated from any of that. That's just the property tax value and so forth, and the CFD
But we
value
don't have
coming in.
anything, we don't have anything less than that. We have that at least, either way.
Yeah.
With a partnership, we have nothing more than that.
But as what's brought up is traffic is everybody's concern, that if we have to solve Potrero by the time this opens up, and we're on a 3-year time crunch with Potrero, correct?
But what about Pennsylvania grade set, Pennsylvania widening, Beaumont Avenue? What about all of those other?
Yeah, but I don't want to, my concern is I don't want to miss out on the
550.
33 million that we had promised
Understand,
to us.
but that is not in condition of approving this project. You're not going to get them to pay you 20 million. to
No,
close
but,
the
I know,
gap.
I know.
but you
understand.
got to answer to the public on why you chose that project.
Why
when
did we
you know
add-
you weren't ready for
Why did we allow a project to come in to add to the traffic problem they already have when we don't have a solution in place?
Because it is the best interest of this city.
And I agree with you.
Well, then there's your answer.
But
I'm saying even if you.
We still have a problem.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. But because we have a problem, we're going to,
And I don't want to, like my comment earlier, I don't want to put it on the next guy, but we have a problem. So we're talking.
Yeah,
you know?
but if we don't look at the long-term impact of what we're looking at here, besides the long-term impact that comes whether or not we go 5 million in lieu of a partnership or the partnership in lieu of 5 million, the long-term impact is not adjusted. We fixed Potrero maybe. And we now have 30, 40 years of revenue that we didn't get because we decided Potrero had to be fixed, we had to focus on Potrero. It's important to do it. But I'm very comfortable sitting down with any public member. I always do. I always tell people, call me, I'll have coffee with you. Even if you hate me, you don't like where I'm going, let me explain to you why I did what I did. And the reason I would do this is because it's in the best interest for long term, because we have more transportation infrastructure problems than just Potrero.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at, and go back to your comment with, I think you gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 projects that you gave me with $475 million short.
Yeah.
And I mean, if we're planning for the future, we have to look at that. That's the prize, right?
If-
It's not where we're sitting now.
Right.
That's the prize.
But
That's what we're going
let me
after.
ask you this, staff. We have other, this is not going to make our public happy, but we have other logistics projects coming in, millions of square feet, right? And by the way, I think I heard a comment earlier that this is twice the current warehouse out there. It's not. I think the United Legwear is 2 million. I think the Amazon is another million. You don't forget Wolverine and the second Amazon. So it's not as big a project as someone presented it as this mammoth project. It is a big project, don't get me wrong. But I would tell the public that we have more problems to fix than just this. This could help us with our unfunded PERS liability. We start budgeting this kind of money in there. This could help us with public safety years down the line. So I have no problem sitting down with anyone who's not happy with my position on this and explain to them, I'm looking long-term. I'm not looking short-term.
So let's take a hypothetical with your idea. Let's
Okay.
just go 10 years and we don't get anything on it.
Right.
Right? And just say that the property's valued 30 million. 16 today, 30 and 10, right?
Right.
We owe 18, that gives us 12.
Wait. Why do we
We
owe
owe
18?
we owe 18, we owe the 10 for the payback of the pad ready, right?
Okay.
And the 18.
You've got interest on that at 8%.
Okay.
Right? And then you've got the carrying cost. But
Okay.
let's just say it's 18 million,
Okay.
right? So now we're down to 12 million is what the benefit, the plus side is, right? But that 12 million is split with our partners.
Okay.
So now we're 6 million. So we get 5 million sooner, or we wait 10 years and we get 6. That's the downside
That's not the
to me.
either or. That's not the either or. Because if you're waiting to get that 6 in 10 years, you're in a position that you're going to get a lot more as it starts to develop.
If it
I mean, so you want to take, so you take 5 million now, you're comparing 5 million to 6 million. I'm comparing 5 million to tens of millions of dollars. I'm not comparing 5 to 6 million in 10 years.
I don't know how that property is.
Which, to add, so I see where you're going, Lloyd, is that at the end of it, the value of the property is going to increase because you look in history, yes, we can expect that the value of the property is going to be more in 55 years than today. And there's the buyout, even at a 50% profit, there's still going to be
At the
a
end
good
of the
amount of
entire
money.
lease, yes.
Okay, so, Mr. Vessel, question for you. What is generally the cost increase in terms of construction costs now versus in the future, or what we've seen looking in the past? Is that tend to match the inflation rate of, let's say, 8%, or those construction costs, have they gotten larger?
They have. Unfortunately, these last, say, 5 years have been almost unpredictable with how much construction has increased year over year. Historically, it can vary from 5% all the way to 12%.
So if we took an average of 8, which we have 8 in that letter of intent, $5 million compounded annually at 8% is worth $10.8 million 10 years later. And so where I was going with, give me the 5 million now, 10 years from now, that's worth 10.8 million, that we took care of the problem now when construction costs are lower and so forth, and it saves the 33 million, that we don't want to lose. So your long game is a lot more money, and I get it. But again, I'm playing the short game because we have the traffic problem, and so forth, and at least we can knock off one item off that list by fixing and finishing Potrero without losing the funds on it.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's maybe a happy medium between the two, but I certainly see the benefit, and real estate is you play the long game.
If there is consensus on this council that we want the 5 million up front now, and we're going to forego the partnership, I propose we do two things. We ask the developer if he will find a way to write a check for $5 million. We forget the partnership and we make a motion. And let's see where we stand on that. I mean, because that's what we're weighing right now. We're weighing those two options.
Just remember your procedure. So if it dies, then only the minority can bring it back.
That specific motion, we can put other motions up, but
Just be careful. I don't know.
I want you guys to be careful.
Well, so to put my 2 cents in, we've got a 10 to 15, according to my notes, 10 to 15 year build out for the logistics. All right, if I remember right from our discussions, we're looking at 10 to 15 years that the logistics will be there. That's the logistic part. The commercial part depends on everything else as far as, is that right? Is that what we?
No, on the logistics, no.
Okay,
We're done within 7 years at most.
So you said 7 years?
Yeah.
Okay, my notes said 10 to 15, so.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so you said within a year for building 1, 18 months for building 1, and then once you get going, 7 for build out for all 5 buildings.
First building is I think 4, it gets, 3.5 years, and then we're starting a new building every 12 months or after.
Now, how long do they have if the economy goes down and after building 2, things go down in the economy and they need 10 years to come back and finish building? What do they have?
So the development agreement right now vests the project for an initial period of 10 years with a 5-year extension. So technically, they have 10 to 15 years, which might be where you're getting that information, to complete the project subject to the development agreement.
Okay, so that's your build out of your logistics. So when you start looking at your numbers and we're talking about, whatever's connected to that, that's not in top of your retail, of your commercial. So from the public's point of view, they're putting up with the traffic and they're putting up with everything for these 10 to 15 years while you're trying to get some commercial on there. So that's what I'm trying to tell the public is like, listen, this is worth it because we're going to start getting money in. I do agree that the long term is the better way to go, but I do believe that a 5 up front is also beneficial. So I'm kind of in that hybrid mode myself. But I have to sell to the public. You need to put up with the traffic and everything else for 10 to 15 years before you start seeing some commercial come in. So is that a sell? That's what I want to know.
And if I were a knowledgeable public, knowing all of the $500 million in infrastructure project we have to build, Potreto's not going to help the whole city. Potreto's only going to help this side of the city somewhat. But it's not going to address Highland Springs.
No, but it'll push trucks into other places.
Highland Springs is messed up from the cars.
Yeah.
It's cars. I don't see, the trucks there are delivery trucks to those businesses right there that I see. But Potrero fixes and addresses future finishing of the warehouses and projects that have been, because we have stuff that's been approved that's not built, right? We've got everything covered.
Essentially,
Okay.
everything that's been entitled is.
Has been built on?
Is been built. I think,
Okay.
Amazon 2 and United Legwear were sort of the last of the outstanding entitlements that hadn't been built. So we have some things coming through in the near future and then some longer term projects.
So I see that it addresses the west side of town. The east side's a mess, but, and we, at least, I don't know, again, we can just pick one project off and finish it.
But I started a thought that I didn't finish. And my thought is that we're looking at this project and the money that we could get from this project. We're looking at maybe getting $5 million up front, assuming the financing works for the developer. The next project comes in, is going to say, well, they only paid $5 million. We'll give you a $5 million check. I want the next project to come in to say, you got to, I want to be able to tell the next project coming in, we have a long-term partnership with a long-term solution, and you're going to do the same thing. And then that long-term income, that long-term revenue stream doubles with the next project or triples with the next project. I think we need to set a precedent here, and we need to stop turning down money on the table. I know it's long-term, and I know it's going to take a while to get there, but we're not solving our problems by just getting $5 million and still having to look for another $15 million for Potrero.
Well, and that's why I said only for a hybrid where we keep the long-term solution. Because 5 alone is ridiculous to think about that. Even 10, a 10 I think is not very a good move for us as a long-term investment. Getting 10 up front, 5 now and 5 in 15, 10 years or so, that doesn't make sense to me. But I do like thinking out of the box, and I do like this idea. But again, I'm trying to sell to the public that you have 5 million square foot warehouses that you're putting out with for X amount of years until we get there. And if the public will buy that, and they will say, okay, we're going to trust in you, willing to go, that's going to put the pressure on us. My question before you comment is going back to his question earlier about economic department. So our economic department is going to be on high gear. Economic Development Department. So just real quickly, what do you see there? Are we using Coach or wherever to do this to help us through it?
No, we've retained an economic development consultant, and we would work with him, but we're gonna need more help.
Okay.
I would outsource it, I would not.
Okay, so that's a
But
part of our budget.
remember, we still have a vacancy with our economic development.
Right.
But wouldn't that be something we could share with the partnership?
That's kind of the concern also is the optics. Oh, you're,
No,
I mean,
no,
no disrespect, but
No,
you're with a developer.
Oh,
So you support him. That's what I'm saying, and so And where's your loyalty? I mean, where's your priority going to be? Are you going to be working on focusing, because we want to develop downtown, right? That was one of the big plans that we have. We want to develop, we want to bring people into downtown. So we're going to bring people into downtown, or we're going to bring people into the property that we're partners with.
Well, I think the long-term thing is we're in it for the city.
Right.
We're in it for the revenue, so.
But again, to me, it's the optics, right?
I'm sorry.
Well-
So you're saying that we get the 5 million, we don't do the long-term partnership, and we're not going to focus on bringing retail in over there because we're going to focus on bringing retail in downtown.
No, what I'm saying is that the focus for retail is everywhere throughout the city.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not.
Not where we have a vested interest.
No, but no one else is offering us control over 18 acres of pad-ready property.
And it's what we've been talking about, is the control of designing what we want. Remember, we had mentioned that it's
Right.
like we want what we want, so we have that input now, where you don't have it over here, but someone owns the land, you can't tell them what to put there.
Right. Well, the other thing too that we haven't talked about is that, in my experience, you have some of these, the larger commercial retail establishments want to own their property. Otherwise, they're not going to come in. We're not set up for that.
Are you talking about retail?
Retail.
I think Mr. Seibert said that we could sell those
Sell it.
properties to people who want to
So
come in and
no,
develop.
before you can sell it though, you've got to subdivide it. So you've got a 20-acre piece.
I think
You
it's
can't-
already in parcels, isn't it?
No,
No.
it's one 20-acre parcel.
Yeah,
That's
if you're
what I'm saying,
talking
is
about
so-
selling off the individual buildings, then that would have to be further subdivided.
Yeah.
As it stands right now, you have sort of a larger,
See, and that's what I
Larger
get,
pieces.
we don't develop commercial real estate. That's not us. That's not what we do. And so you get a Lowe's or whatever, I'm just throwing that out there, and they want to own the property. Oh, we're going to build our building and we want to own the lot right here. Well, we can't sell it to you because we're not, it's not subdivided yet. So now we got to subdivide it before we can sell.
Couldn't that
That
be a
really
part
just
of
bring-
the
That,
LOI?
is that really
Huh?
that big of a deal?
Could that be part of the LOI or
Is
could that
subdi-
be a discussion?
Is
I'm just
subdividing
saying
a
that
big
that's-
deal?
Yes, because again, the lease,
don't-
50/50 is not the main focus. The main focus is getting things in there that's giving a sales tax and bringing others to the region.
And jobs?
And jobs.
Everyone's forgetting
So
about
that
the
little
rest.
50/50, that's just icing on the cake. So if it's not a big deal to do that, then I don't see what the problem is. I don't know, you tell me if
But
it's a
we
big
get-
deal.
We get the jobs and the sales tax either way, without the partnership.
Not
Wait,
necessarily.
wait,
Wait a minute.
Wait, you're saying the downside is if the retail never builds there. So how do you get the jobs? If you're looking at, if you're using that as your argument for why we shouldn't do the partnership is because that will never get built. We want to focus on other areas. How can you say that we're going to get that no matter what?
Because you don't have to pay the 10 million plus the 8%
Yeah,
interest
but
and all
who's-
that.
Who's just gonna walk in and say, oh, I want that piece of land right there? I mean, this is already set up because we're marketing it with the pads and we're focusing that with the hotel. So you're saying that somebody come in on their own and we get out of all of the headache, and if you want it, hey, come in over here and take,
No, well-
is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm saying is
get
that typically, I shouldn't say typically, some of the commercial development that I'm familiar with will subdivide the property. They'll build buildings, somebody will come in, they want to buy it, but they want to own it.
Right.
Right? I don't know how we fit into that.
We sell it and we get our half of the net revenue.
Not
That's
until
it.
we pay back
Well,
the 10
once you
million
pay
plus
back the
8.
18 million.
You have to pay that first.
So you
Agreed.
may sell it and you may not make any revenue.
But
because
we
you-
don't have to, the
Oh,
way
I
I
see
understand the
what you-
partnership and the LOI and everything that we're talking about, we never have to come up with money to pay this debt. It comes from future income. If we don't get that future income, then at the end of 55 years, there's a debt, we have the property. I don't understand it. But here's I want to make a suggestion. If again, I think we should put it to a vote. If we're not interested in doing the partnership, then we should just try and put it to a vote that we do the 5 million up front, and then we ask staff to work with developers, see if that's possible. The developer comes back and says, no, that's not possible. And I don't think they'll do this, but no, that's not possible. We're going to go to the county and give them the offer of the deal. You think the county would turn down this offer, this plan? I don't think so.
Well, I need to know why, a little bit more of why the partnership is not comfortable. So you talked about optics, You talked about selling it off. You talked about the city's not in the business for that. So I can see that, okay? So, so I need to know where the others feel. What is the problem you have with the partnership? Does it take too long? You don't like the optics? You don't like the length of?
I'll jump out there.
this?
To me, it's the optics and it's too long due to the money that we have to pay back, because 8% on the 10 million turns into 18 million real quick, just after 10 years. And so I think the payback versus the potential value of the land down the road, and then splitting the potential profit on it, it's just too long of a game. So the optics and our traffic solution pulls me away from that.
For the project or for the?
For the commercial.
For the commercial
For the
part?
commercial portion only.
Okay.
I still stand firm on the whole project itself, what I said earlier, that I think it's.
So
it's
it
a
still
good
has to
bet.
have commercial component, it still
Correct.
has to have this, we still have a 5 million benefit fee, but you
I
don't
think, I
like the
just think
owning
that,
part and the
yeah, I think we
leasing
can,
part.
we have a greater need short-term that we need to solve.
Okay, so you're back to short-term one, are you comfortable with just one $5 million payout, or are you the 5 and 5, who were you?
Well, I agreed with what Mike brought up is the 5 and 5. We still
Okay, so
have,
you're
we still
looking at
have
5
this,
to
the public benefit fee in there that matches our plus policy, and I know they're outside of that and they volunteered that.
And you're in the mindset that the commercial will come on its own,
Correct.
like Mike said.
But you're not in the mindset that commercial will come on its own if we enter the partnership.
Say that again?
You're not of the mindset, and you're of the mindset the commercial is going to come on its own. But when we're talking about a partnership, you're of the mindset the commercial will never come in.
No, I see, no, it's just by the time that we benefit from that and we see revenue is a long time.
Right, but we
So
have.
it's gonna come.
We have other benefits.
But
We
I
have
don't-
control in what goes there. We have the ability to market as city property. We can go to Las Vegas and say, listen, we got pad ready for you in 2 years. Come look at what we're doing here.
But you're competing with other business owners that have vacant land within the city.
And I
And
also.
your first thing is, you can come and see our property. You didn't say anything about the property that exists off Oak Valley Parkway.
And I still don't
or-
like personally, I still don't like the location, because I don't see our current residents driving over there unless it's a fantastic entertainment center. I don't see them visiting it that often,
Okay, so what if?
because, and where they say the market takes care of itself, there's enough land at Oak Valley that could have been that entertainment hub, and it hasn't happened. No one's come to us to say, I know you have it zoned for retail, I'd like to have it something else, because here are my plans. I don't think anybody's knocking on our door to make that happen. I've been in Beaumont for 20 years, and I haven't seen that developed yet, and there's been all kinds of big box stores, rumors of them coming, and it never happened. And I know that the population has to come in to meet their needs before they'll want to develop. But as you point out, these additional homes are going to still keep coming in, and we still have a traffic issue. But it's that freeway is in my opinion, a mental barrier for residents of Beaumont to drive over there, cross the 60 freeway, and then head east to where that development is, and it's only one little spot. If there were other things to build off of it to make it a larger and larger component, then great. For example, Second Street became a bit of a destination for us because you got Walmart to come in, then you got Home Depot, and then now all the other smaller stores started coming in and filling in those gaps. We have a small segment that may not be large enough to really be a full-on destination for us in that spot.
So let me ask the two of you, or the three of you.
No, I'm ready to take a risk.
No, that's not what I was going to ask you.
I know, but okay.
But what are you going to say to the optics of the community member who comes to you and says, oh, you got the 5 million. What about the long-term tens of millions of dollars that we could improve the city on? What's your response going to be there?
Personally, my response is that we helped fix the traffic problem, which is the number one concern of our residents.
We've helped fix a portion of the traffic problem right now.
The thing that we have control of right now.
Okay, so I would suggest that someone makes a motion for 5 million upfront, and then we instruct staff, if that motion passes, that we instruct staff to go back to the developer and says, can we work that deal? And if the developer says no, then we're back at square one, correct? No, not necessarily, because they could go and shop the deal to the county. And can say, look at this partnership we were going to do with the city of Beaumont, we can do that with you. So somebody make a motion. And I will make it if you need me to.
So we're just talking about
It's your
the D. We're
motion.
not talking about,
It's whatever your
Approving
motion
the-
is going to be.
okay. So I'll make a motion to look at to further investigate or to look at the DA in regarding a upfront payment of 5 million that goes strictly for Potrero at annexation, once annexation is approved. The other dollar per square foot would come once occupancy is given. We still go forward with the CFD for public safety, street maintenance, whatever that is. That would be my motion for the DA.
Mr. Laura, to clarify your
Yes,
motion,
please.
the development agreement addresses the CFD and that other public benefit. It would just be a
The addition
one-time
of the-
fee at
Yes.
completion of
No,
LAFCO.
actually, his motion was that we would instruct staff to go back and negotiate. It wasn't to
Understood.
approve, it wasn't to
Understood.
approve the project.
Gotcha.
I think the
Right.
motion needs to be that we approve the project the way you want it approved, and then we take a vote.
I'm not ready to have the project approved until I see what they can do with the secondary access and what it looks like from the 60 with the grading.
Okay.
So I'm not ready to approve the project. Maybe we do a continuance, but so that's why I was just focused on the DA.
So it's 5 million up front.
5 million up front at
eventually,
at
keep
approval of
the CFD,
annexation,
Take out
and
the,
then
Take out the
take out
letter
the
of intent.
LOI, right?
take out
Okay.
the LOI.
So let's assume this passes and we do it, and we don't get the 5 million that you want. Then we come back here, and now what do? We start talking about the partnership again?
Well, that's what this motion's gonna do.
Well, why don't we start talking about the partnership now?
You just asked me to make the motion, so I made the motion.
You didn't
and now
make
you
the
want to go.
motion. I asked you to make a, I
I
asked you to
did.
make a motion to
I was
approve
ma-
the project.
No, I'm not going to make the motion to approve the project. We can continue this and then talk about the options later if you want, but I'm not ready to approve the project. I already indicated that I've got some concerns that I want to see addressed before
I don't think we
Before
need a
me.
motion to give staff direction,
okay?
It's up to you, John.
because I'd like to be able to give staff direction
Well,
on
if
the
you want to approve the project,
idea.
make the motion to approve the project.
What's that?
If you want to approve the project, you can make the motion to approve the project.
I'm not ready to, because I want a better deal in the
That's what I-
lease.
Okay. Yes, so
So I'd like to just give the staff direction on how we want the lease written, so that when then when they go to the developer, they can sit down and talk on our behalf and say, this is out, maybe this is in, but that's out. But I don't want to have to come back here 2 weeks from now and we're back at square one. We're here now. Let's finalize what we do like about the lease and our ROI or LOI, and let's give them a little bit more discussion to have with the developer.
So can we ask them to go back for option one and then let's talk about the LOI? So we'll use that.
I think option one needs to be a motion for the project. And if we're not ready to make that tonight, then we should just say, we get, just like what we've done after the planning commission. Julio and I sat down and we said, these are some of the deal points that we like and we don't like. They came back with a suggestion. We went back and forth and that's what's on the table now. I don't like the 10-year trigger, the way it's set up. I would like to see a 10-year trigger that the accrual of our costs stops at 10 years until until we start receiving rental income.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
And
couple
then
things.
at that point, whatever that gap is, so if at 10 years, there's no rental income, then at year 12, there's now rental income. We don't pay any of the property tax or carrying costs for that last 2-year period. That's the way I would like, that's the big difference that I would like to see in the LOI. So I'd like to hear if the rest of you have improvements to the LOI, and then let's give staff the ability to go back and try and bring something else that then Mike will have seen the pictures of what he wants to see. And then we will have the ability to say, okay, we're ready to make a motion now. And then we, you know, if that motion fails to do it the way that you want to do it, then we have an option to make a second motion on something that we already know the developer is comfortable with.
I think that's why I'm asking for direction on two different things.
Right.
Right, so I'm asking for clarification and direction to negotiate for the LOI, and then also to have a conversation with the developer about the DA.
Right, but I think the developer being here with his entire team, they're hearing what we're saying.
Yeah,
And I think that they will already be ready for a discussion without us giving them direction to say, you know, negotiate plan A, try plan B. I think they'll just go to the developer, and we'll do the same thing we've done over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and that is see if we can make it a deal that we can get 3 votes for.
Well, I think in the LOI, I think I used the term previously, super pumped on the BPP. I think I want more clarification on that to delineate out exactly what that entails.
Let's talk about the BPP is, because most people have no idea what that is, and I'm confused myself.
Okay, so let me find it. Hold on one second where I have it in here.
Should be
It's on paragraph 4 of the LOI on page 2. And it states, let me get to a starting point on here. Base rent under the ground lease would equal 50% of all net rent and other income generated by the project actually received net rent by Beaumont Point. After Beaumont Point first is reimbursed in full of all of its project costs, carry costs and accrued interest on both at the rate of 8% per annum from the date of the applicable date of expenditures, interest, and debt service on any mortgages encumbering the vertical improvements at the property and capital contributed by Beaumont Point's equity partners, together with a return thereon, collectively the BPP costs. I think we need to understand what collectively, I'm assuming, is Beaumont Point partners, and clarify who that entails, and what is included in that. I also think in section 5, let me see, I wrote down here, paragraph 5 needs further clarification. So the project costs are estimated to exceed $10,000 and would be reimbursed to Beaumont Point as first priority payment from rent, sales proceeds, and other income generated by the project, together with carry cost and interest in a maximum amount of $10 million. Then it goes on to say the cap would not include carry costs and interest, which would be paid in the future as first priority from rent and other income generated by the project. They appear to be contradictory, so we need to clarify which is the intent of that last statement.
And on that point, I think we should try and get a lower interest rate than 8%.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't know what, I agree with you. I think we had initially requested 5. Maybe we meet in the middle between 5 and 8. I don't know. But I do think that that's something that should be discussed a little further. And then also in paragraph 6, if either Beaumont Point or a third party purchases the official offered property, the net proceeds from such sale would first be used to reimburse Beaumont Point in full for all BP costs. So once again, clarifying and understanding that, with the balance of the net proceeds divided equally between the city and Beaumont. This was something that was brought up earlier in the example of sell it for $30 million, pay them back their 18, then split the remaining. I think we need to look at reduction of the interest rate. I think we need to understand BPP costs further so that we can have a true understanding of what our actual numbers are. I think that's my take on that one.
Mike, I know you're not in favor of the partnership at all, but I also know that if if the project doesn't get approved the way you want it to get approved, that you would want some impact on improving the partnership. So do you have any concerns with the terms of the partnership other than what Jessica and I have talked about?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think there was one other point, sorry, that we had in paragraph 2. Currently, it says if Beaumont Point or a third-party developer does not either pull building permits and cause construction of the building on the project, or negotiate and execute a binding lease with a third-party tenant for space in the project prior to the 10th anniversary of the lease commencement date. That's what you were referring to, correct?
Yes, but I don't like the next part that says the city gets the property as long as we pay the debt on the property at that point. So I'd like the accrual to stop at that point and pick up again once there's rental income coming in.
So just for clarification for the public's purpose, it currently states lease may be terminated at the city's opinion, in which event the city would retain the fee simple interest in the property after reimbursement to Beaumont Point for all of its project costs as defined below in an amount not to exceed 10 million, carrying costs as defined below and interest as defined below.
Yes.
And then anything from you, Mr. Martinez?
Both part of the development of that, so. I'm okay. I support everything, and I like Mr. White's suggestion about the accrual, so.
And are we okay with the 55-year term?
Yeah, that had to be. Remember, we clarified.
Okay.
So we don't have anything else on the agenda tonight, right?
So question for council on this letter of intent. What if the applicant is not in a financial position to buy the property? Then are we, because at the end of the 55 years, it goes back to them and they pay fair market value. If they're unable to purchase that, then we, if we didn't want it anymore, then we have the ability to sell it. Is that correct? And then if so, we would still be selling, would still be splitting half of the profit?
So what the letter of intent provides, it's a 55-year lease. And then at the end of the lease, they would pay you the value of just the land, the unimproved land, right? And your hypothetical is if they didn't have the money to pay the city that fair market value of just the unimproved land, they would be in breach of the agreement. And so the remedy would be to sue them for breach of the agreement.
Okay, okay. So we still have a motion on the table.
I'll rescind that motion.
It's recent, okay.
There was no second.
All right.
There's no second.
Okay.
But
I think we've gotten direction from the council, from the comments tonight, and the developer was here and heard them as well. We could go back, if it's the council's wish, we could go back and work with the developer and their attorneys and try to address some of the concerns that were raised and the thoughts that were raised, if that's what you want us to do.
All right, and,
you had talked about a hybrid also, 5 million plus the LOI, or no?
Yeah, well. We had talked about 5 upfront, 5, and then you said no, but I was looking at a 5 upfront, and then no additional 5, but the hybrid, so keeping the LOI.
So we want them to look at that as well, or is that?
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
was a part of, I think you got that part right. So a 5 up front, no additional 5, and then keeping the LOI with the modifications that we talked about. You gotta get it front.
Okay.
It is a benefit fee, but it would be paid
Upfront.
upfront. Yeah,
At
at
annexation.
annexation, so.
You know, and that, thinking about it in those terms, I think that you do give us somewhat of a compromise there, because we are kind of aiding in that traffic, right? Because we're getting it sooner to help solve that gap, and then we are still looking at the long term. So, it may be the perfect compromise.
We'll see. Okay, so do we need to make a motion to continue the item?
We do, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make do you want to say? I'll second.
Okay, so
Do you need it?
Go ahead.
Well, so do
clarify.
we want to continue it to April 2nd or April 16th? Does legal have a preference? We do, if we have a date specific, we don't have to renotice the project. If we go without a date specific, then we'll renotice the public hearing, so.
Can we ask legal?
Is the developer gonna have time to do their homework?
Well, and it depends on staff. Staff has their agenda set up too.
I prefer April 2nd if we think we can get it done by then.
All right, so my question for staff and the applicant is, would you, Mr. Cyber, would you guys have adequate time to respond to what we're discussing in a 2-week period?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think just a few sims, we got up for Mr. Laura,
Okay.
Councilman Laura.
We will do whatever the council asks, and if you want us to come back on the 2nd, we'll do that. But,
Okay.
rushing this,
I
it was
think-
kind of a mad scramble coming into
I'm
this
worried
council
about
meeting.
I see.
And
The
my
the staff
only,
reports for April 2nd, sorry, were due today.
I say no date and then just republic the notice. That's why we have maximum time.
I'm not in favor of no
Yeah.
date.
you want to have a date,
All right,
and you want to
16th.
continue the hearing. And the reason we want to do that is so that we don't have to renotice the hearing. We just continue the matter to the future date.
All right, let's go with April 19th then.
16th.
16th?
You guys are worried about the optics in the community and what they're gonna do.
Continuing it.
I'm saying, let's just get it done and, the longer we drag this out,
Well, I think from listening to the public, a lot of them were concerned about the rush in the beginning. I mean, that was clear on what I heard, is like, don't rush it, let me have time to digest it. So I think that's plenty of time
okay.
to digest. I mean, I'm getting emails still on the environmental stuff they want clarified.
Well, I'm
so-
sure I'm gonna get lots of emails and messages. But,
So,
As I said before, anyone wants to meet with
Well,
me,
and
reach
I
out
wanna-
to me. I'll sit down, I'll have coffee, a beer, whatever it takes, and tell you where I'm
Oh,
at.
and you're buying, right? You said
So,
that
Mr.
public.
Martinez, so to clarify, so you want to restate your motion?
You made the motion, did you?
To continue it to April 19th.
Yeah, I think it's continued to April 16.
To April 16th?
April
Okay.
16th. I'll second that.
Okay, roll call, please.
Ready? Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyd?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. All right, let me find my notes now. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I think that was a good discussion, and I think it's one that we had to have in public, so I do appreciate the frankness on that.
Sure.
I
thank
do as
you.
well.
Yep, I think so, I believe.
So on to item J2, Market Night Policy Update and Discussion on Market Night Event, and that will be a staff report by Christina Taylor.
We skipped J1?
Oh,
We had J1.
wait, sorry, I missed that.
I was just gonna
Okay.
ask, can
All
I
right,
get a
so-
drink of water first?
Nope.
We're gonna-
No
We will
time.
change that. So item J1 is approve a public works agreement with Conservative Land Care for the construction of 6th Street medians in an amount not to exceed $764,838. Staff report by Mr. Doug Story.
One.
Taking a deep breath. Mayor and council, the staff report before you is to move forward with a project that we came in 2023, where we will be addressing the medians on 6th Street, going from Highland Springs, traveling east to Illinois. So this project, we went out to bid in January of this year. And we've already started to do a couple of things on those medians. We've removed some of the cypress trees and some of the things that were used to be in those medians in preparation for this project. So we've brought to council previously the design and what the medians would look like. We had several options that we presented to council. That was what was included in the bid that went out to bid. We had 2 responses from Conserve Land Care and Los Angeles Engineering. The recommendation is to proceed with a public works agreement with Conserve Land Care for the amount of $764,838. This is a 75-day calendar days for this project, so that's how long we expect this project to take. And that's it. If you have any questions, I will answer them.
Mayor, I'll move to approve as written.
I'll second.
Okay, do we have any public comments?
Anybody still awake?
Everybody still awake?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
Is Rudy still there?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, Rudy.
Hey, Rudy.
All right, roll call, please. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. Okay, finally on to J2. Market night policy update and discussion on market night event and staff report by Christina Taylor.
I know it's very exciting, and we want to jump right to market night, right?
Market night.
So before you this evening is the updated market night policy. This is a continued discussion from back in February when we initially discussed establishing a market night and took a first review at the policy. So if you'll remember some of the key events that were considered in the initial market night policy and the discussion were location, days and times, public safety, entertainment, and staffing needs. Other considerations were, are we going to charge vendors? What sort of mechanism are we going to use to track them and get them into market night? Using someone to assist, an outside party to assist with coordinating the vendors, and then funding for establishing the market night. So since that meeting, staff has met several times, and we have narrowed down the location to Beaumont Avenue between 6th and 8th. We are looking at, instead of doing it monthly or biweekly, having this weekly from 5 to 9 on Thursdays. And then we would also propose beginning this in June after high school graduation as opposed to starting it in May. And the reason for that is as we go through May, we have like 3 weeks, then we have Memorial Day weekend, and then we have Cherry Festival, and then we have graduation at the high school. And those are 3 consecutive weeks where we feel like if we start it and then we're off for 3 weeks, that's really gonna send a mixed message to the public, and there's some potential for that creating an issue. So instead, we're proposing to start it the Thursday after graduation at the high school and then run it through the summer. We would propose to couple this with the summer concert series. So typically we see the summer concerts happen at Stewart Park, but since that park will be under construction, we have developed some ideas for how we can host that out in the street and bring people together to have both the concerts and the market night. The department heads are working on staffing plans to make sure that the events are covered for their various departments, whether it's through public safety, community services, public works, et cetera. So we're addressing all of that. And then lastly, I know there was discussion on not wanting to charge the vendors initially to participate in the market night. So as sort of an incentive to encourage them to participate so we can get a lot of vendors out there. So staff would need some direction to establish a no-fee license specific to market night, not just across the board, but specific for vendors that would be participating. And lastly, you may have noticed in the policy that there's been a little name change. And so instead of just calling it market night, staff did some brainstorming, and I don't see Julie here, but Julie with her PIO mind and city manager with some good ideas that she had, proposed changing the name to something that had a different connotation. So instead of just saying market night, thinking of booths lined up, we wanted something that made people think like, oh, this might be a fun event, or what could be going on out there, and also give us the opportunity to pivot the event as seasons change and as different things come up. So we are going with Beaumont Nights at Town Center. So Beaumont Avenue downtown being sort of the center of town, and we're gonna be holding these events in the evening. So we're happy to take some feedback on that name as well, if anybody is interested. Lastly, attachment A is the revised policy. We updated the items based on discussion we had and also internal discussion with staff. So at this time, staff is recommending City Council adopt the updated rules and regulations policy and direct staff to establish a no-fee license specific to Beaumont Nights at Town Center. This concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Questions from council? Mr. White, your light's on?
I have one concern and one suggestion. The concern I have is that I've heard from some business owners that we never went out and reached out to them. I mean, we talked about a market night in the business meetings. We talked about a market night up here, but we never went out to the business owners, I don't think, and said, hey, we're thinking about closing the street down for two blocks every night for, one night a week. And I think there's a business owner or two, and a lot of times they're the same business owner or two, that should have been approached to a point to say, yes, you may think it's going to hurt your business, but look at the opportunity of doing this. So I'm disappointed in that, and I think that that maybe we should at least try and involve them with the discussion. And
We have been out. So staff has, and I'm not sure when your conversation occurred and who it was with. I'm happy to talk with you offline about that. But economic development staff has been out in the downtown in those blocks specific, and have talked to those businesses, have talked to them about the opportunities to have their booths set up out there for their participation and looking for their feedback. Additionally, when we provided an update at Economic Development Committee last week, once we received direction tonight from council or confirmation that we're good with the days and times and the policies that are in here, we're going to be setting up a downtown meeting with all of the businesses in that area. So we'll be reaching out to them individually, as well as sending out to our big downtown emailing list that we used for the meetings that we've had over the last year and a half, to invite them out to come so they can hear, and we can hear from them on some of their concerns or excitement either way.
Okay, so I stand corrected. This was a comment that I heard a couple weeks ago. So if you had done it before the couple weeks ago, had you gone out before the couple weeks ago?
It's probably been just since our last meeting, so that would have been in the last couple weeks. So there may have been an overlap in when we reached out to them, but if you later want to provide me,
I
will
just
make
think
sure.
before we went to the chamber and everything else, we should have reached out, and I don't think that happened. And then my other suggestion is, I had an idea if, again, warning, one of my crazy ideas, that we do a battle of the bands through the summer.
That'd be cool.
So we reach out, we take applications from local bands. They don't have to be Beaumont, but Ukaipa, Redlands, whatever. And you have them come in one maybe a band or two a week, and they get to play for 30 minutes, 60 minutes. You're going to get their family members, you're going to get their followers, you're going to get, and then as you build up through the summer, you have, you sort of like an opener? Like The Voice or so you start with a few bands and you have them play. I think that would generate a lot of local interest. I just want to make that suggestion as for entertainment. I think I would think that we should pay them a little bit, but we wouldn't have to pay them what we'd have to pay with someone else, so.
Here comes Doug.
The idea behind combining the summer concert series was we were hoping to draw the crowd, because we're not getting the big headliners. We can't afford it. But some of the cover bands, like the U2 cover band that played at one of our recent events, we've invited them. So we could do a battle of the bands.
Yeah, you triggered another part of my thought, is they should all be cover bands.
Yeah, no, that's where we're going. So once a week, obviously 4th of July would be the big event, but we believe that putting the bands out there on Beaumont Avenue is going to draw the crowd as well. We could do the Battle of the Bands as the opening act and have two.
Something like that, I think.
One we pay for and one that.
Maybe we can even get a ad up on the digital boards before then.
Reach out to local stations too.
That's no problem. I was slow in walking up here. I apologize.
Any other comments or?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you guys for the name. I think it's creative. I like kind of calling it town center. I think we have opportunity with adding the band for us to kind of station it center of the street so that it's not drowned out by traffic on either end, but gives us a center stage for people to go to and a destination point to kind of gather around and walk to. One thing I'm a little concerned about is just about where people are going to stand and sit. So that's something we got to think about if they're bringing their chairs, because they may do that. I don't know. So we're going to have to really kind of think on that.
So one of the things we talked about was just that. We don't want to call it summer concert series because that envisions blankets, chairs, food, right? What we want is more of a Beaumont Nights at Town Center with live music and get away from the mindset of it's a picnic in the grass, because we want foot traffic for the vendors. If they're not if people aren't moving from booth to booth to booth, the vendors aren't going to get the foot traffic, right? So we're strategically saying Beaumont Nights at Town Center, and by the way, we're going to have live music.
But we're still going to have the 4th of July, bring your blankets and sit down, or not?
The park will be under construction, so we'll probably have similar to what we did at COVID, where we blocked the park off. We didn't want the crowd, there was social distancing at the time, and so we'll have the park blocked off. We have talked to the school district about potentially using Palm Elementary. People will be in the streets, they'll be along Palm Avenue. We are doing a laser show, not a laser, drone show in addition to fireworks.
But when you say not sitting, are we going to write tickets for people who sit?
No, we don't want them sitting along. So the fireworks are going to start at 9 o'clock. The vendors.
I'm talking about the Beaumont Market night. What we can talk about the 4th of July. I'm not talking about are we doing fireworks every Beaumont Market? Okay.
Yeah.
No.
We are.
Not every week, no.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the weekly one. People are going to want to sit down. They're going to bring kids and family, and they're going to want to sit down maybe on the curb or
tables or something.
Maybe we could help our businesses set up tables and chairs out in front of their businesses. Or I don't know. I just know that you bring a bunch of little kids, and we want families.
We do,
and
we want the foot traffic to move. If everybody's stationary, nobody's shopping.
Yeah, I think if you.
So
I don't know,
there's going to be a
set it up on
crowd,
either
and
end.
we will put up tables and chairs, but we don't want it to become just a concert where the booths don't get patronized.
Kind of like what we did for Christmas in the parking lot out here?
Yeah.
That worked out well. You had some chairs but you had vendors like right around the concert stage.
Yeah.
Similar.
Yeah, I think if you set up vendors on either side with the stage in the middle, maybe that would work.
It has to be a blend.
And some of the vendors are going to be food vendors, right? Yeah. So we're going to want people to be able to. You ever tried to eat a drink and a food?
We're going to put tables and chairs up. We're just not going to saturate it like a.
Not like an event.
No, but I think a couple good locations. One over here, big one over there. I think you got to have that. Yeah.
Well, I will make a motion then to adopt the updated rules and regulations policy and direct staff to establish a no-fee license specific to Beaumont Nights at Town Center.
I'll second.
Mayor, we do have a caller on this item if you want to take it.
Oh, yes,
before you
please.
do the
Wow,
roll call.
okay.
Excellent.
Wow, that's.
Rudy, are you there? Do we still have a caller on the line?
I could transfer them to a meeting right now.
Thank you. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes.
Go right ahead. You're on with council.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I know we're up late, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to take the call. I do appreciate my name's Anthony. I'm a resident here in the city of Beaumont, and my concern. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. I appreciate you guys taking the time for my call here. I know it's been a late night, and I've been hearing the the discussion about traffic, and I feel blocking Beaumont at 5 o'clock on a Thursday seems like it's going to clog up a lot of traffic, where I believe the Grace Street, by the Grace Building, where there's a cul-de-sac, would limit the traffic, and I think it was a better space. And the Grace Building is you guys' building as well, so I feel like putting something there, there's a lot of nice place where there's grass and there's things going on. I feel like it's a better option. Again, that's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so no other public comment?
I couldn't agree more with that. I really do. I understand why we want to do it on Beaumont Avenue. But I think that the Gray Street, there's lawns to sit on. I know you don't want them sitting. But we'll take a lot less heat from shutting down Beaumont. We can find out if it works. And we can do stuff at the Gray Street building to let people know that that's, where we're headed. But we don't have any business owners that are going to be upset. Ramona's will be happy. They'll be killing it.
Well, that was my original suggestion way back when, but there was a good reasoning that you had for not doing it there. You might have to recall, because I was very insistent that it go there.
The people driving on the freeway are going to see all that. Well, what's going on down there?
What was the comment?
The reasoning for Beaumont Avenue was to bring focus to Beaumont Avenue, downtown, the businesses there. Grace Avenue is somewhat of a deserted area where there really isn't businesses open other than Ramona's. It's mostly industrial. 20 years ago, we did a market night on Grace Avenue back when it was a little bit more lively down there, and it didn't go anywhere, but that was obviously 20 years ago. The intent of staff for Beaumont between 6th and 8th is, number one, we close it down for parades. There is already a traffic diversion plan in place. And number two is to shed some light on businesses that are in that area that may be struggling.
But we've never shut it down before on a rush hour.
No.
And I know we haven't really voted on this. We've talked about it. But I think the first place we're going to start developing our downtown is around the Gray Street building. I don't think I think, we have the resources there. We own property there. We now have the cleaners there. I don't know.
Is there any expected construction to go on in that area anytime soon, though? I mean, are we expecting anything to do, any improvements on those buildings, anything that we can think of there? Would that area have capacity for a large event? I mean, I don't know how many, our last concerts, what was the largest attendance? Are we concerned about, I know we heard a lot about public safety today in that area. Is that, feasible to be done there? I was very uncomfortable with Beaumont Avenue, but I became comfortable with it. I tried to become comfortable with it. I tried to become comfortable with it because I do think that it draws to the downtown business area, and I think that that's the biggest draw for it. I always remind myself, okay, Redlands did it downtown. I know they don't necessarily do it anymore. Palm Springs shuts down an entire highway, at that time frame, and it has proven to be very successful over the years. And I think that in my opinion, I feel we need to take the risk on this because we are trying to highlight the town center, and I feel like the risk is worth it in this aspect.
And thinking about it this way, I mean, you're driving, I can't go, what the heck's going on? And then it kind of advertises itself. And you see, why is this blocked off? Oh, Beaumont Nights is happening. And then they kind of see that. So it's a way that they can maybe.
So when we block off the traffic for the parade, we are blocking it off on the south side of the intersection of Beaumont and 6th. This will be blocked off, correct me, at the north side of that intersection now, correct? So, so when traffic is heading north on Beaumont Avenue, they can hit 6th Street and go east or west, but they can't go north. When we do the parade, they can only go west, yeah. And so it's less of a disruption in terms of directions they can go when we shut it down for the evening. Because if they don't know and they get up to Beaumont Avenue, they just turn right or left and take the next street and go north.
Yeah.
And they can get through and get to 8th Street, turn around, and get back on Beaumont Avenue, and up they go. So I think the disruption is not going to be that big.
I think it's worth the risk.
They're going to be cars, and it'll back up. Well, it always backs up on Beaumont Avenue anyway, but.
No.
And that's the highest density of businesses that we have in between 6th and 8th. So I would still support it being there. I appreciate the comments that were made.
The thought process was to grow this up to 9th, 10th.
Yeah.
I'll have hats for anyone who wants them that says, I wanted Grace Street, okay?
Are you going to have it say make Grace Street great again?
Oh, man, you know it's late.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, but not to that comment.
Councilmember White.
The make Grace Street great again is not part of the motion, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
All right.
I approve, yes.
Councilmember Voigt.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura.
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes. Okay, so we're on to item J3, downtown streetlight discussion, and that a staff report by Robert Vestal.
That speaks for itself.
I'm really glad it went that way.
We're on fire today, buddy.
Robert, you're on.
Oh,
You're waiting
sorry. I apologize.
Just waiting for a slow computer.
Right, yes.
This is the 25 minutes.
There we go.
Ah, there it is.
All right.
Look at their 6th Street.
Downtown streetlight discussion. The intent of this item is to obtain council's direction on using the formerly or previously created CIP for downtown street replacement project to enhance and support market night on Beaumont Avenue between 6th and 8th. Staff has developed, if council is interested in using that CIP to enhance market night, staff has developed two options for council's consideration. Option one is the typical consultant and contractor method. GHD, which is currently developing the downtown revitalization plan, would develop a conceptual design and layout, giving council several options for lights, light standards, custom tailored to your vision for downtown, for the downtown market night and downtown in general. And it would be ideally consistent with the entire downtown lighting theme applicable to the downtown revitalization plan. Once we had that conceptual layout and council selected the options that they would prefer, we would contract with the engineering consultant that would develop the final plans, PS&Es, for those lights. We would contract it and award it to the lowest responsive bidder. The schedule would presumably take 12 to 18 months from now until the lights were turned on. And it would cost roughly $750,000 to $1.5 million. That's option one. The lights there are not representative of any design. They would come with much better designs. Option 2 is city staff. City forces would install street lights using poles and fixtures that we already use in downtown. Specifically, well, downtown around City Hall, Stewart Park. The images shown there are representative of what's out there. Also, the light fixture in the middle of the room is representative of a post-top fixture. The schedule would be roughly 3 to 6 months from now until when those lights were turned on, and it would cost roughly $500,000. To give you an idea, when council and some staff were in DC, staff took note of King Street in Alexandria, Virginia, and roughly the spacing of the street light and kind of the mood of the street. So the image that you see there, those street lights are roughly spaced about 25 feet on average. They are the post-top type street lights, or acorn, with the acorn type fixture and roughly about 15 foot high pole. This is what King Street looks like illuminated at night, and then also the previous image just for reference. Again, these are spaced 25 feet using very low lumen type fixtures. Another two examples is one on Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California. Those are hard to see in this photo because they're camouflaged, so I put arrows to indicate where they are. But that's a spacing of roughly 75 feet. Again, using the post-top type streetlights. The other photo is from downtown Redlands, East State Street. And again, this Redlands mimics King Street in Alexandria, Virginia. It has a very tight spacing of the street lights. And then finally, this last plan is kind of staff's attempt to mimic those concepts. The red dots that you see represent post-top street lights, similar to the one in the middle of the chamber. And the yellow street lights represent existing, we call them Cobra heads, but they're the traditional street lights that you would think of when you would think of a street lights. They're existing. Staff is not proposing to modify those in any way. And conceptually, the enhanced street lighting would be on a different circuit and could be dimmed or turned off independent of the street lighting. So the street lighting could operate safely throughout the entire night. This enhanced lighting could operate during market hours or realistically any known hours that council would want. Also shown in this plan is enhanced lighting through 7th Street all the way to the public parking on Magnolia and North 7th, providing safe, at least illuminated and continuous concrete walkway to the parking. The blue lines represent added concrete as part of this project to make sure that the sidewalk is continuous. So that concludes my presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem first.
Sure. Can you go back to the slide where the cost for city staff to do that? And I got to know, were you sweating bullets when they started talking about Gray Street?
I was. They're going to change my presentation drastically.
Okay. So, make sure I'm clear. With this lighting, you're looking at 3 to 6 months and 500,000, and you're gonna have it on 7th Street and Beaumont Avenue where we'd have the market night dimmable for mood lighting, I assume. Well, and otherwise, it's about 18 months and between 900 and 1.1, I think.
1.5 million.
1.5?
Yeah. The first option gives council a lot more choices. It also incorporates, if council wanted to move away from our current lighting standard, it would take the approach of the entire downtown revitalization plan from, I think, California all the way to Highland Springs, and then Beaumont from 5th Street all the way to 10th Street, and really come up with a lighting theme for you. This is more of a, here's what we have, we can implement it almost immediately for option 2.
I like the idea because it gives a different lighting theme because of the spacing, so you can have a different effect. And in areas that we want to showcase, we may be able to do this. We don't waste the other lighting fixtures that we currently have throughout the city. And these are consistent with those, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay.
Staff is familiar with them, they have inventory of them. And
Okay.
able to repair them.
I like it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Robert.
Your question, go ahead, Ms. White.
I definitely appreciate the timeline on this, 3 to 6 months, especially with looking at the market night. I think safety is a concern in that downtown area at all times, and lack of lighting, period. And so I absolutely support that. I understand that we may be, foregoing some of the design, but at this point, it seems to be an impact to public safety and can impact that now.
Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, however, I'm going to start turning into penny pincher because I just talked to the public about cutting back and starting to prioritize our projects. We've got a $20 million gap that we just argued about for hours, and now we're spending 500 grand on lights. So I can't go to the public and say that we're spending 500 grand on lights when I'm still got a project that's got a problem. So I love it. I think we need it. I think it's going to make it look nice. But I think I'm at the point to where I'm going to start looking at stuff and cutting stuff and then talking about reprioritizing some of our CAP projects. So if I'm looking at it the wrong way, staff, please let me know. If it's something that you don't reprioritize, but we do reprioritize CIP projects. So until I get a plan from staff on how we're going to address that, you're going to start seeing me cut back on a lot of things that aren't already in motion, like Stewart Park and Sports Park and so forth. But things like this, I can't see it yet. So anyway, do you have a comment?
So this is already programmed in the CIP?
But the funds can, if it's not approved, freeze up those funds to move somewhere else.
As long as it's unrestricted?
Yeah.
So as long as it's general fund?
Right, and that would include the Potrero, or, we do what we usually do and move this and reprogram that. So I don't know if I'm premature on that, but I think we're at the point where we're gonna have to start being accountable. So if we start approving money and money and money, and then we come back and say, okay, where are we gonna get it? I'm gonna let you know, this is what we spend here and there, so.
Well, hopefully we generate it in revenue, right?
Hopefully, but I'm not gonna support it, so, thank you.
Okay, and I'll jump in and then we'll go to Mr. White. So on 7th Street, so there's no real good lighting there right now, and if we expect to use that parking lot for market night, we would need to probably put up temporary lights, correct? And do we have that equipment that belongs to the city, or would that have to be rented? Okay.
Yeah, Public Works doesn't have temporary lighting. PD may have some generator.
Okay. And then I see the need of that sidewalk on 7th Street as well. And so that sidewalking is included in the 500,000?
It is.
I really respect what Julio says right now, but I see the need for that sidewalk, and because I've seen when we have our Cherry Festival down Stewart Park that you're parking elsewhere, you're walking in the dark, there's issues. So So I think I would support this for the upcoming market night, on the safety side of things. Mr. White?
So we set aside $1 million for the lighting project, right? So we spent 500, we freed up 500 that can go to Potrero. While we're on this subject, and tell me if we can't talk about this, but this is about downtown revitalization. We set aside $5 million for downtown. That's been programmed for that. Why doesn't that move to Potrero? We can do downtown later. I mean, that was to purchase property. And, if that helps us get to Potrero, I know that I think we were also considering that for purchasing land for a future police department. But that's not what it was programmed for. It was programmed for downtown. So, I'm just trying to, first of all, I think that 500, we save 500, we free up 500. I don't think that's an issue with the lights anymore. I did have two questions for you. Number one, are there poles at everywhere you had those red dots?
No. So staff would install the base, the electrical conduit, the wires, and the
And that's
lights.
still under the 500, that's at 500. And then the other question, I don't know if you were here, but do you remember the tile discussion we had?
Oh, boy.
You brought it.
You
up.
weren't here yet.
You don't want to give this council choices. All right?
So.
Except for I think a couple were not here that.
I was here.
Okay,
Only one.
So, anyways, but I'm okay if you bring it back to the budget that we move the downtown money to Potrero. I mean, that'll help.
So, April, one of the next items is setting the time and the date for the budget workshop.
Okay.
And we can discuss that there,
We
right?
can,
Okay.
yeah, we can move money around there.
I know that was my passion was to do that. But if it helps us get Potrero done, then I think it can hold off.
So just a quick suggestion, Mayor, if I could. So I don't think 2 weeks is going to kill the project. So if we did continue until after the budget, I might be willing to support it if we go back and see where our money's moving. But we might have 4 votes without me anyway, so it's up to you. Whoever wants to make a motion.
If that's the case, we wouldn't bring it back till May and we would miss market night for this.
Okay.
Any other comments, Mr. Wright?
No, I think I've said
Okay. You're going to go motion?
Yeah. I will make a motion to direct staff to install streetlights in conformance with option 2. It says and subsequent discussion. What's the further discussion? Is
I'll
it just in conformant with option 2?
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez,
Miser says no.
Councilmember White,
I didn't hear what he said.
He said Miser says no.
Okay. Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes. Okay, item J4, invitation from the city banning to join an ad hoc committee regarding the banning animal shelter. Staff report by Miss Elizabeth Gibbs.
So the city of Banning reached out to us asking to join in a committee. They're also asking Morongo to join to talk about regional animal control, their shelter and funding and what that would look like. And so we brought this to council for discussion and if so, choose the mayor to appoint to. The email did come from an elected official with Banning, and it was directed at 2 council members, Mayor Pro Tem Lara and Councilmember Voigt, and I responded and said it should be at the council. It should be brought to council for mayoral appointment.
Okay, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
I do have additional info that I got from Mr. Manharis regarding date and time. They did not establish a date and time yet for the meeting.
And in that meeting, there was an email that had some discussion items and so forth, what they could potentially talk about. And it says temporary agreement with Riverside County, needs assessment for the facility, and they get bullet points under each of these. Utilize current animal control officers to be part of the oversight and operations of the facility, and then committee to review, and it was everything from needs assessments, recommendations, review, do they hire another 501c3 management company, do establish a facility with a 10% contingency for emergencies, well, and it just goes on, and then another section is city to analyze costs, personnel, equipment, utilities, grant funding, opportunities, and so forth. So the question for staff is, and help me and refresh my memory, what's our situation? Are they, do they need, because they contract with us for animal control, am I right? Not anymore?
Not anymore.
Okay.
They thought we were charging too much.
Okay. And are we kind of standalone with our animal control, and is that situation operating fine? Because I know that there are drop-off shelters that are not allowing pets anymore and that sort of stuff. What is our current situation? Are kind of we okay, or do we need help too?
No, we're okay. We are using Ramona for our animal collection. We do not take surrendered animals anymore. That was a recent decision by council. But we do a daily run to Ramona, Chief? Yes.
If we need to, if not, our police officers are trained to supplant or supplement animal control officers, since we have officers here 24/7.
So we're sustaining.
Does the council see the need to do this? Mr. White?
We got to go into this with eyes wide open on this. Chief, do you know if Banning has animal control officers?
They do have animal control.
Okay.
I know they have at least one.
Okay, do you mind coming up here? I don't know how many of you have been following what's been going on with their animal shelter. I mean, there was a very well-meaning couple who tried to take it on, and then it became overwhelming. I think COVID had a lot to do with that. But then they went to the city and said, "City, we need your help." And the city started to, I don't know if they started to help or start talking about helping. And then the community came out and started attacking the council members because they would visit the shelter and the animals were not taken care of well enough. I don't want to be on this committee, but I think we should go into it with eyes wide open. And I think the best approach would be to say, look how we're doing it, and we're doing it right. Let's not look how they're doing it and start doing it that way. I don't know that it makes any sense for us to have, if Ramona's working out for us now, I don't think it makes any sense for us to start looking at a local location for animal collection. I think we're just getting into somewhere we don't need to be in. I don't want to be on the committee.
Ms. Foyt?
I think in light of the conversation and the discussion that we had earlier today regarding, hold on. I can find it here. $475 million short on our CIP projects. I see this as a venture that may cost us more money, and the liability may transfer to us in that aspect as well. And so while I think it's a very noble cause and something that's needed, I also think that for us right now, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it.
Mr. Martinez?
Chief, was he going to comment?
Oh, yeah, good point. Sorry.
I mean, I don't want
I serve at the will of council as the city manager. I would just say that the reason our program is so sustainable in Beaumont is because we have a total buy-in in the police department, meaning our officers do not feel as though they're above serving in that capacity. So when our animal control officers are tied up on a situation and another call comes, our officers go. And that's what makes our organization so unique. And that's why we're able to do it with the two officers, because it's the next person up, right? Next public servant up. And in fact, one of ours officers is, recovering from a procedure he had to have. And so our community service officers were volunteered to be trained and help sustain the unit. So because that's our, citywide, our organizational philosophies, that's why it works for us. And so I think if you try to merge philosophies, as the council member said, you go into this with eyes wide open, those are our organizational philosophies. I'm not sure they're everybody's.
So Chief, has Banning reached out to say, hey, how do you do it? Did they've asked for a tour? Have they asked for, procedures and guidelines on how we handle it? And has that been shared with them as saying, hey, we're doing well, here's our example?
Yes, so when they stood theirs up, so when we withdrew, they went with the county. The county's very expensive. And of course, then their idea was to start their own unit. And so we helped them, shared our policies, told them the equipment that we use, let them see our ACO trucks, our fleet, how we do it. And so we have helped them, for sure. We wanted them to be a self-sustaining unit. We wanted Calamasa, that's why we slowly pulled back. And we want to take care of Beaumont residents because we know our residents very well.
Okay, thank you, sir. Back to you, Mr. Martinez.
No, I'm good. Did I comment?
No, you did not. You redirected us to Chief.
Oh, did I? I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, I'll say this, and counsel, if you correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say that we respectfully decline, and then we encourage them to say, okay, if you need a second look,
Yeah.
if Chief and your staff is willing to reshare and re-educate, we can still keep that friendly partnership with them to say, but, we're good where we're at.
Oh, absolutely. And Mayor, if I may, I don't think their concern is necessarily with their ACO unit.
Okay,
It's going to be
I gotcha.
It's going to be with the shelter, and that's a business I could tell you that I've shared with every city manager that I've tried to stay out of is the sheltering business because you don't win in that game. You will
Understood.
not
Okay.
win in it at all.
I appreciate the advice. Mr. White?
So I have a question for you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
How long ago was this? I remember coming to or we discussed it in council, but if I remember correctly, was it just really a cost issue? In other words, if we were to go back to what we had before that they didn't want to pay the price for and offer that as a solution to them, would that mess up what we're doing?
I'm not sure if I understood clearly. I mean, are you talking about where we decided to split the partnership?
So before, what was happening before when they were getting their animal control from us? What was the scenario like?
So the scenario was we had 3, what we called quality of life officers, but they were animal control officers. And we were servicing Beaumont, Banning, and Calamasa. Of course, we were all smaller then.
Right.
And the 3 officers. And then what we would do is look at the total calls for service and then bill them respectively. But what happened was I went to one of their council meetings and had to inform them that we had to raise the cost because the program wasn't sustainable and their council didn't receive that well. And so the comment was made from their dais that they could do their own cheaper and better. And so, we encouraged them to go that route. And we pulled out.
So what I'm asking you is if we went back and said, listen, we don't want to go the direction that you're going in.
Yeah.
If we come up with a cost that is sustainable for our program to go back to helping and working with you, that's better than saying we reject whatever you're doing. But I don't want to do that if I don't want to mess up what you have.
Right.
But if the cost is enough to cover, if it needs to be another officer, that needs to be built into the cost.
Yeah.
But we could at least come back in other words, I guess what I'm asking you, is there a price that would make it worthwhile to Beaumont to go back to doing that for?
I could say that when we pulled out of Banning, the morale of my animal control officers increased exponentially. they prefer to be in Beaumont and not service banning. There's a heavy lift geographically. It's very difficult. There's a high demand on the service, and it's just not.
Okay.
It doesn't work. It really doesn't pencil out. I would need the minimum of 2 more officers and more fleet. And, these vehicles are expensive and the time delay. That's my take on it. I don't see where council would look at it, or the city manager, we'd meet and say, hey, these numbers make sense for us to, if you're asking me if we should own the program and service banning, is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you if we provided them some kind of resource for this, would it impact the way we're doing it? And from what you've told me, it will, so
Yeah.
you can forget my question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just for clarification, I think I know the direction that we're going, but I want to make sure council understands. The request was just to talk about the physical location, not the service.
On there, it's different. On here, it looks like they want a partnership with us to
Yeah.
help finance.
They do. We got that recently. The initial request, I think, was to just come and talk.
Right.
But
Can-
as this is evolving, we're getting more and more information.
So let me go into item number 4 here that's on the list, and it says committee to review. A, needs assessment recommendations review. B, review the need to hire in-house staff to operate facility. C, review if hiring another 501c3 management company is a viable option with on-site city staff as oversight. D, establish occupancy of the facility with a 10% contingency for emergencies, all overages surrendered to the Riverside County. And then E, open discussion with City of Beaumont, Morongo and joint venture for funds to expand or rebuild a facility to be big enough to house appropriate allocations, occupancy for Beaumont and Morongo. Item 2 under that, item E is contributing annual funds for operating needs, food, beds, medicine, general supplies, spade and neutering services. I mean, it's
their physical
pretty,
location.
yeah.
So could we offer, I mean, if they're looking for a partnership at this point, we're not interested because we have something that works right now for the city. If they're looking for somebody to sit in with them to help provide some input, that's different.
Well, I think that's what the ad hoc's meant to do, is to figure out what it is you're looking for.
So Chief, do they not have currently animal control officers, nor a vehicle, nor a temporary shelter to house those animals in?
I know they have an officer, because I've met her, and I'm pretty sure they got a vehicle donated, or I've seen the vehicle, but I think most of their concerns is the shelter. And if you just go straight with the county, it's pricey, it's expensive. I mean, it's north of $350,000.
And so when you say show, so I've seen, we had a dog get out, down the street from us on 4th of July from the fireworks. And we had, Officer Christopherson came and picked the animal up and we followed him in to the facility to see what it looked like. So does Banning have a facility like we have right here as a temporary holding cell for animals that are caught running around and that sort of stuff, or?
I thought they were reliant on the shelter, a portion of their shelter is what I thought, but I don't know how they're sheltering their animals.
Okay.
If they're contracting with the county, it's also been what I thought, because I thought they had some serious issues with the shelter after some flooding. For us, we contract with Ramona, and I think with the new agreement approved, I mean, we're looking at maybe $75,000 a year for our costs versus, whatever it's gonna cost to get the shelter up and running.
And that would be, so then if this shelter was created, then it would be in lieu of taking animals to Ramona then, correct?
Right. But
yeah, I don't know if I want to go there either.
That shelter is, but what we do, you talked about sometimes it's a daily trip, sometimes it's not. So in the mayor's scenario where there's 3 or 4 animals there, they're going down to Ramona that day then, aren't they?
Oftentimes they will, but depending on the animals, our officers, so we have a system where a notation's left for the night shift watch commander. So if the animal control officer had to leave or they were tied up, we care for the animals. You know, so whichever officer's on duty, we'll care, and the next morning we can get to Ramona. I mean, that's just what works for us.
But it's not more than just a day or two. I mean, we're not holding them for any period of time.
You're right. No, it is a temporary, kennel. It's a temporary kennel, and it's quite, elaborate for the needs of our animals, but then those animals go to Ramona, and because the goal is absolutely no kill. That is our goal. And so for us as a city to stay out of the sheltering business altogether, then Ramona, which is a humane society, they'll decide what animal has to be euthanized.
And they have better needs assessments and so forth, the condition of the animal and all
So
that,
much
right?
better than if that's the business. I mean, we remember, because it wasn't long ago, we joked about I didn't, but I think the council member did, about the feral cats. We want us to, my advice is, the chief, is to stay out of the sheltering business.
I think what we could offer is to show them how we're doing it.
Yeah. And that was my purpose of the question, to
and
say.
just suggest to them that this is what's working for us. Maybe it'll work for you, but we're here to help you understand how it's working for us.
That's
But
it.
I don't know that we need to do much more than that.
I think it's the how, I think it's the cost.
Yeah. And that's what it sounds like too. Okay. So we appreciate the offer, but I say that on behalf of the council, we respectfully decline. You guys good with that?
Correction to me?
David Finn respectfully.
I'm just the voice, right? Don't shoot the messenger.
What you get for being mayor.
Yep. Okay, so then on to item J5, set a time and date and place for a special workshop. And that's for our finance and budget coming up.
I sent her home.
I would imagine so.
I am requesting that council set the date time for the budget workshop for April 30th.
You don't want to know where we want it? San Diego, maybe?
Sure.
Okay, so this,
Napa.
all right.
I'll take Napa.
So a question for this then, this is separate from the comment that was made of if we move some CIP money around? it would be-
No, that conversation will happen at this workshop. So staff's gonna come in with the budget proposal. Council's gonna.
Okay, so I, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that somebody, Mr. Martinez maybe, wanted to have this discussion sooner before we meet. No, okay.
approved it.
All right,
We approved
Okay.
it with his name.
okay, all right. It's
It
late.
was, it was one of the first 1-4s where I was not the one.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you talking about the lights, or are you talking about the
No,
project?
the
project.
The Beaumont Point.
The funding
Yeah,
gap.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's the gap he's referring to. No, so, I mean,
But it was the lights that you mentioned in that, so they're blurring together. It's like showing too many homes in one day.
This is just to set the workshop.
yes.
Okay.
All right,
All right, so
so,
I'm good with the 30th, and that's at 5 o'clock, correct? Is everybody else okay with that?
yeah, although I'll still need to have an answer for the gap somehow on that 16th before that, but.
So you're talking about market night?
Does April 30th give you enough time, or are you ready to do it sooner?
No, we're not ready.
Okay.
We're not ready to do it sooner. We also want the Finance and Audit Committee to see it on April 22nd.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not there. I told you last time I was going to.
Okay.
So April
right, April-
30th is a Tuesday, right?
Correct.
What time?
It's the 5th Tuesday at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
That, to answer your question, Councilmember White, that gives us enough time to still be on schedule for adoption in
Okay.
June. It's
Okay.
only a 1-week delay, and the original schedule said April 23rd, but if we have Finance and Audit Committee the night before, we have to post the agenda. I wanted enough time for us to make any potential changes that the committee wants to recommend to council.
5 o'clock or 5:30? What'd you say?
5.
5 o'clock.
Yeah, on the.
Okay. Ed, Nicole, any public comments on this?
I have no written request. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, so we don't need a motion for that, do we?
Is there a consensus?
Yes.
To be clear.
Everybody was good with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I think Rudy has a recording that he just.
All right, so I'm on to item J6, our summer meeting schedule. Nicole?
Good evening, council. 2 minutes left of this evening. Summer meeting schedule is before you. Each year, we have been canceling the first meeting in July due to its proximity to 4th of July. So we're bringing this item to you to give you an opportunity to go dark that first meeting in July and any other meetings during the summer that you want to consider.
Okay, and any public comments while you're there?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, I'll jump out and make a comment first. So I know we typically take that Tuesday off for a week of 4th of July, and that makes sense because a lot of people are out on vacation. I learned the hard way in my very next meeting, it was until about this hour, that it can happen if we pile stuff on. And so it was mentioned by our city manager that maybe there's also the need to go dark on one of the meetings in August, correct? The first one? And so if we do that, just be prepared. We may have some long meetings on those ones that we are meeting together.
And that was based on a lot of cities only do one meeting in July and one meeting
Yeah.
in August. It gives staff and council the time to travel with families.
All right, so I'm okay with going dark first meeting of July and first meeting of August. Any other comments to that?
I would like to go dark on those meetings as well. To note, I will be on a family vacation the first Tuesday of August.
Mr. Martinez?
Well, that's it. No, I agree. I think as long as staff's comfortable knowing that it's a little extra work on them, making a bigger agenda, and we're used to doing late meetings here and there, so I'm okay with that.
Mr. White? Oh,
Aren't you always on family vacation?
I don't know. Everybody's leaving their lights on, so I'm not sure. There we go.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
I'm good with the,
So I'll make the motion, then we go dark, first week of July and first week of August.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call? Or do we do consensus on that one?
do a consensus.
Oh, you can do it. They did motion second. You can do.
Okay.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. And then on to item 7, approval of the city invoices for the month of February 2024.
And because this involves my law firm, I'm going to recuse myself.
Any-
Stay awake. I think this is the first time we've gone into a second day on a meeting.
Yes, my first
And at
one.
least 3 mayorships.
Yep. Hey, what are you saying? What are you saying? Do we have any comments or motion?
I make a motion to approve the invoice for $119,884.45.
I'll second that. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. Thank you. Item K, legislative updates and discussion.
No legislative update this evening, Mayor.
Thank you. Economic development update?
Very brief. So we had a meeting last Tuesday. We talked about one incentive program, the business attraction program. So we have some direction from EDC on retooling that. We will be bringing it back probably at the May meeting. As in the April meeting, we anticipate seeing the final draft of the Downtown Beaumont Revitalization Plan prior to it coming to council.
All right, thank you.
That concludes my report.
Okay, and city treasurer's report is not here this evening. City clerk's report for the notice of vacancies.
It's just a notice that's attached in the agendas, just for public view.
All right, thank you. And city attorney's report.
Nothing this evening.
All right, thank you. City manager report.
Quick announcements, reminder that you have a special meeting tomorrow at 5 o'clock for a closed session item. This weekend, several staff
about that
members
already.
are participating in the Baker to Vegas relay race. We are team number 200. We are also, the deputy city manager and I are also support staff, so we'll be follow cars and whatnot. We hope to bring back some hardware, but we'll have an update at the April 2nd meeting to let you know how we did.
Cool.
The community cleanup was last Saturday. Although the weather was dreary, it was absolutely successful. I want to thank all of the volunteers. There were Rotary Club, Early Act, Youth Act, Mountain Bike Club, bunch of volunteers. They helped make this event a success. This is going, I think we're going on 15 years now. The next one will be in October. And then I do have an announcement, the IOA golf tournament in April. We have once again confirmed that Banning and Calamasa will join us. And San Jack is also going to join us.
Ooh,
Cool.
expanding.
Got to get 3 names.
Do we have our ringers?
That's for council. Who do you want?
I don't think I'm going to play this year.
So you indicate special meeting tomorrow or today?
That's right.
Because I can be here Thursday if you want, but just saying.
Tonight at 5 o'clock.
Just saying.
That
Is there a party at the end of the race in Las Vegas?
there is. There's a dinner at. Yeah, there's a dinner Sunday. So
Okay.
some are coming home Sunday, some are coming home Monday, but it's a 24-hour relay, and Miss Carrie Mendoza has the hardest leg. She's climbing 1,000 feet, 10 miles.
She number 7?
She's 10. 14? Yeah. So we're hoping that we win something.
All right. Any item Q, future agenda items? We got a list here. Any changes? Any additions? Seeing none. Council reports. I'll go first. I'll try to make it quick. On the 7th, I attended our T-Now meeting. We had Riverside County Transit, RCTC come in and give a Riverside County Transit report, so that was nice to hear. And just in general, ridership is up, which is good. Attended the Beaumont Chamber Breakfast, and we had a presentation by the Beaumont Unified School District. On the 12th, I attended the PASCOM meeting. On the 13th, the Employee Appreciation Lunch, and that was a fun lunch. It was great, and I appreciate Ms. Voigt being there with me. Then on the 14th, I attended the San Gregorio Hospital. It was their San Gregorio Memorial Hospital expansion of women and family services, and our great neighbor, the Morongo Band of Mission Indians, had donated $5 million towards that. And so they've been great neighbors in supporting our community, so we appreciate that. And then had gotten a phone call from our Congressman Ruiz. It was kind of fun. He called me, he said, "Are you there with your staff?" I said, "No, sir, I'm at Costco." But he shared the good news that in the federal budget, we have $1 million coming our way towards 2nd Street extension. So we're happy to hear that. So, and then I'm going to steal Doug's thunder a little bit. Parks and Rec is working on a volunteer day coming up in April. And so we'll have more information. I'm sure he'll share that with us. But we've got some great community members that are already volunteering and knocking on his door and so forth. So we're going to, many hands make light work, and we're going to put the community to work, and it's going to be a great Saturday coming up. So that is my report, and let's go to my left, Ms. White.
Nothing to report.
Mr. Martinez.
Nothing, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Laura.
Nothing here.
Or Mr. White.
I have something to report.
All right.
I want to thank staff. The men's room is amazing. It really is. We have a hand blower.
Wow.
Yeah. So, no. Well done.
City
Now, if
elevated.
we can just do
So
that on.
furniture is getting installed tomorrow. Across
In the men's
hall.
room?
For nights like tonight, we're putting a bench, no. So the desks are going in.
All right. So with that, we will adjourn the meeting from the 19th on the 20th at 12:07 a.m. Good night, everybody. Oh, boy.
I know.